Okay. Hello. How's everyone doing today? Great? Maybe not. Who knows? It's been a while, to say the least. I've been, pretty busy. Um, gone back to school and everything, so yeah. I haven't had a lot of time to, like, do streams and stuff. But, yeah. We're finally playing catch up again because I missed pretty much a lot of stuff in Namia's patch. Um, I got pretty much most of everything, but I missed quite a bit. Unfortunately, we're not going to be pulling Blackrock Shooter because I don't have any cards at the moment. But I am going to do that as a separate video on its own at a later point. I just gotta figure out the funds and stuff so I could get triple S. I do have a weapon though. Already pulled that. As you can see by the pity down there, 3 out of 30. Anywho, let's start with event stuff. Start with the coding for alpha. Do these trials real quick.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれる力。我が刃と化せ。聖書を歯ごたえないで。宿命の風は。
Yeah, very nice cutting. And also, one of a limited time that won't be coming back at all. So, if you don't mind spending a little bit on a awesome game like this, definitely worth it for the coding. For alpha. So yeah, good stuff. Ow.
全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれる力。我が刃と化せ。歯ごたえないで。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。全力でかかってきなさい。
Ouch. Trying to get her special thingy. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Yeah. 2, 3. Ow. Okay, whatever.
我が刃と化せ。歯ごたえないで。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Also, that's just a nice victory screen there at the end. That little pose. Nice angle. Nice angle, as they say. It's an angel. Anyways, now the character trial, boss challenge, and chessboard stuff we gotta do.
始めよう。私のブラックロックシューターの戦い。
BRS. Heaven's Gambit though is such a good song that the Vanguard team cooked up for this collab though.
始めよう。私のブラックロックシューターの戦い。
Let's see what we got going on here. There we go.
切り裂く。燃え尽きろ。燃え尽きろ。貫く。当たれ。燃え尽きろ。これで終わりだ。
So she consumes blue when using her second sig. Her second Ogi.
この力を目に焼き付けて。
And combat practice.
始めよう。私のブラックロックシューターの戦い。
And Deadmaster? Nope, Lilith.
行こう。行こう。貫く。切り裂く。行こう。当たれ。貫く。燃え尽きろ。これで終わりだ。殲滅開始。それ。終わりだ。それ。それ。燃え尽きろ。
All the spam.
その瞳でこの力を目に焼き付けて。
Good stuff. Now Black Sky Fire.
安心して僕。シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。もう私に任せてください。
指揮官、ナナミとパワーちゃんって超すごいでしょ。
Next. Same deal.
安心して僕に。シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
私と共にここに。波が全部加速してったわけだ。左側の方向が映ったかな。人気一体。指揮官、ナナミ
Next. And there. Oh, that was fast. 早いんですね。Okay. Move this down a little. Okay, doesn't seem like there's anything to. Just those. Fun. Okay, got all that yoinked up. And let's do Witcher rooms. Let's just go through with Deadmaster. Doesn't have any specific weaknesses, doesn't seem like. So I could do it whatever. Yeah, you're up. No, now that I think about it, I hope it doesn't do the BRS main theme in some of these later fights as it goes into phase 2. Whee. Okay, 2 more. Skip. Hello. Okay, skip isn't working now. Hello, controller. Oh. You got to see that. That's wrong. Probably because it's bug. I got bugged out. Let's see if I could swap controls. Nope. Game bugged out. Game. Give me a moment. Just gotta log back in real quick. Okay. Back over here. Comes at the end. Ow. Nice blue though. On my turn, no. Mats. Went poop. This is probably not gonna go too well. We already saw that one at least. No dark screen, but we do get hit quite a bit. Because Deadmaster likes to cheat by attacking you while you're in a cutscene. Of course, command grab.
全開部で行くよ。カデンサご清聴ありがとうございました。
Oh, caught me mid swap. That's actually funny.
どこ見てんだよ。全部消えせ。本当にやるの？あんまり期待しないで。
Oh, that was supposed to be thingy.
私の目どけ邪魔だ。泡のように消えろ。出て行け。
And here we go. Pew pew. And hug. So cute. Good times. Good times.
やっと終わった。
Oh, kinda.
余裕かな。
Lol. Jump scare. Okay, that is all of these done. And now just board realms. 23 days. So like pretty much to the end of the month. Try out a basic game. Oh, there's a little bit of story to it, I guess. WGA. Say cheese. Up of camera. No focus, no loss, clear facial expression. You look really startled. No doubt about it. Oh yeah, this girl. She's pretty cute. You can easily tell that just by looking at my face. Sorry about that, I just wanted to give it a quick test. Ayla asked me to help her fix this instant camera, but I've been putting it off for like 2 weeks now. Gotta get it done before she goes completely bonkers on me. Say, if I give her an autographed portrait of the Grey Raven Commandant, do you think she'll let me off the hook for forgetting all those deadlines? Ayla would go bonkers on someone? She usually wouldn't, but since I didn't close the orders for the new rangefinder pin, scanner, and spectrum analyzer on time, I'm not so sure about that anymore. Sounds like you're constantly pushing the limits, Miss Leonie. Construct before you, sporting a bright smile, goes by the name of Leonie, the chief technician of the WGA. Her role involves providing support to the entire archaeological team on the construct equipment and devices. Additionally, she has provided technical assistance to both the Science Council and the Engineering Force. Also, the very designer of the initial Cub model. You have had a few encounters with her, and she was the one who assisted in adjusting Hamlet's external parameters when you helped Ayla search for the whale song on the surface using Hamlet. Just Leonie. You know, I've just got too many things on my to-do list, and there's no way I can get them all done in time by myself. And with those tight deadlines, I can't manage to complete all the features I want, but I also can't bear the thought of dropping any of them. In that case, pushing back the deadlines is the only option, right? That's exactly what I told Ayla, and guess what I got in return? She blasted me with a face full of hyper-cold refrigerant from her gun lance. And I'm the one who added that function, for God's sake. So, how can I help you guys this time? I heard something about Hamlet, but I don't see Ayla around. Oh, right, I almost forgot the important thing. Actually, I made a request this time. To invite you to be a tester for Hamlet's subsequent model. Subsequent model? So, Hamlet, the prototype model, has some quite advanced VR technology built in and an AI that has granted it deep learning ability. After being used to search for the whale song so many times, Hamlet itself appears to have undergone some changes. Even though we attempted to restore the factory settings, certain software records just couldn't be erased. It's quite an intriguing phenomenon, but at this rate it's gradually straying further from its original role as a platform. It looks pretty fascinating to me, so I've taken on the project of developing the second generation model. However, there won't be any major changes. I'm still using the hardware with the same specs, but I did simplify the underlying structure and threw in an interactive docking station. This way, it's not just about experiencing the theaters anymore. Now creators can actually use it for a bunch of other stuff with way more freedom. I've made sure to leave plenty of space in the engine so users can store their own mods or enhancements. Scenario modules, voice modules, physics rules, art rendering styles, custom NPCs, social forms, and economic systems. With the right plugin, theoretically, you can do pretty much whatever you want here, whether it's experiencing the cosmic society during the era of great interstellar colonization, or living the life of primitive humans in the Stone Age 3 million years ago. It's all fair game. Can it really be that free? Yep, just wait until the official version is released. But it's still in beta right now, and I've got about over 3,000 patches to code. Plus, the technology employed by Hamlet is actually quite special, and many people have more or less experienced consciousness synchronization loss after a long dive, which makes it another challenge we need to overcome. That's why I'm having you here. You have plenty of experience with the prototype, and there's probably no one else in Babylonia with a mind beacon as stable as yours. So, what exactly do you need me to do? Simple, you just need to play a game. I put together a scenario using the resources I currently have to test the complete compatibility of the new interactive functions and interfaces with the original underlying structure. It'd be fantastic if the script runs without a hitch, but in case any bugs pop up during the dive, I'll need to figure out which piece of code is conflicting with the function. It may sound complicated, but just enjoy the game. That's all you need to be concerned about. I'll handle the rest. Leonie brings up the scenario she built on the external terminal, which seems to be a 3D chessboard. Chess? I just copied it from our generic asset pool. Now pick an avatar you'd like to use for the dive. Leonie swipes her finger across the screen, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of preset avatars appear before you. The options are so varied, ranging from regular humans and constructs to anthropomorphized animals and mechanoids, making it difficult for you to make a choice. What's this? For some reason, your gaze is drawn to a girl-looking avatar. The girl carries a black longsword and a cannon, with an even twin tails adorning her hair. She casually drapes a coat over her shoulders, with a huge star symbol on the back. All other avatars are simply labeled as Human 1 or Construct 2. Hers stands out with the distinctive name of Black Rock Shooter. Black Rock Shooter. As you quietly murmur this peculiar name, it feels strangely familiar despite being utterly foreign. Ah, you noticed it too. What's with this avatar? I didn't create this avatar, it just appeared in the editor out of nowhere. No upload listed, no patch records. Calling it a paranormal event wouldn't be too far-fetched, I'd say. At first, I thought it was some glitch or a prank, but it didn't trigger any runtime errors, and its parameter code isn't fundamentally different from other avatars. Didn't you try deleting her? Why would I? Don't tell me you can stand seeing such a cool avatar getting deleted. Just look at her, the way she wields that longsword and cannon. The combination of the stylish coat and twin tails and the ruthless expression and pose. There are even flames shooting out from her eyes. She's like the perfect echo of a Golden Age anime heroine. Oh, that's cute. The little cat face she got going on there. Whoever designed her must be a total genius. Seriously plugged into the Golden Age anime culture. But most importantly, by the time I snap back to reality, nope, there goes gravity. I found myself having already rigged her up with over 300 special effects and motion modules. Deleting her now would really break my heart. Anyway, why don't you just use this avatar? It'd be perfect for testing more extreme scenarios, and I may gather some extra data while at it. I'm indeed intrigued. Hehe, I even designed some exclusive skills for her. Now put on this device and lie down in the connection pod. Welcome to the Chessboard Realms. This event is turn-based. You use Black Rock Shooter to take on the white pieces. When you win when the white king is defeated. Click on the highlight zone to move. Please be warned that if you enter a red zone, you'll be attacked by a opponent at the end of the turn. Finish move, click the attack. Adjust attack location by clicking on the blue. I can do more damage, target center point, adjust attack location to attack more units. Click confirm to attack. Attack the white pieces from the side. That should be good. And there we go. Good game. Okay, we'll go through the rest at another time, since we do have some time left for this event. Just doing that. Forget the Chessboard Realm Stage 1, Blazing Simulacrum. That's, I think this, yeah, that's the story. Yeah. Forever Racer. This town you'll be facing in the ending stage. And the missile pushing size. There are any sets. Completely restore 6. Should be easy enough to run through these.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まり、展開日です。邪魔だ。泡のように消えろ。鉄が出ていけ。滅びろ。やっと終わった。でもまだ余裕かな。
Hello, Kaede. How's everything? If you're still here. Sorry, I was doing all the reading stuff. How's your evening going? Or morning, I guess, if you're like in the EU or something. How long is this? Well, that's that, but this event is going on for... It doesn't give me dates on here. But 4 days, unlock the next part. Yep, morning. Guess we'll quickly run through these. Signature. Sure. Yep, saving patch pretty much for most people, except for me, because I like BRS and I do want to try to get her to triple S plus, which is gonna be expensive, unfortunately, on my savings. And yeah, my black cards at the moment, the reason why they're so low is because of Lamia. Last patch I spent quite a bit on her. As you can see, well, as you could probably guess by how everything's going. But if I actually show you, she is not just triple S, she is... Triple S3. And yes, I also got all the skins as well. Last patch. Karen and Selena's. Yep, I'm a big spender, but Kuro Games makes a really great game with PGR, so it's definitely worth it, in my opinion, just because they treat players nice. Yeah, it was a pretty fun patch so far, last patch. I just haven't caught up onto like the story yet, which is what we're going to be doing in a bit once I do all the event related stuff that's going to be expiring relatively soonish. Oh, nice. Yep. Battle Pass is always pretty nice. Something. I don't need that. Yeah, and it's also pretty useful for like getting general stuff like equipment and stuff, plus also grinding up the vouchers for like Watanabe. I mean not Watanabe, but Wanshi. Yeah, the upcoming Wanshi. And so forth. Or any other S characters if you wanna get them up to speed. Okay, ending stage. And I could also reset, but I don't need to reset, so ending stage, all three. Soft feature, what's this about? Some points will not be detected. Wait, what? What's this about? 30 points. I have no idea. YOLO! Oh, yeah, the monthly login. Again, that's also useful as well. Either or, both are really good value propositions for your bucks. Yeah. Got the fish, the filter fish. Press. Nice. Okay, next one. And don't need to look at that. Let's just do random bullshit. Just keep on doing random bullshit all the way to wherever is the last thing at the moment. Because I'm probably over spec for this anyways. Yeah, I can't wait for her gacha skin to come out. The fairy one. Like a elf fairy mermaid thingy. It's a really nice skin for Lamia. I also need to pick up Stigmata's gacha skin in this patch. And the next patch, I think Liv's skin was rerunning as well. So much money spent. Okay. This guy. I wonder if it was just the complete first part that was done, but not the other part. Probably the case. Usually. Typically. So much range fix. Yeah, those two definitely are a must-have. Especially with how old the Ice team is nowadays. It's hard to have Isla solo carrying all the time now. So definitely having Chu would be nice. And of course Watanabe, DPS is hyper real. So it is what it is. Okay, that's good. Okay, Dottie got 4 stages this time. Ooh, getting fancy.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。展開日だ。邪魔だ。私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。
Oops, did not mean to do that. Wow.
どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せ。クズめ、くらえ。この曲が私たちの望む未来を響かせますように。
Yeah, for sure, because they have definitely been power crept to oblivion. I totally understand how you feel, having lived with just base S rank Chrome for a while. And even back before I got my plume to triple S, just base S was, well, double S plume was kinda yikes back in the day. Along with just Launcha. And then Nyla came out, and then things got a little bit more nice. Okay, that's was that 2? That was 2, yeah. So 3. This one.
준비 완료. 오버추어가 始まります。展開日だ。
前はもう死んでいる。
私の目の前から泡のように。
Classic Hokuto no Ken. Call it more. Okay. 4. Boom, Matrix, all stuff. Take orbs, because that's always the hardest thing to come by, especially in the dark team, especially when Nina spends all her orbs. You spin the win. Ow. Okay. And ending stage battle. Perfect.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まり展開日です。どけ邪魔だ。どんな方も泡のように消えろ。沈め。
Oh, I did not mean to do that early. There we go. That's the cycle. Okay. And yep, as expected, these two are also available. So let's quickly burn through these last two, and then I think there's one more event banner thingy majiggy. Or maybe it's derived from Matrix. I don't know. Like that. And on to the next.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。ファンタジアが始まる。邪魔だ。私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。滅びろ。沈め。海の底に。
Huh? Oh. Second wave. There we go. Next. Sure, why not? Take that.
준비 완료. オーバーチュアが始まります。展開日です。どけ邪魔だ。泡のように消えろ。滅びろ。どけ邪魔だ。やっと終わった。でもまだ余裕かな。
The man. I like Lamia. She's such a fun character. And very adorable.
준비 완료. オーバーチュアが始まります。メヌエットの時間。どけ邪魔だ。私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。どけ邪魔だ。沈め。海の底に。崩れ。食らえ。
Come on. Up, there we go. So much delayed attacks. Okay. And ending stage. Get the fight. One of those. Grim? No, something like that. The McDonald's mascot. The other one. Not Mr. Ronald. Grimace. Yeah, Grimace. I think that's what it's called. Yep. Like Grimace shake. Okay. And that unlocks tomorrow. Okay, so never mind. The whole thing wasn't available. But yoink all of these. Get a lot of these. Rentable and then the last. Aw, that's a cute blue chest stamp. Drinking some serum. And that unlocks in 4 days. What else is there? Oh, 15 days. It said it right there. Chessboard. That we'll do some other time. Glimpse of the end. Oh yeah, that's the what's her name? Deadmaster stuff. Speaking of Deadmaster, little badge thingy here. Data sample, so cute. And that's a adorable little badge collectible thingy majiggy. I probably should put that on my little display thingy at some point. Over in here somewhere. Speaking of coatings, I have a lot of coatings. I also have a lot of coatings that I haven't picked up yet. But yeah, pretty much quite a bit since the game launched. Day 1 play, and of course my overall ratings. Lots of S pluses. Most of these are A rank, so only S plus S rank I got is just A2 up here, and wherever she is. A2, where are you, A2? Ah, there you are. And hopefully soon, well, it won't be like soon, like now, soonish, but like maybe within a year and a half, I'll probably get my Lamia finally up to S plus. And hopefully, I eventually do plan to get a goal of getting S plus of Alpha. I mean not Alpha, but 21 Feral, and also Alpha as well. Crimson Weave. I do want to get Crimson Weave up to S plus as well, along with Luna and Pyroth and Star Trail Nanami. Those are my goals. I do not play in other servers. At least not really much. NA Global NA is my main at the moment. I did have a little bit of a account on JP, but I barely touched that because that was like 6 months before Global was gonna come out, so I just didn't really do much on that account. And I also made a Taiwan account that I didn't really get far in. That was back before, a couple months before they had Crimson Weave up, so like during Isla patch. Or I think Hyperreal actually, Hyperreal patch. I made that account on Taiwan, but I don't really touch it now too much because you can't have, at least I don't think it's changed, but the way they set up the client for PGR, you can't have both NA and another server's account application on one device with the client at the same time. It does some weird things and stuff. So like most people that play on like CN or Taiwan, they still go through a emulator, and the only emulator that really worked for me was LD Player, but that LD Player, originally it started out well, but after some patches and stuff, it kind of was running the game not too well, so I was kind of like, yeah, How about I just don't use that account anymore? So I pretty much stopped playing because LD Player's emulation of the game kinda went to shit. Because it would crash constantly and stuff, so pretty much I just opted to avoid using it. So, which is why I mostly stick with NA. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, so we did all of that. I don't need to do anything for DFM at the moment. Warzone still looking good, still 3% on Ultimate Pain Cage. 1, 2, 3, Blazing Smoke, Brandishing Turns, that is not available at the moment. So let me grab those. Yes. Target Blackhawk Shooter, let me also grab these. And that will be a lot of stuff that I have to unlock. Those to Death. I think that's the first stage. I could probably go through that. I think I already did that story on stream anyways before. I don't know when that patch was, but I could double check at a later time. But first let's just quickly do these, I guess. So, Veritas Leap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm in a... Pushing mode. Interesting. Okay, looks like there's not too much to leap. Mostly just spam, 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 spam. Okay. 10 free cards. That is always nice. I will yoink that. And now let's go quickly do this, I guess. Man, I can't wait for payday because I need to grab this. Especially for the background. That is the church clock theme background is very, very nice. Also the portrait frame too. And just overall, it's a very nice skin for Bianca. I'm pretty sure I already seen this before, so let's just skip. And then if I need to see it again, wait. It's gonna make me do a couple to get to the right one anyways, isn't it? Oh yeah, and it's nice that they use live 2D for this stuff. Honestly, they should really do like more of this. They should do like more of this for like the main story eventually. It would be nice. Also, I'm surprised they still haven't done the dub for this in JP yet. The voicing and stuff. It would have been nice. I think this was the only one that actually had a dub anyways, because Karenina's didn't. That's for certain. I am well aware it did. Anyways, investigate scene with Phantom Tracer. Let's go grab you real quick. But yeah, fully voiced little coding story.
但他们怎么知道溯源装置需要调查哪里？能这样精准地破坏溯源装置所需要的信息？除非这里的信息被破坏了。
是吗？我也不知道怎么回事。
这片地区一直是你们在管理。
啊，可能只是不小心吧。
如果是法奥斯之矛，不小心破坏确实会导致这种结果。 但溯源装置不会。你们见过升格者了？
动手！
好， Oh my. Ow, ow,
你们
ow!
干什么？队长，我来帮忙。可恶，动不了了。
Funny thing was, I was actually expecting that attack to happen. But still came out pretty fast.
这个假人一个家伙，平时都说叛徒者要抓回去审问，对自己人倒是毫不留情的下手。
如果你们表现出投降的意思，我自然会放手。
好好好，我们投降。
Yep.
我们投降。
Oh,
放下武器，
we're stopped.
把枷锁戴在脖子上。知道你们身上有。
The shackles. Let the shackles be released.
我们已经暴露了，绝对不能让他活着回去。只要
Invaded.
青龙队的队长在调查中殉职，事情就会被掩盖。为什么要协助升格者？幕后主使者是谁？
去地狱里问问千子吧，他也多少摸到了一些线索，只是没机会继续了。
那时突然调换任务是因为这个，他的死和这件事有关。
我说了，去地狱里问他吧。
不愧是队长。
会下地狱的魔女。
Okay. Okay, that's that. Carinos. We'll go through this again if I didn't do it before. I'll have to search my stuff. But for now, we're just skip gaming at the moment. Nose to death. Okay, this should be the last node. Okay, not far away. Proceed with caution. And onward we
圣
go.
女，终于找到圣女了！救救我！救救我！救救我！
Fun. Bianca! That probably doesn't have a command tied to it. Wait. Did it? Dude? No. Yeah, it does not. Okay. Just making sure. Oop. Oh, did I? Yep. It's so weird having to get adjusted to like how they have the controls on this.
那些叛逃者竟然对活着的
Like
人
B
类
to confirm, A and stuff to exit. Just the classic Japanese style format for like controller buttons. Whee! Another bomb.
你就是他提起过的圣女，请救救我！
Okay, still time to save the
交给我吧。
refugee.
谢谢圣女大人。你身上的电磁脉冲环是谁给你安装的？你是说刚刚被拆下来的那个？我不知道。有个人让我们逃出来找您，还说只有您能救我们。他在哪里？在我们的圣坛，圣女大人，请救救我们的圣坛。圣坛？你是赤阴神启的教徒吗？没错，神启之子已经不在了，我们不知道该去何方。圣女大人，请救救我们。
Yep. So onward. And dunk.
圣女大人在这里，我不会再害怕你们了。
And next set of mooks.
阿德琳姐姐，
小月，太好了，圣女保佑！先让我帮你解除身上的。
有人帮我把它拆下来了，它就在圣坛附近。
会是瑞南吗？
Onward we go. I forgot exactly what was going on with this, but this was like a whole interesting thing with leftovers of like the Scarlet Believers and the Ghost Deflectors. And I wanted to go over to Nugget side. Oh yeah. Yeah, unfortunately I did spend quite a bit. But it's all good. I ended up getting Encore and finishing my collection of the standard characters. So, even though it was rough, it was at least still very productive. On the bright side. But yeah, it was a fun little time I had there, grabbing Shorekeeper and so forth. And now I have Encore too. So that's all good and dandy. Hopefully though, Camellia will come without me losing to 50-50. Same with her weapon. Well, the weapon doesn't have 50-50, but hopefully I'll get it early. Yep, good old people happy. All the Shorekeepers, may all the Shorekeeper wanners be Shorekeeper happers indeed. So, it looks like we've just about covered most of the stuff for the patch that has been released so far. So, now let's get started on Cradle Parade's story. So if anybody here wants to avoid spoilers, if they haven't done Cradle Parade yet, now would probably be the time to leave. But yeah, Camellia, as far as like character-wise, she is one of my top favorite characters in WoA, and she's coming next patch. It's gonna be soon. Ideally, if I somehow get lucky and end up getting some decently paying VO jobs, I probably might try to get her sequences. If it doesn't pan out though, just S0, weapon, move on. That's gonna be my plan. But yeah. Anywho, let's get started on Lamia's patch, Cradle Parade. And this is gonna be a long one. 36 nodes, that's 12 battle nodes plus all the little cutscene stuff. So, Cradle Slaughterhouse. On April 1st, fate decided to crack a cruel joke, depriving the hero of all light. Let's play the story. Anyone who has common sense will remember that the bewilderment of the eyes are of two kinds and arise from two causes. Either from coming out of the light or from going into the light. Which is true of the mind's eye quite as much as of the bodily eye. And he who remembers this when he sees anyone whose vision is perplexed and weak will not be ready to laugh. He will first ask whether that soul of man has come out of the brighter life and is unable to see because of being unaccustomed to the dark, or, having turned from darkness to the day, is dazzled by the excess of light. Plato, The Republic. Okay. Next. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Fate has decided to crack a cruel joke. The Grey Raven Commandant has vanished. Transport craft back to Babylonia got ambushed. All emergency items got wrecked, and even the parachutes turned out to have massive holes, only spotted once they were opened. Thus, with a mere splash, this humanity's hero, lauded by all, plummeted into a corrupted river. Search teams have gone into overdrive, scouring the river and grilling everyone involved, but the person they are after is nowhere in sight. That is what happened. Some time after the disappearance incident, you finally wake up from a prolonged coma, facing the dangerous unknown alone. Your brain feels like a soggy sponge, your head too heavy to lift, even your memories are all fuzzy. Your body is strapped to some old table and chair, devoid of any leeway for movement. Scan the surroundings. It's just you in this sealed medical room, trapped with no way out except for that tightly locked door. The floor and the medical gear are all stained with old blood, like silent witnesses to past tragedies. Gotta get out of here now. Then, out of nowhere, the lock clicks open and a frail figure shuffles in through the door. Lithos. You're awake later than I thought. Are you okay? He sets down a plate of barely cooked fish, his expression full of concern at you. What's your plan now? Initially, I was going to turn you into a construct. For us, it's only constructs that qualify as seeds, fitting into our plans. But since you kept turning us down, we had to resort to some less than gentle tactics to bring you here. And yet, here you are, still human after a long coma. Ever wonder why? Seems like you've had an inkling all along. The Grey Raven Commandant, hailed as humanity's hero, has no affinity to Tantalum 193. You've held on to this secret, never once denying it when asked. Quite intriguing, isn't it? I've heard from some of us stationed in Babylonia that Bianca and Liv both felt the pull of their specialized frames, glimpsing the simulation of the future. In every scenario, your life ends as a human. Didn't they ever suspect anything? Why don't you tell them? Fear of worrying your companions? Or perhaps it was an order? Lithos lifts his eyes, taking in the human's reactions. Don't let it get you down too much. Being adaptable is just the last resort. As a command, what really matters is your mind beacon connection rate and physical shape. But if you're dead set on monitoring to the front lines, it's best to keep this adaptability report under wraps. Frontline commandants are always in the hot seat, and the successful grads usually have that adaptability ace up their sleeves. When the missions aren't make or break, those without it get special treatment. Like being handed simpler missions or sticking to the cushy rear, Simon had it that way, but you said that was not what you wanted. This isn't my first time seeing someone tinker with their report, but most folks aren't itching to hit the front lines, flipping past to fail. Training a commandant isn't a walk in the park, and getting nabbed pulling this stunt usually ends in a slap on the wrist. Mull it over carefully, because this is about your future too. Humans age, get banged up or disabled. Nobody can stay forever young and battle ready. These issues don't hinge on your determination or ideals, unless you're gunning to meet your maker on the battlefield. If you're not up for cooking the books, then maybe it's time to reconsider my pitch to work at Command Central. Asimov's in on this too, right? And he opted to keep it under wraps for your sake. Humanity's hero can't flip the switch and become a construct, meaning you're destined to stand with humans, leaning toward their side in the grand scheme. The current vibe in Babylonia is that constructs ought to snag a few human rights, but if word gets out about this chink in your armor, you're bound to lose a chunk of support from the lower tier constructs. Maybe throwing your weight behind someone like Chrome, who's all about seeing both sides, might be a smarter move, right? But then again, he's gone full-blown construct, marching to a different beat than you. Okay. And Who's been feeding you this intel? Those folks you label as defectors, they've been dishing out a lot of dirt to me. Now that you're clued in, you should get why I can't be the seed you're fishing for. But you're letting me hang around for now. What's the catch? We've been chewing on how to convert those without adaptability into the mind. Convert them into the mind? To be precise, it's more like getting to a state that's close to the mind. If you've ever seen constructs switching frames, you've seen the object separated from the head and torso. Our soul is stored in there. At least, that's my take on it. Turning into that kind of form, but still keeping your self-consciousness intact in a frame similar to your own, is a tough task. Whether humanoid hybrid constructs or those diving entities cluster network for a data feast, it's an even tougher one. Those who manage to achieve this typically have a more beautiful brain, extremely strong emotions, and profound self-awareness. Just what I'm after. Only those with a mind stable enough can be given birth by Cthulhu as a whole. Cthulhu? By now you must have seen her, or rather, her little cradle. You used to tag her as the Heterohive Mother. She lent a hand in weaving Heterosapiens in the Red Tide and even gave birth to a pair of twins. In that trial run where the Red Tide mingled with the sea, we proved that the twins could house a construct's mind. Everything has been set, and volunteers queue up, but only a select few can be fully reborn under her wing. Are you saying that you're planning to do to me what you did to Chico? Right, to become a new breed of human, rising above Death's grip. It's a shame. If only you could become a construct, things would be smoother sailing. But it's okay. We've got a plan B. He gestures at the ivy drip in your hand. This potion is one of our research results. Needs jab every day. One last shot and you'll score adaptability. Sounds too good to be true. It is good for you, just not what you had in mind. This will allow you to handle hetero creatures. A human diving headfirst into a red tide will only end up shredded and become a shattered puzzle. The scattered pieces will blend with others, making it impossible to tell one from the other. Mr. reckons that would be a waste of your potential. Once you've got this adaptability, you'll be more in tune with Cthulhu, more wholly embraced by her. Right, it's been a few days since you've had a decent meal or a dose of nutrients. Fancy a bite? He scoops up a forkful of finely diced fish liver and extends it. This was originally meant for Mister, but he won't be coming anytime soon. Beat it. Nervous it's laced with poison. No need to fret, I won't do you harm. The only things that can thwart the plan now are you making a grand escape or dying before we seal the deal. You want to get out of here, right? After all, that hunger, shouldn't you have a little fuel to recharge? And why would you help me escape? Because I love you, grave and commandant. I love you. Are you serious? Little did you know, I had my eye on you for a while now. If it weren't for the mission, I might have done more, genuinely. However, is the hero adored by many harbors a soul so lonesome that even affection of a descendant gets scrutinized for its authenticity? What the thought? It's alright, feeling lonely is par for the course. Even saints get a taste of that solitary life chasing lofty ideals. Don't blame yourself for not being ironclad. My love confession is genuine. It's because I care for you that this plan must work out. You have to stay alive till that final shot. Only then can your mind keep on trucking. Now, have some food. You could have just kept me knocked out until that day, but you didn't. Escaping is like a game that kicks your emotions into high gear and amps up your self-awareness. Waiting too long would wake you would mess with your mental stability. Fish tastes best when it's fresh. Mythos twirls the fork in his hand like an angler teasing a nibble. Then why not kick off the great escape after the final shot? After the final shot, you will only have 48 hours left. Even if you make it back to Babylonia, they might not have the tech to save you. In those 48 hours, you'll feel your flesh withering away, and this drug comes with a strong side effect. It heightens your sense of pain more than usual. I'm sorry, this is one downside neither Cinderella nor I can fix. While I could give you a painkiller, it would mess with the outcome's quality. Pain's like a tonic that keeps you sharp. During construct operations, pain helps sync up the mind with consciousness. But the agony from decay after that last shot will be off the charts. I'm afraid you might opt out for an early exit. Sure. Yep, hopefully. Come on, tuck into these fish. The sea fairies worked hard snagging them, so let's not waste the food. Sea fairies? Yeah, they're Cthulhu's children too. You'll get to know them soon enough. Dig in. I said, beat it. Seems like you're not getting the gravity of your situation. The sharp... Ooh. Ooh. Where's the hide button? Review? Nope. Damn. Right through... I don't know what bone that is, but... Bloody. Very bloody. Even though there's still time before that final shot Lithos mentioned, the pain in your body's feeling has already reached unbearable levels. Yep, bound hand, the searing pain stabbing deep. Impressive, you managed to hold back the screams. He gives his wrist a slight twist, driving the fork deeper into the wound he made. The pain skyrockets, causing your body to convulse and shiver, nearly toppling onto the rickety table. Ew. It isn't until the view zooms in very close on the stained tabletop that the multitude of tiny dents become glaringly obvious. What exactly went down here? How many people got dealt the same hand? Try to keep emotions in check. Sorry, I just hope your grasp of the current state of your body, whatever your next move is, make sure to take good care of yourself. Oh right, by way of apology, you can ask one question. I promise I won't lie. You expect me to buy that? You can choose to doubt it, and keep your mouth shut. No harm in taking an info that's handed over, even if it might be a lie. Are you really a man? At that, Lithos just lets out a scoff. No further reaction. Want to confirm it yourself? But I'll see you as a pervert and lock you up. I'm locked up already. My bad. To make up for it, you get another question. So, how do I really leave here? To think you'd ask that question. From where I'm standing, there's absolutely no way you're breaking free alone because this place is ironclad secure. Unless Babylonia sniffs you out or some agent decides to lend you a hand. But even if they wanted to yank you out, getting here would be a tough one. Most people hold up here. We were relocated from shower locations before diving down to this depth. Are we underwater? That's your second question already. He lets out a resigned sigh. Alright, I'll spill the beans, cause you're the only one I dragged down here against their will, and I've been feeling guilty about it. Do people actually come here willingly? But here is the deal. You've had to play 2 rounds of Q&A with me in return. Don't worry, I won't pry into secrets, and you can keep silent if you want to. Okay, you go first. Ever heard of the famous trolley problem? Picture this. The researchers over in Babylonia, using mind duplication tech, make 5 lives. Now, strapped to the tracks with a train bailing down on them. You got a stick on the control panel that could switch the tracks, but there lies the real live. What will you do? Pull the stick and watch the true live who's been your companion through thick and thin, lock eyes with you as the train barrels down on her. This way you get 5 lives, albeit each with a dash of a mind migraine. But more lives means more lives saved by, and more of her by your side. Sweet deal, right? Or ditch these 5 copies, leaving the real live behind. Do nothing, giving up on the 5 clones. So, that's your choice. Why not lose Yusha as the example? Because only Alpha can get copied. Lucha's already copy, and the quality drops hard. Can't even hold on to self-consciousness. Alright, next question. Still a trolley problem. Picture this: the geniuses of Babylonia make 5 clones of you, all tied up on the track staring down the barrel of an oncoming train. 5 clones of me? You got it, and once again, pulling the stick could switch the tracks, with you being the one staring down the train. Problem is, the Babylonians' parliaments calling the shots on who gets saved. On one hand, 5 commandants with top-notch mind beacons, 1 for Grey Raven, leaving 4 heavy hitters, each capable of turning the tide of battle. Don't think you're gonna be happy seeing 5 copies of yourself, are you? I guess this is where accidents and memory loss come in handy. And then there's the genuine commandant, the one Grey Raven truly cherishes. Considering their attachment to you, they'd undoubtedly prioritize saving the real you. Even though Lucha herself is a clone. What do you imply? Is someone influential seeking my clones? I don't know. I don't even know. Are you the very commandant that Grey Raven is leaving no stone unturned trying to find? Or are you one of the 5 they don't care about at all? Or maybe you are the true one, but Grey Raven has located one of the 5 and halted their pursuit of you. Okay, I mustn't let the swindler toy with my emotions. Enough questions, it's time to provide answers. Alright then, we're deep in the ocean, over 5,000 meters below the surface. You can think of this place as a huge submarine. Over 5,000 meters? But how much exactly? No more questions allowed. Even if it's just a bit over 5,000, you can't leave on your own. And it would be challenging for Grey Raven to locate the spot. Despite being down to the last shot, please hold on to hope and keep fighting. You don't want to meet your end here, do you? Our objectives align. Okay, they'll come. Indeed, I'm aware of the strong, profound bond shared between the Grey Raven squad and its commandant. Witnessing you guys together was a source of envy for many, including myself. His gaze dims, offering no further arguments. Are you feeling more composed now? Awakening can sometimes leave one's mind hazy. I'm worried you might harm yourself by attempting an escape. How about this? Let's play an easy little game to get moving, shall we? What are you going to do? Don't be afraid. Easy. While adopting a soothing tone, he casually picks up a thin thread from the jar nearby. Just a little game, no challenges or penalties. Let's just unwind a bit. Lithos wraps the delicate cotton thread around his hands. When I was a kid, this little game was all the rage, letting our fingers mingle through those twisted cotton strings. Sitting side by side, lost in that simple pastime, it felt like 2 people's destinies were somehow woven together. You see, my hands are just as tied up as yours. Passes you the tangled cotton thread, the sweet scent of lilies mingling with the sharp tang of blood, hitting you as he draws nearer. That smell, captured by your heightened senses, instantly dredges up haunting memories that are long buried. Lilies and blood, a scent etched into the memory of anyone who's attended a soldier's mass funeral. Lithos pays no heed to your musings, his eyes fixed on the thin thread in his hand as if he could peer through it to a long-gone figure. When I was little, Father used to call this sort of string game Cat's Cradle. Rock by kitty high on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall, and down will come the kitty, cradle and all. Okay. Cat's Cradle. Do you know what comes after in the tale? Yeah, I know. Cat's Cradle is nothing but a lie, veiling the harsh reality, a fanciful hope and illusion. It was the same when fathers put the rope on me. Project Cathilla isn't any different, and neither is humanity's hero. People pine for what's beyond their grasp in life, hoping to discover it in the afterlife or up in the heavens. That's why gods must exist, heroes must exist, and within the cat's cradle there must be a cat and a cradle. We crave a lie to cling to hope, but every lie will be exposed someday. Okay. The philosophy of the Ascendants has long veered from this narrative. Yeah, you're right. Mr. is now different from when he introduced me to this book. Many things have veered from their original ideal form. He keeps caressing the thin thread in his hand, almost as if he is fashioning a noose around his fingers. I am no different. Even if Lithos keeps spawning new copies to fulfill his mission, the me talking to you now will fade away eventually. What about you, Grey Raven Commandant? When you come face to face with everything, will you also fall from the treetops alongside the cat's cradle? Then Lithos abruptly halts all movement and glances toward the door. After a beat, he rises from the table, leaving behind his fork and a plate of fish. An unexpected guest has slipped in. I should go greet them. Go, get some rest for now. Cradle Parade. Cradle Slaughterhouse. Parade of Corpses. Oh. It's Lillian. Unexpected visitor. Lamia! From the silent wreckage emerges a visitor Lithos never expected. Oh, Lillian. Hello there. The long unconscious child rubs her messy forehead, striving to regain her clarity and return to her original form. My head, it's spinning. What exactly happened? Why is she here? Her foggy mind offers no answers yet. Right, it was because, I met Loki. She struggles to move her body, the terminal slipping from her arms and clattering to the ground amidst her stumbling. Retrieving the nearly lifeless device, Lamia steals a glance at the time. Have I been out for a week? Before she can check for a signal, the terminal sputters its final sparks and goes dead. Meanwhile, a series of slow footsteps draw near. Someone's coming. I have to hide. 0-point Raptor 2. It's Lamia hours. 12 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 7, 5. Wait, someone's here. Damn, is that a corrupted? No, he's controlled by the Ascendants. Investigate. No time. Ah, we did it. Somehow. Good old Lamia's disguise ability. I'll wait until he walks away. A while later. Alright, I should leave here quickly. They going to aggro? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, to attack them. Okay, I guess. Never mind. Ow. Alright, let's roll. More corrupted. And even more corrupted. Dokana. What you gonna do, gal? Dig.
の底ね。
Okay, next up. This way. No, looks weird. Is it some virtual projection in the game space? That guy again. Gotta get through fast. Okay, next scene. Hey, lost soul. Like a lost soul, Short Halt wanders alone in the pits of despair, awaiting his kind's arrival. And who might this Short Halt be? As Lamia deathly avoids Lithos, the lost soul trapped in the depths of the pit to begin their own battle to break free and flee. Attempt to wriggle free. Your limbs are trapped by the shackles, firmly anchored to the table and the floor, granting only limited movement to your upper body. Luckily, the shaky sensations suggest the handcuffs aren't securely fastened. If not for this weakened body, it is possible to break free through sheer strength alone. Time to find a tool. Extract the fork from your hand with your teeth. Biting down on one end of the fork and pulling hard, you feel a sharp pain shoot through the back of your hand. Wedge the fork into the gap between the handcuffs and the table. This should do it. Just as a glimmer of hope appears, the exhaustion hits like a ton of bricks, blurring your vision. Maybe Lithos was right about the fish. A quick bite might restore some stamina. Whew. Lean in again and press the fork handle down with your chin. The shackles remain immovable. Give it another shot. Awkwardly changing angles and gritting teeth, you press down again and finally feel the fork sink, only to see its handle bent into an arc. Shaking your head to clear your blurred vision, you realize sweat has begun to bead on your forehead. This isn't right. Ever since resolving to step onto the battlefield, you have never allowed your body to reach such a state of weakness. Knowing that there is no turning back and you have been harboring an unspoken lie, you must work harder than those with innate talent. If not for being in this predicament, all of this would have remained a secret. Shaking off these thoughts, you calm your chaotic breathing, adjust your posture and press down on the fragile fork once more. Mind the angle. The fork screeches, prying at the joint, bit by bit. Just a little more. Clang! The base of the fork suddenly breaks into two, and your cheek is cut by the broken edge due to inertia. Fortunately, the handcuffs loosen significantly. Struggle to break free. Vigorously shaking your wrist, you finally pulled out the handcuffs along with the nails on them. After moving to your newly freed hand to wipe the blood off your face, you shift your focus to the other hand. Pick up the broken fork. With one hand freed, the rest of the escape goes much smoother. Work on the shackles on the legs next. You bend down to inspect the shackles fixed to the floor and find them to be very sturdy, but locked with a simple lock, which could be picked with a simple tool. Looks like I'll have to use this fork again. Could Lithos have overlooked that this fork would help your escape? No, no way. What he said and how he said it all point to one thing. This is a game planned in cahoots with the defectors from Babylonia. The game didn't start now. It began the moment you boarded that doomed transport craft. First, focus on now. Forget about those things. The moment the shackles fall off due to the fork's tampering, the slow footsteps approach from the outside. Lithos? Quick, hide. Lithos steps into the room, spots the discarded shackles on the table, and isn't surprised in the slightest. Commandant. Hiding so quickly. Seems those with memories are more stable, immediately knowing what they should do. Those with memories. Twirling his long hair around his finger and wandering around the room, Lithos never opens a cabinet or searches under the table. Grey Raven Commandant. He whispers, softly edging closer to your hiding spot. Turns out that in the haste to hide, a drop of your blood inadvertently fell nearby. Oh crap. He stops his tracks. Well, he stops in his tracks besides that drop of blood. What should I do now? It's even more dangerous out there. You not noticed? Besides those children, Loki is there too. Running into her would be troublesome. But this is our last chance for Project Cthulhu. Mister won't allow us to fail. He mutters to himself, resting his hand against the wall. Cthulhu, Cthulhu. No, Mr. Monster, can you hear me? The wall behind you suddenly becomes scorching hot. I know it's hard, but please, you must help Cthulhu control her cradle. We must stop Loki from leaving that area at any cost. Oop, I did not mean to do that. He turns his head in the direction of your gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. Paper crane, let's go. After his footsteps fade away, silence reclaims the space as if the burning sensation behind just now was but a bluff to intimidate. Barely able to support your body, you creep through the narrow crevice, realizing then how drained and feeble your body is. The same feelings hit you after you sustained injuries in the battle at the Pulia Forest Park ruins, followed by a prolonged coma. Only Grey Raven were here. If they were here... Commandant, your wounds! Live? Reaching out toward her figure, you only grasp the afterglow of light. A hallucination. Your state of confusion grows, unsure if the anomaly lies within yourself or in this mysterious space. You shake your head again, clearing the chaos from your mind. Now's not the time for nostalgia and sorrow. They're still searching for me. I must hurry back. Can't let them worry for too long. While the Grey Raven Commandant hunts for an exit unarmed, a weathered soldier hurries past the grim alley in the amusement park. It is the third survivor to fall into the pit, Shorthalt of Scarab. How did Shorthalt come to this? He still remembers the day he left the Scud when the Scarab Commandant, Valeria, called him into the operations room for a confidential mission. Project Cthulhu? What's so important about a crazy project that was terminated long ago? That theory and experiment might have been unthinkable during the Golden Age, but it's different for Ascendants. Better creatures have provided new possibilities. Any news? Yeah, here's what we got from the Science Council and Purifying Force. Better creatures are sprouting new variations. Namely... Give me the gist, I can't handle lengthy reports. The brass wants us to scope out these spots for anyone the Purifying Force is after. She taps the terminal screen on the table with her fingertips. Why can't the Purifying Force handle it themselves? Those folks are all about secrecy, darting from one spot to the next. Ah, so they've got stealth scouts among them. Exactly, which is why this stays between us. We're hitting the road in 2 hours, splitting up and sharing any intel pronto. I've got a hunch someone's about to strike gold. Stay sharp, Shorthalt. Don't go poking your head out of a manhole only to stumble upon a bunch of Ascendants worshipping the Red Tide. Like that would ever happen to me. Shiva's gut feelings are always dead on. Just as she foresaw, that nondescript spot turned out to be one of Lithos' bases, where Shorthalt was caught in an ambush during his investigation. Barely dodging the trap, he was double-crossed by a defector pretending to help, sending him back into the abyss. To bait Valeria into rescue, the defector scattered his severed limbs into inconspicuous spots, while Lithos kept him captive. After waking from a long coma, he has spent ages rummaging through piles of rubble for spare parts and weapons, hunting for an escape route. In this twisted maze, he has wandered for endless days, losing track of time. Shorthalt briefly puts down his weapon, leans against the corner, and slips a liquor-filled peppermint candy from the bottom of his pocket into his mouth. Valeria had given it to him before they split up. She knows Shorthalt has a soft spot for these little treats, though she isn't one to dole them out herself. Mission's dicey, don't get stuck in a fight too long. If there's no progress in 3 days, come back and we'll brainstorm a fresh strategy. You're not brushing off Shiva's words, right? I won't return empty-handed. Fine, if you're missing in 3 days, I'll send Wanchi to investigate that video of you cuddling a medic bot. Sloshed. That was the parting shot from Commandant Valeria. Wonder if I can score a memory fragment wipe for a friend. Crunching on the sweet, Shorthalt gears up for a recon trip down south, only to catch hurried footsteps nearby. In a flash, he's face to face with a somewhat familiar human, trailed by a monstrous hetero creature. Get down. He pulls the already weary human into a tight hug, then lunges forward to jab the creature with his weapon. Red liquid splatters, and the monster drops. What a surprise, finding the Grey Raven Commandant here in this shithole. Shorthalt? Oh, you know me. I'm flattered. I heard from Bianca that you had passed away. Ha! Why are you here? It's a long story. He pulls out a candy from his pocket, contemplating eating it, then tossing it over. Take it, you'll need the energy. Thanks. Had I known there were survivors, I'd have brought more. He lets out a sigh as he briefly recounts what he went through. The smart purple ascendant didn't off me, just shot me up and dumped me in a heap of rubble. Madame Valeria didn't expect me to be alive, did she? What about you? Briefly recount what we went through. The transport craft to Babylonia had an accident. Seems like some folks are driven to desperate measures, willing to do anything. What do you mean? Those who escaped the purifying force. How long have you been stuck here? Hard to say. Time doesn't seem to exist in this place. I figure it's been over a month. Most of it spent knocked out cold. Any luck finding a way out in that time? Transport vehicles bring people in every now and then, but they're heavily guarded by ascendants and all sorts of hetero creatures, making them tough to approach. And lately those vehicles have vanished altogether. Is it always this chaotic here? Chaotic doesn't even begin to describe it. You see those illusion-like doors and floors too. Nod. F me. This place is like a maze, with doors floating all over, leading to who knows where. Some are labs, others are orphanages, and there are even underground waterways. I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. But since you can see them too, it means this place has some serious real-world simulation going on. Maybe it's tied to Lithos. Or maybe it's because I'm undergoing mindification. Yeah, Lithos has been popping up a lot lately. Every time I run into her, she pulls some slick move and vanishes. Him. Neither attacking nor letting me attack. And believe it or not, when I'm at my lowest, she shows up to lend a hand like I'm her pet or something. Can't trust a word that guy says. You'd be smart not to take his words at face value. She's all about deception and manipulation, so watch your back. Can't believe she fed you that line by grave and already rescuing your clone. Total hogwash. You've only been gone a few days and your clone couldn't have grown up that fast in full Graven, could it? Even if those researchers have ways to speed up a clone's growth, it couldn't be that rapid. True enough, you got a point. Since we seem to be in this together, I've got a favor to ask. Go ahead. Connect to my mind. I've been wandering around here for so long, my mind's been turning into mush. Sure thing. Right, junction, Kuro system. Connecting to Shorthalt. With the mind connection established, Shorthalt lets out a long sigh of relief. Ah, that's much better. Your mind beacon feels different from the Commandant Valeria's. Every time I connect with her, I feel this restlessness, like I want to pick a fight with someone. That's news to me. Your mind beacon has this calmness that's way beyond your years. We should take it slow and not rush into things, which suits me just fine. He chuckles heartedly, giving you a friendly pat on the back with his big hand. Easy there, easy. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realize you were hurt. Short halt regards you, who Commandant Valeria had described as someone noteworthy with the kind of look one gives to a patient. You're a lot different from what I imagined. I thought you'd be more of a tough-as-nails soldier type. But hey, when you're stuck in a place like this, you gotta face reality. For now, let's treat you like someone who's wounded. Take it easy, and don't push yourself too hard like you used to. Keep that in mind, okay? Got it, thanks. So, what's the plan now? Can you reach out to the outside world? My terminal got tossed ages ago, along with all that junk in the disposal channel, and turned into scrap metal. Yours probably met the same fate. I've got a tiny micro-terminal. Lee gave it to me for emergencies. It's in my jacket. Might still be there unnoticed. Even if there's no signal 5,000 meters under the sea, there might be some messages on the terminal that could come in handy. Essos was the one who shared the information, so it might not be accurate. Knew I was wondering why you were dressed so lightly. Turns out you got stripped down. Just lost the jacket. Alright, let's head back and find it. There might be some usable weapons in that pile of debris. Better than you going unarmed. Alright. Okay, 24-6. Missing mermaid. Lamia. On the Ascendant side, Lamia has also vanished, disguised as Lillian. How did things end up like this? Before this mess, Lamia was just settling into her new frame adjusted by Luna, happily carrying out her mission. Luna. The Ascension Network has changed by that tower's influence, not just binding me, but affecting every Ascendant connected to me. You being here, safe and sound, is because after Sis broke free, I used the powers I just acquired to temporarily halt the anomaly within all of you. I get it, Luna. What's our next move? This power won't last long, so we need to find a way to fully pass through refiltering. Refiltering? Is that what's messing up the Ascension Network? Yeah, it's evolving, and we need to keep up with it. Are other agents dealing with the same problem? Vonnegut is feeling the effects too, but he has his own ways to deal with it. Lamia, since I can't move freely, the task of investigation falls to you. Accept my power and the Ascension Network's blessing once more. I'll help upgrade your frame, like the mermaid in fairy tales, giving you legs to walk freely. Really? That's right, Lamia. Step forward and place your hand on the head armor that binds me. She steps forward eagerly, but suddenly stops. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just... Lamia, you've proven yourself. It's just, I've regained some memories and remembered the meaning of this mermaid tale. Luna falls silent for a moment. In that case, why not try to keep them all? Is that possible? Those who cannot control humanoid hybrid frames have a more stable mind than others. As long as you can control it freely, switching between forms won't be an issue. Really? Then, can I ask for one more thing? Lamia, once disheartened, now glimmers with anticipation. What is it? When I have legs, can I be a bit taller? Straying too far from your human form increases the risk of destabilizing your mind. Lamia swishes her tail against the floor behind her. How much taller are we talking about? 170 centimeters. Do not push it. It's like, I'm not letting you be taller than me. Good old Luna. Heights. Or vertically challenged is what it's called. Your new frame is ready. Oh, so beautiful, so cute. Like a reborn mermaid, Lamia eyes her legs in amazement, taking a few tentative steps around like a child. Thank you, Luna. I never thought I'd receive such a precious gift. Consider it an advance on your reward. But remember, this frame upgrade is like Cinderella's magic. It'll stop working as my power wanes. If I fully merge with the punishing virus and lose myself, you'll also lose your ascendant status. Not only will the frame fail, but you'll also become just another corrupted. You will not be able to kill and reshape yourself over and over like my sister, nor do you have a sister to share the ancestor network burden with. You can't find a solution and want to stay alive, it's best to seek refuge with another agent sooner rather than later. No, you're the one who saved me. I don't really click with the other agents. It's better I stick with you. Alright, since you've made up your mind, you're in charge of gathering intel. Okay. What about Roland? He has acquired a new weapon and already set off. Lamia's been wandering without much luck since then. What's Lithos up to, and what's that agent planning? Even posing as Lillian, acquaintance of Lithos, Lamia struggles to find clear info. When she reaches out to past partners for leads, they are either clueless, or are too busy with their own stuff having achieved their goals. The rest have gone quiet since Fort Winterfell. Recently, Lillian, out of contact for months, finally sent a message. Is this the spot? Yep, that's it. Lithos is cooking something up. They've been moving supplies and construct remains around at night. Lots of constructs and humans went down together, and none of them have returned. Alright, I'll go check it out. Be careful, their unguarded moves means they've likely got a defense plan in place. And, unless something unexpected goes down, this will probably be my last message to you. Are they watching Dark Ares too closely? No, being watched like this, I'm kind of relieved. I can't leave, which means they can't pile on more missions for me. I'm tired. I just want to stick around with Dark Ares. This isn't the first time you've said that. Yeah, I know. Lillian sighs through the line. I've always had this wish, but it never seems to come true. I've lost the right to dream of a peaceful life long ago. Ever since they took me away from the orphanage, it's been one nightmare after another. Following orders, hopping from one squad to another, then engineering accidents to silence those who knew too much or were in the way. So I guess she was more involved with Corona back in her younger days. Or sneaking into places as a kid to do someone in. It's been a real drain. Living under watchful eyes, guarded like I'm in a cage. It's strange, but I actually find some relief in it. Funny enough, and one least likely to suspect me around Dark Ares is Commander Simon. Did he not notice a thing? Not even when he got caught because of you. Yeah, the other two in the squad are more laid back, especially Palma. She doesn't even bother to maintain a friendly semblance. Since that whole mess, his relationship with no one has been a bit rocky. At least, that's how it seems to me. She closes her eyes, her face betraying a concern that seems out of place for her age. I'm fed up with all of this, and can't bear to betray anyone's trust again. So, do you hate Ascendants now? Have you given up on working with us? Why the sudden interest in that? I just thought of a few things. You seem different after being gone for a while. It's like that desire to live in the moments is gone. The desire to live in the moment? You know, I often feel like the you from the past was trapped in the present, burdened more by the role of a descendant than by experience gained from memories. Now you're starting to question the meaning and morality of these roles, aren't you? Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. What about you? How do you see me? Lamia struggles to find the right words, unable to come up with a fitting description. She met Lillian 6 years into her life as an Ascendant, amid the rubble of a battle-ravaged collapse. They helped each other escape the danger and began their simple exchanges. Lillian provides her with intelligence from Babylonia, and if needed, she sacrifices her own identity to help Lamia blend in. In return, Lamia assists when Lillian faces foes she can't handle alone. Just everyday tasks, so normal they hardly seem worth mentioning. It isn't her first time teaming up with someone outside the Ascendants. Most people treat Ascendants with caution, their every word laden with ulterior motives. But Lillian is different. Despite not knowing each other deeply, They are equals. Lillian has to rely on her seemingly youthful and gentle appearance, playing the role of an assassin while posing as a support-type construct. She cries out in anguish and reluctance as she commits vile acts, putting down the villains she despises amid mocking and jeering. No matter how many times she talks about shedding her dual identity, she always finds herself back in Lamia's company. Even if one day her squad uncovers her origins, the blood on her hands must remain a secret. For Lamia, there's a certain allure in adopting Lillian's ordinary identity. Unwatched, unthreatened, not treated as an outsider, she can temporarily set aside the complexities of ascendant missions and engage in simple conversations with others. Listening to their chatter about family, food, and leisure, griping about missions and teammates, helps while away the long nights. Of course, when reporting to Luna, she mostly claimed to be actively searching for individuals who could pass the filtering. But if she was really doing her part, Roland wouldn't be working so hard. Lamia. Before Lamia can respond, Lillian speaks up. Meeting you in that accident, maintaining this connection, has never been a burden for me. It's impossible for me to dislike you. But living in constant fear is truly torturous. However, they both know this won't be their final collaboration. After bidding farewell to Lillian, Lamia ventures alone into Lithos' bases, following the address from the intel. Initially, things go smoothly. She conceals her presence, shadowing defectors, transporting supplies, and infiltrating the prison in the base's depths. Though called a prison, the doors are mostly unlocked, resembling a peculiarly designed hotel where guests can come and go freely. Just as Lamia is about to uncover the mysteries of the space, Loki charges at her like a whirlwind, detecting her invisible presence. Eek! Exposed, Lamia becomes Loki's primary target. Despite Luna's enhancements to her frame, Lamia's instincts to flee kicks in. She tries to pass herself off as Lillian, familiar to Lithos, but Loki, unable to distinguish friend from foe, pursues with her eerie roars. Where's Voodoo? Why is it always Loki? Ugh. Having lurked around Lithos for days, Lamia quite understands Vonnegut's interns. Normally, another consciousness, Voodoo, would emerge to restrain Loki. But now, this rampaging woman seems to have lost all reason, charging wildly through corridors populated by humans and regular constructs. People in the cages quietly retreat and lock themselves in. Lamia realizes these cells are for self-protection. Now there's one way out to shun the prospects of a combat. She changes her appearance several times and flees through the winding corridors until finally shaking off Loki and hiding in a debris container with some space left. Can't let Loki break free again. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerges from a side door. Sorry. A woman unfamiliar to Lamia steps past Cinderella to face Loki's attack head-on. Intruders, die! Is Loki's frenzied state a side effect of the refiltering, or has she undergone some modifications by someone? Loki's mind seems even more chaotic than before. Kill them! Kill her! Researchers never anticipated that separating you would lead to this. She shows no fear, leaping through the air to hit the emergency control switch on the second level platform. Lamia feels chaotic currents surge around her as her mind, along with the debris inside the container, fades into darkness. Voodoo. Yes. One called Voodoo shows no mercy, using all her strength to knock her once inhabited body out of the air. There's no other way, bind her. We need to check on those in the cages. They're Lithos' guests. Harming them would anger him. The one-winged girl hurries toward the crowd. Would you let Loki go with me? I'm staying here, she might still. Sure. Voodoo answers tersely, hoisting that battered body onto her shoulder. After coexisting in the same body for so long, won't you try to retain her a bit longer? I don't know what to say to make her stay. That mind separation experiment, it changed both of you, didn't it? This is the last sight Lamia sees before losing consciousness. When she awakes, Lamia finds herself transported along with the containers to Lithos' largest secret base, trapped at the bottom of a dark sea like a fish in a pit. Long after, she recalls this moment, remembering what Cinderella looked right before her complete demise. Huh? Right now, though, she is completely unaware. Her as in Lamia, or her as in Cinderella? Now, Lamia finds herself navigating through the dimly lit alleys, looking for an exit. What is this place? How can she get out? Lamia ponders silently, her mind racing with questions. All she can glean from Cinderella's cryptic remarks is that this location has ties to Lithos. She recalls Lillian's words about her shared time with Lithos in neighboring orphanages. Play it safe, I'll stick with Lillian's appearance. Even if I run into someone, they shouldn't immediately see me as a threat, right? Lamia, concealed behind her disguise, heaves a deep sigh. Oh, alright, focus on finding a way out first. Lamia hours. Again. The sky is the sea? Okay, little finger. Had a little jingle too. Looks like an amusement park. Is there really nothing wrong here? Eek! That little thing is eating me tummies. Is it the defense system of this place? Seems like someone used to live around here. There we go. Nameless letter 3. I have nothing to put on paper, so I'll just write about my friend Jane. She worked as a maintenance technician for Central CPS. After persistence. Okay. Interesting. Controls. Oh, yeah, I could probably do that whenever. Well, I guess I have to swap whenever that happens. Okay. Handle. Something seems to be missing. Okay, check. Oh, okay. Here maybe? Dokana. I wish like they went back to like letting me actually have commands that I could do on my controller for this. There's a round groove on it. Oh. Into the water? Ah, yeah, looks like that's our target. Little horse floating on the red tide. Enter the water. Pick it up. Used here. return to shore. Investigate. Gradually, Jane's authority was undermined and they eventually changed access all over the card when she spoke to CPF. I was saying, leave it to us, Jane, or we are professionals. Just leave it, Jane. I suggest you leave this place, but she was on gonna get things wrong, which would make it harder for her to find another technician job. So it's better to stick with technique management. Moreover, that conservation area was her home. In an effort to gain acceptance from the team that treated her as an outsider, Jane discovered the leader coveted an antique painting from the Golden Age and that she could use it to her advantage. I'm still unsure how she managed to get her hands on that painting. Last time we met, she had lost 4 teeth. Yet she cheerfully told me that the painting had been given away. Boss was going to refuse, but eventually took it upon feeling her sincerity. I have never seen her after that, except to learn of her tragic fate. On the morning of the rebuilding of the conservation area was complete, she jumped from the roof. When I rushed there, her blood was already gone, covered by the red carpet where the host stood during the rebuilding celebration. Couldn't understand what exactly happened to her, as she couldn't understand why her friend was found dead 10 miles away. But now I get it. That's why I'm here. Where to next? Oh, guess we go back into the water real quick. Or what's over here? Into the water. Duck. And return to shore. Now this brings us back over to the frontier. What's this? Investigate. Sun gave me some paper to write down, things I want to remember, so I got my terminal diaries. December 7th, sunny. It's ridiculous. Today I got some of the factories kind of be calling the thing was a lie. How could it be? I don't believe violence from this dangerous without a backup plan, but they insist making it sound so real, and I got pissed and pulled out my gun to shoot him in the leg right there. Affecting just because of some inflammatory speech, risking their lives. What? Have they lost their mind? I asked boss about the recalling, so now I'm in Cathilla's cradle. It's ridiculous, right? Okay, you're on that there. Okay. Oh. Next up, I guess I gotta change the thing. Oh, over there. And over there. Into the water. Adjusting the thing is how we do the thing. I guess it's the same over there. So, turn left. Oh. Naruto. That's where we had to go. So first, let's go right. Right again. Whee. Investigate. Long-haired assistant gave us some paper to write things down. We wanted to remember because we might lose some memories after being reborn by mother. It was nice of him, but since I'm taking the submarine back tomorrow, there's nothing I really want to leave behind. I'll just write about what happened these days. For those to come, my friend already been birthed by the mother and became one of the sea fairies. He still remembers me and even all the details of our childhood, but well, I feel like he's changed. He used to be humble and timid, but now he's unbearably arrogant. Like someone who has adjusted a jackpot. I asked him what happened, and he said he now understands things he couldn't before and is no longer afraid of the unknown or his origin or his own powerlessness. And, just move things around a little bit. Isn't that just being arrogant? It annoyed me just looking at him, so I told the son I wanted to quit and go back. Didn't expect him to agree, but he did anyway. And even arranged a submarine for me. I thought a cult leader guy like him wouldn't let anyone leave easily, but he said it was unnecessary. I get him. It's not like the world will end without me. I don't have much else to share since I've slept on the way. Everything just doesn't feel real. Even if I tell the other people, they'll think I'm crazy, especially when I talk about Mother. I always dream of her during my sleep here. Feels like I can forget about all the bad things just by looking at her. I'll miss her. Oh, enemies. Oh, hello, finger. Special finger. This is half of an iron disc. The other half seems to be missing. Don't need to put it there. I wonder if this goes around this way. Anyway, let's go to the other side now. I wonder if I could put it in the middle. Possibly. Yes. And then the other half on the other side. Or not. The heck is that? Enter the water. Check. The little guy. Okay. Turn to shore. Okay, yeah, nothing up there really. Up we go. Hopscotch. What's the commands for this? Okay, LTRB, LB. LTRB, so... Nope. Punk. Whee. Hopscotch, hopscotch. Sometimes. And out we go. And turn this back over to the right. Classic. Okay, there we go. And onward. Place looks more and more like a virtual reality game hall. The lithos provide these things for people for entertainment. Boing boing. Oh, wait, that's a boba. That is indeed a boba. Okay. Next. 26.5. Stir of ingredients. The ingredients, originally scattered everywhere, are driven by their own intentions, converging at this very place. Lamia glances around, observing the red tide projections, murmuring like souls in the river Styx. People with a stable mind. They're scarce now, but most of them are already assigned. Upon their broken voices, Lamia, out of curiosity, moves closer, only to barely make out the words uttered. He and the agent behind him are clutching onto Fort Winter's data. If we don't find what he's searching for, we're toast. Listening to the ability of the mind is too risky. It could drive someone insane. Even the Science Council hasn't dared a major filtering for mind stability. And now they want us to conduct covert tests for mind stability. We don't have that capability. We can only target those with existing records, like Grey and Zucha. No chance. You can only copy the original mind. She's already a clone. Doing it again would wipe out her self-consciousness. Or are you suggesting taking her original self? Are you willing to risk that many lives? What about Liv? Didn't we say to make a copy of her mind when they made the Imperial frame? We were blocked. They said it violated regulations. Now her mind is damaged, so copying it wouldn't meet the standard. We'll consider it. There's no other option. That leaves Lee as the best option. But it's all talk. Anyone fitting the criteria is with their own squad. We can't make a move. What about the Grey Raven Commandant? No matter how powerful the command is still human. The Descendants have mentioned it several times. Think carefully. Once you do this, there's no turning back. Why are we cooperating with Lithos? To survive. Continuing these unauthorized tests will eventually expose us. So, no one? No one cares about him. His background's a mystery. Doesn't matter if he dies. It's one less problem for the higher-ups. He's a member of Reserve Elite Squad, but you talk about him like he's desperate, like us. He's undergone the mind stability tests and served as a guinea pig for the experiment's improvements. If this were anyone else, they'd be labeled as high risk. His cooperation shows he's been ignored and has no choice. He wasn't driven mad by the test. Can he really be used? It was done by the Sounds Council, so it's safer than ours. But if he could be used, why didn't Lithos keep him? When you clone a mind, the clone's memories are stamped right there at the moment of duplication. Lithos must have been tinkering with his memories, biding his time. You know, it's a real hassle, having to tweak them repeatedly, but... Ugh, such a pain. These red tide projections are a whole new breed. They are more fleshed out, even engaging in basic conversations. Is this the next step of their evolution, or did Lithos just stick his nose in this one aspect? Checking Fort Winter. Desperate people. Did these conversations take place before the appearance of that mysterious tower? Content seems similar to what Lillian had mentioned. How does it tie into the whole refiltering of the Ascension network? Lamia extends her hands, aiming to suss out more from the projections. A loud click comes from above. A massive cage descends from the sky, trapping her before she can escape. Ah! Is that Lithos? Has he found her? Hello, Lithos? Lamia timidly pleads, rattling the cage bars. Lithos, it's me, Lillian. I didn't mean to barge in. I just want out. She rambles on to thin air until she catches distant footsteps drawing near. Lillian, what brings you here? Was that racket you're doing? Lithos observes from a distance, icy demeanor intact. I had a mission that required getting close to your base, handed down by them, but I ran into Lucky, who looked not like usual self and knocked me out. I found myself when I came to my senses. I didn't mean to barge in. Can you help me out? Well, found myself here when I came to my senses. Sorry, I can't do that anymore. Looks like it's time to bid adieu, Lillian. Despite knowing you for ages, we've never really had a proper chat. Hey! You've successfully reunited again. Again? He eyes you next to Short Halt and inches closer. Lillian? What's the call, Grey Rune Commandant? He's there. Starting a brawl won't do us any favors. Precisely. If you don't want to find a red tide beneath you right now, stay still. This host gently taps Paper Crane, letting it coil around Short Halt. Why is the floor gone all red tide? It's not the floor, is that it's gone, red tide? It's the protective barrier keeping you safe from it that has vanished. So the red tide springs forth. Protective barrier? You mean this floor? More than that, I've spent ages aiding Cathilla in crafting her cradle. Had you woken up a bit earlier, I'd happily explain where each item comes from and how it's assembled, and what it's for. But now, Lithos hurries over, handing the vintage revolver to you. See what he's up to first. He clasps your hand as if to soothe, gently caressing the back of your hand without touching the wound. The smell of lilies mixed with a hint of blood wafts over you as Lithos draws closer. These wounds aren't going to heal right in this brutal setting. He speaks like he can't care less. But I can't just go easy on you because you're hurt. It's time for some payback. You. Don't fret, I'm not going to lay a finger on you. Never would. He steadies your hand, aiming the gun at Lillian stuck in that cage up ahead. A game must have some challenge for it to be fun. You know, too many companions just makes it boring, so take aim at the one who's least likely to help you break free. Hold up. Why has it gotta be like this? Wondering why she's here, huh? Because she's a defector. We go way back, childhood buddies, back when Lillian lived over at the orphanage nearby. No, it's just I got caught up in all of this. Then, did you finish the job I gave you? What? I'm sorry, I've been under surveillance and couldn't slip away. You see, she's just a defector, liability to your cause. She won't be of any help in your getaway. Amidst the clash between Lithos and Lillian, Short Halt discreetly works his longsword into the joints of Paper Crane, struggling to break free from its grip. Catching your eye, he shakes his head, silently signaling he needs more time. Like that. Come on, pull the trigger. Once she's out of the way, the gun's yours to keep. You'll need a weapon, won't you? You got it all wrong, Lithos. One standing in the way of escape now isn't Lillian. It's me. Don't move. You, being hailed as a hero by everyone, ought to value your own life more. You said you didn't want me to die, so you're willing to risk yourself as a wager. So my words actually resonated with you. He watches as your finger hovers over the trigger, a smirk tugging at his lips as he relaxes his grip on your wrists. Grab Lithos and fire at him. The close quarters hold makes escape seem impossible, but his naturally nimble and slender body still manages to evade your fatal shots. Bullets whiz toward Lithos in quick succession as he nurses the wound on his arm and swiftly retreats. Countless punishing virus particles coalesce into sharp needles, tearing through your sleeve and grazing the skin underneath in a fleeting warning. Just as he focuses all his attention on you, a solid kick from behind hits Lithos. Paper Crane. Short Halt leaves his longsword embedded in the joint of Paper Crane. It won't hold it much longer. You know what to do. Heyo, Caesar. How you doing? With mere seconds to spare, you seize upon Short Halt's diversion to make a dash toward the cage, ensnaring Lillian. Stay back, Lillian. Ah, got it. You aim at the lock of the cage, firing off the last 2 bullets. Kick open the iron door. Paper Crane, stop Lillian. Enough already. A fine lady should know where to draw the line. Short Halt's hefty sword once more collides with the metallic grin of Paper Crane, both sides stumbling back from the impact. Let's make a break for it. There's an exit over here. Got it. The 3 of you waste no time lingering for battle, darting through the door that mysterious appeared at top speed. And the game is on. After traversing the tunnel behind the door, taking a steep descent and navigating through 3 areas, you squeeze into a narrow passageway. Keep moving. Don't stop for the rubble. I'll lead the way. But I just came from there. Sorry, we need a scavenger for supplies. After numerous grueling skirmishes, the three of you finally slip into a corridor strewn with debris and discarded items. I'm completely spent. You three are utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. I thought the fight would be easier with 2 more people on the team. Commandant without bullets is one thing, but humans injured. Why can't you handle a fight? But the human's injured. Why can't you handle a fight? I'm just not cut out for combat. I'm a support type construct. Due to the significant difference in physique between Lillian and Lamia, Lamia taking on her appearance can only manage basic movements, unable to match Lillian's agility. After triple checking your surroundings for safety, the group finally relaxes and brings up temporarily shelved issues. Lillian? Eek! Eek? Well, I just got startled, you know, since I was just being chased a moment ago. How exactly did you collaborate with this on? No, I'm innocent. Tell me the truth. Well, that is... It's all Kurono's fault. They used Dark Ares as a threat, kidnapped Simon, and even wanted to kill him, demanding that I lure out Nurent for a mind replica. Wait, Simon too? But I didn't agree to their demand. Continue. And I thought I'd sneak in to rescue Simon, Commandant Simon, but I accidentally fell into their trap. Acting alone under these circumstances isn't rational. Why not seek help from the Purifying Force? They threatened me, and I do know Lithos. I was afraid it would come out. But I've chosen a different path from him. It's just because of our past that you can still find me. In tears, Lamia drew from her memories of Lillian's words, with half of her emotion stemming from genuine fear, and the other half from acting. I love her. Lamia. These years I've been trying to escape this relationship, but it's always been used against me as blackmail. I never intended to hard Commandant Simon, not even a bit. And that's why I find those who wouldn't draw the line so annoying. Verify how Lithos identifies with Shorthalt. Hearing your words, Shorthalt ponders with a complex expression for a moment. Well, I thought that was how Lithos preferred to be identified, given the way he presents himself, though he only dresses as a woman in memory of someone dear. Even if he's an enemy, that's not where our conflict lies. It's not because he's a man that he's locked us up here. But why did he ask you to draw out Noan from Dark Ares? I heard it's to gather sufficiently stable minds, which must be related to his plan. Indeed, he mentioned this to me as well. Repeat Lithos' words for everyone. Project Cthulhu. This antique from the Golden Age is actually related to his pipe dream. Project Cthulhu? You don't know? I've only heard a little about it from others. The project began with the digitization of minds at a time when people were obsessed with uploading mind data, with technology advancing rapidly in this area. Scientists weren't content with a digital world of nothingness. They wanted to provide a vessel for the mind data, achieving immortality for both body and mind. I know. This was a prototype of the current mind and construct tech. Correct. Project Cthulhu predates construct tech, originating from mind digitization technology. Back then, construct tech was still in its infancy, and most subjects placed in frames struggled to maintain stable consciousness, resulting in gruesome outcomes. A small group of scientists involved in the mind digitalization experiments branched out to embark on new explorations. Can a person turned into mind data ever revert to a flesh and blood human? Can mind data technology overcome fatal injuries and incurable diseases? Or can it grant humans immortality through rebirth? That's the goal of Project Cthulhu, where scientists hope to resurrect the dead in a mother's womb through cloning and mind backups. In the end, it remained a theoretically feasible but practically impossible fairy tale, until now. If it involves descendants, if it's about combining the mind data with hetero creatures, we've already seen many cases that nearly succeeded. The disaster-bringing twins, the hetero-humanoid Chico, hetero-sapiens, hosts, and the red tide projections bearing the dead's memories. And these ascendants. Shorthalt slams the wall in anger, startling Lillian into a shiver. So, this just wants all those stable minds to reshape those poor souls into monsters, like the twins through Cthulhu, huh? The arrival of that thing could trigger severe disasters. We can't afford to lose the hope that the tower has finally brought us. Is Lithos' plan really just that? Creating beings like the twins be enough to pass through the Ascension Network's filtering? You three sit in a dimly lit room exchanging silent glances. What should we do now? We must stop Lithos at all costs. I think maybe we should try to escape first. You've seen the condition of this place. To escape, we must first stop Lithos. Exactly. Although Lithos himself isn't much of a fighter, this is his turf, and everything here serves him. Doesn't that make him even harder to beat? We're all injured. Don't worry, there are three of us. With a well-planned strategy and coordination, we can win. You sure about that, homie? You sure about that? Gojo said that, too. I don't know about this one. But this battle will be tough. We'll pay a heavy price, and we won't be able to handle more fights after. There's only one chance. Fail, and we die. Other thing, this house is also a beneficiary of mind duplication. It's very likely that there are mind backups here. Right, almost forgot about that. That complicates things. We only have one shot, but he can respond. Need to destroy Lithos' mind backups first. Then we can kill Lithos for good. But where exactly are Lithos' mind backups? You three fall into silence once again. I'm remembering something. Shorthalt extends his hand, outlining a rough map on the floor. There are some mechanisms hidden in the plaza with the carousel. I've seen Lithos sneak in there. Sneak in? Yes, he was constantly on alert while entering. I think it's worth investigating. That place is very important, at least to him. Have you been inside? Yes, I saw many red tide projections and buildings there. It's hard to tell if they're real or not. It was like a corridor crafted from memories. As soon as I got in there, my mind deviated. My head throbbed with pain and hallucinations appeared. And indeed seems to be Lithos' most heavily defended spot. Let's investigate there, now that we've established a mind connection. Okay, but there's another problem. The layout here is too complex. Every door leads to the unknown, like a virtual reality gaming center. If we're going, we must be prepared to get lost. Make sure to pack enough supplies. It'll take us at least 20 hours to find that place. Understood. Lillian, you should also establish a mind connection with me. There's no need. I'm not quite comfortable with it. Lamir cheats in fear, worried out once in. I guess the person in front of will detect her real identity. Not quite comfortable. Yeah, I'm just not used to connecting with an unfamiliar commandant. If I really can't hold on, I'll call out for help. Let's not do this for now. Alright, be sure to let me know if you can't hold on. Okay. Alright, have we rested enough? Let's start looking for stuff. You'll need weapons and your injuries. Need wound gel. It'd be good to search for serums and food as well. And my jacket. What's in my pocket? Your jacket? Yeah, my jacket may have a terminal D left in it. Is there any way to identify it? It has the gray of an album. Even the jacket of the commandant of an elite squad is customized and has a team emblem on it. Alright, let's get to work. Okay. Next scene. If together. Mostly, she's just grateful to get to blend in, to hide behind her false identity, even for just a little longer, before her lies are uncovered. But hold on for a minute, I am hungry, so I'm going to grab something to snack on. I'll be right back. I got myself some chips. So give me a moment to nibble on them. Maybe I'll watch some YouTube videos. Well, I don't want to get copyright from anyone, so maybe I'd rather not. Especially since I'm nowhere near a top streamer that could just get lucky to get a pass on getting copyright struck by those streamers and stuff. In the moment, since I don't want to give you this food ASMR, I will be muting my mic while I quickly nibble on these chips. Okay. Apologies about that short break. When hunger calls, those have to respond. I've got a little bit of eating here to do though, with some cookies. Which this, you won't have that much food in ASMR from, so you don't need to worry about that. So just bear with me a moment longer as I eat 3 cookies, and then we'll get back to the scheme of things. Excuse me. Cookie number 2. Okay, pretty good for that one. And now, cookie number 3. Now I'll leave the rest for later. Hopefully that should last me for a while. But since it's all basically carbs I had, both the chips and the cookies, I'm not too sure how long that will actually last. Carbs do go by very quickly. Excuse me. Also quite a bit of sugar as well. Anyways, if together we shall devour the gods. Ah, good old Smeldon ring. Anyways. On April 15th, the Grey Raven Commandant has been missing for a full 15 days, and the entire squad has calmly been in berserk state for 15 days. This elite squad has endured hardships unimaginable to ordinary people, and has steeled themselves for the painful farewells that death may bring. But there is always a consensus in their hearts that if that day must come, it should be on the battlefield or by the aging commandant's bedside. They believe that death is simply a spectator to their shared endeavor for a common purpose until the end of life. They hope to be there in the last moment with their commandant, witnessing the departure of a brilliant soul, even amidst unbearable pain. On top of this, they long for a proper farewell ceremony for their revered commandant. It just shouldn't have happened on that day in that way. A part of their heart was swept away by fate just after a simple goodbye, plunging into the red tide corrupted river, into the whirlpool of malice and greed. Our mission must come to an end today. The Strikehawk captain stands in a corner of the ruins, sending data from his terminal to Lucia. Next, we must head near the Antarctic to investigate the abnormal gathering of the punishing virus. An abnormal gathering, I see. That's no urgent mission. It's just someone trying to waste time and get us out of the way. There's no evidence of that yet. But they have enough motive. Kampu clenches his fist tightly, smashing it against the walls of the ruins beside him. Don't tell me you can't even figure out how that person went missing. Of course I can tell it, but we can't defy orders right now. We give those people more leverage over us, it will only restrict our freedom to act even more. Are you telling me to... Camus? Shut up! Let's trust in Grey Raven. They're surely more anxious than we are. The 3 documents I sent to your terminals are the locations we've investigated over these 7 days in cooperation with the Purifying Force. The first document was collected by Wanshi at the temporary base of the defectors in City 75. Even after Agent Luna left her underground base, the defectors still lingered nearby. Their main goal was to test the stability of the mind, but due to the lack of safety, many suffered irreversible damage during these tests. The second document was recovered from downstream of the contaminated river. Camus found records of Lithos and the defectors among the wreckage using the Purifying Force's equipment. This record confirms his speculation. Ascendants were indeed waiting by the river on the night of the April 1st. Accompanied by an old man. Bianca is currently searching for information on this old man, but he has no distinguishing features and isn't registered, making him hard to locate. We have someone familiar with very useful information, like the Forsaken or Known. Chrome falls silent for a moment. I've been to the Forsaken and got no reliable intelligence. From their attitude, they didn't seem inclined to help. Additionally, another individual appeared at that location 6 hours after the Ascendant left. It was Known. What? After receiving this information, I want to confirm his whereabouts. He was in the clean zone with members of Dark Ares that night, corroborated by his squad. To avoid alerting our quarry, I haven't informed anyone about this except for Bianca. I understand. Let's leave it at that for now. The third document pertains to Scarlet's revelation. Conway and I, following the leads provided by Grace, visited Copperfield Aquarium. There's still an annex there that hasn't collapsed. An annex? You know, the aquarium has 6 floors in total. The top 3 are above water and the bottom 3 were added later by the Ascendants. Even Grace hasn't been down there. She's only heard rumors about that area. Does that mean the attack by the Hero creatures and the collapse of the Copperfield Aquarium might have also been to conceal the lower 3 floors? That's a possibility. We found some traces of Project Cathilla and Host research there. It used to be an Ascendant research facility, but now it's deserted. I surmise that most of Vonnegut's subordinates are skilled in scientific research. They were involved in Project Winter and turned to the Hero creature research after Red Tide appeared. Her findings are similar to yours. Unexplained disappearances, unauthorized experiments on the stability of the mind. Every time we get close to a clue, the strings get snipped. The staff involved with that transport craft all met with unnatural deaths. Seems someone's been driven into a corner. Also, keep an eye out for any tales. The Ascendants are likely plotting something bigger, and it definitely involves an exceptionally stable mind. If casting a wide net doesn't find the target, they'll strike at the obvious candidates. Or candidates. That concludes the mission handover report with Strikehawk. After that, Chrome does not use his usual phrase of "I'll leave the rest to you" during this mission handover. He looks at the three members of Grey Raven on the screen, gently lifting his left hand to his right chest, as if to sketch out the other half of the Grey Raven's insignia wing. Strikehawk is still with Grey Raven. Don't lose hope. Thank you. The call ends and silence returns. If they're looking for someone with a stable mind, why not come for us? Either it's because they're unsure if they can succeed, or it's because even we don't qualify. At least this means the commandant didn't die in that river. We'll continue the mission. Liv, double check with Simon. I too would like to believe that person won't defect. Sometimes people just don't have a choice. Understood. We'll also keep an extra eye on Noan. Alright, our next target is in the ruins of the streets behind Fort Winter, where someone spotted Lithos. Let's move out. Lucia flicks the vital fluid of the defector off her blade, gripping the handle tightly. I will never give up. I will never accept such an ending. Found it. After 3 hours of searching, you three finally find supplies amongst the wreckage, as well as a jacket bearing the insignia of the Grey Raven insignia. I'll lift this pile. You quickly pull out the jacket. Okay. With one breath, the jacket is pulled from under the mountains of debris, and Shortheart lets go of the heavy pile that is pressing it down, scattering it in the hallway. Ugh, I'm dead tired. That's the downside of undergoing modifications at an older age. You haven't rested for a long time either. Then let me take a break. He slumps to the ground. Lillian, you said you're a support-type construct and we found medical supplies. You can do surgeries and such, right? Go help the commandant. Well, I specialize in construct maintenance, so I can only help with basic bandaging. Shortheart sighs, deciding not to push further. Alright, it's all yours. She nods timidly, holding the medical supplies and kneeling at the furthest distance that she can manage, as if her entire being refuses to touch you. Aww. So cute. You don't want to touch me? No, I just don't really trust my own medical skills. She moves a little bit closer, reluctantly. What are your injuries? On my hands, my back, and probably on my shoulders too. And let me take a look, okay? Unbutton your shirt and point at the wounds. What exactly did Lithos do to you? Look at all those festering wounds on your back. Are you corrupted with the punishing virus? Perhaps. The air goes quiet, leaving only the faint noises of Lillian tending your wounds with gentle care. Her touch is so gentle, like a novice. Skilled medics are confident in their touch and wouldn't be this cautious. Even someone as gentle as Liv wouldn't hesitate when touching wounds. Okay, Lillian. Feeling your questioning gaze again, her movements become even lighter. She's not used to interacting with strangers. Lamia knows exactly where this skepticism is coming from. If she were using voice input for text on a terminal now, ellipses would appear twice as much as normal, but she can't control her emotions. Since joining these two, she has been caught between a rock and a hard place, Mythos on one side and humans on the other, all while wearing a form vastly different from her own. One wrong step and Lamia can be exposed in this isolated place with no escape, doomed to a tragic end, joining the harmonious family of wreckage. How can she not be terrified and cautious? Might as well do what a descendant should do here, take advantage of the situation when the two aren't looking and quietly strike. Then she remembers how the human before her, covered in wounds, rescued her from the cage. Even if she were not feeling grateful, who is to say there will not be another cage in the future? Try to find the terminal in your jacket while you're at it. I'm searching now. Shortheart sighs wearily, sits up and starts fiddling with the already damaged terminal in his hands. What are you doing? Just found a few other people's terminals. I'm thinking of dismantling them to reassemble one. I don't expect it to connect to the outside, but it should work in this area. In case we get separated, we can still contact each other through the terminals. Any information can be communicated promptly. Indeed, thanks for your work. Short Halt manages a bitter smile as he works on repairing the broken terminals. Valeria always said you were a lucky bastard. Lucky bastard? Yeah, you found the perfect team members right after graduating and survived countless dangers. If you're not lucky, who is? Just don't say it was me who told you. But then how many of us standing today aren't lucky bastards? He caresses his name tag. They say you graduated as a chief. You must have had a good time in school, huh? It wasn't smooth sailing, and there's no need to be honest here, or... Yeah, there's no need to go on here. Oh, so you're familiar with situations like this as well? I'm finished with the bandaging. Check your wounds. Just basic treatment, it'll have to do for now. Only live we're here. Man, you got wounded this badly again. Though you'd hate to see Liv's distressed face, you know no ailments would stand in your way if she were here. Not the time to be thinking about stuff like this. I need to help erase the burden for others. Wiggle your fingers one by one. Your body is still weak from the intense pain, and you can tell that the medicine is still in effect. Marrow deep exhaustion overtakes your consciousness. Your strength seems to seep away and your vision gradually darkens. You fight to grasp at every fleeting glimmer of light in the all-encompassing darkness in an attempt to return to your usual state. Now, I can't continue with this negative line of thinking. This isn't what I should be thinking about right now. By the way, did you find your terminal? Yeah, found it just now. Pass me the knife. Short Halt tosses the pocket knife over. You cut open the hem of the jacket and find the micro-terminal lying quietly inside. Not fully intact, but still somewhat operational. Activate the terminal. The screen is pretty much shattered, so you have to fumble around, relying on your memory to find the switch to the operating system. After a lengthy wait, the terminal finally emits a faint notification sound. Verifying identity. Voice recognition in progress. Approved. Welcome back. You have 27 offline messages. Would you like to play them? Yes. Lucia's figure appears on the shattered screen. Next is Lee. And then comes Liv. As the messages continue to play, the silhouettes and voices of your companions gradually blur and distort due to the data corruption. The Strikehawk members are all reporting their search routes, hoping to receive feedback and clues in return. Cerberus has already investigated several bases, with Vera even joined the Purifying Force's interrogations. Aside from the absent Doc Ares, most of the squads you're familiar with have sent in intel, inquiries, or at least words of encouragement. The final message is from Vanessa. Her voice and form barely comes through due all the glitching. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ears as if in resignation, leaves the terminal on the desk before sitting down in a corner of the room, shrouded in shadows. Gazing out the window, she brings up past memories, tone as wistful as the drizzling rain, then begins to hum an old tune. Interesting choice. Maybe like when you eventually fall on. And cut. The message is cut off here. No matter how you try, the terminal gives no response. The school anthem of FOS, huh? He chuckles as if mocking himself and passes the makeshift terminal he just assembled over to you. The one you have is broken. Take this. It should work within 100 meters. At least we'll be able to contact each other. Thanks. I was trapped in the ruins with Valeria once. She sang the song in front of the campfire as well. Nimble fingers tuning the terminal, Shorthalt begins to speak of his past memories. She said that the song was a source of encouragement and comfort for many. Though we may be stranded, the courage our memories gives us will keep us going to the moment we're reunited with everyone. Can we still be reunited with everyone if they're all dead? She whispers to herself, hugging her knees. You still got us. What? There's no changing the past, but you have us right now. Lillian simply finds this statement bitterly ironic. I have you guys right now. Do I really? She can't even say with confidence that she still has Luna. Let alone Roland and Alpha, who cares about Luna only. Not to mention these people who don't even know her true identity. The Ascendants around Luna each harbor their own goals and worries. They're all seeking their own redemption, unable to peek into the past and thoughts of one another. She once thought that this was the norm, but after regaining her memories and her true self, she realized that the boundless darkness she was used to was in fact an anomaly. As Lillian has stated, she was no longer just an ascendant trapped in a cave. She now sees where her own wounds lie. Her mind is constantly spinning, and the world outside the cave has her feeling completely lost. Do I really? What did you mean by that, huh? What else do you think our friend here was doing? Using up all those bullets just to save you from that cage. You may have lost someone important in the past. I wouldn't know, but either way, we mortals must live in the present. You can't turn back time. None of us can save you if you keep fading into the background and refuse to engage. You'll end up drowning in your own memories. You have trouble getting along with Simon and Dark Aries. I'll speak for him for you later. No, that's not the problem. Lamia can't help but feeling the urge to ask you in front of her some questions. Well, some other questions. For example, what she should do in order to not have to worry about being tossed away once she's no longer useful. How she, as an Ascendant, can get others to accept her for her other parts besides her Ascendant identity. And how to get an answer that's not just try harder to increase your value. But she can't bring herself to ask those questions. Instead, she resorts to an seemingly irrelevant one. earlier. Why did you save me? Even if you really did something wrong, you didn't deserve to be killed by a Ascendant just like that. My priority is to get out of here, not to settle who's the one at fault. Most importantly, you said you refused to work with him. I didn't think that was a lie. That statement was indeed not a lie, no matter from Lillian's perspective or Lamia's. Are you sure you really don't mind? I actually... If you really care that much about what happened in the past, I'll be explaining it all to everyone once we're out of here. Also tell them about how you helped us when we were stuck here. It would hopefully lead to a favorable outcome. So, you're not going to arrest me now? Yeah, let's focus on getting out of here together first. Lillian nods, feeling a complex mix of emotions washing over her. Mostly, she's just grateful to get to blend in, to hide behind her false identity even for just a little longer before her lies are uncovered. Damn, bring in the waterworks, Kuro! God, I love Lamia. Parade of Despair. After a grueling 6 hours of non-stop battles, the trio finally reaches the entrance to the passage Shorthalt spoke of. Counting the time spent backtracking through debris for supplies, it's been over 10 hours since he awoke. If everything here is under Lithos' control, how long will it be till his final shot finds you? Something feels off. What's wrong? Things are going too smoothly. Is this really a base of Lithos? I mean, might not even, but she's become more proactive compared to in the beginning. He probably doesn't even care. I've been in the area for almost a month and it's always been like this. Maybe you're special to him? He clearly wants to kill me, but he hasn't caught up with us yet, nor sent any corrupted to stop us. Besides, the terrain is really complex here, but we managed to find our destination without much problem. That's true. I thought we would have at least spent one whole day searching for the right path. Yet we're here already. It's like someone's been guiding us. Just the three of us here. Huh, who knows? There can very well be someone else in a place like this. For example, a Lithos clone, or Ghostavist, or one of those big guys up there. He points upward at the swimming whales that clearly don't belong in the sky. There's nothing normal about this place or that Ascendant. Who in their right mind would decorate their lair with flying whales, right? Perhaps it's a physical manifestation of someone's imagination. The amusement park and these whales are like a fantasy right from the mind of a child trapped at the bottom of the deep sea. She lifts her head and gazes up at the whales swimming in the sky. Can Ascendant really do something like this? Ascendants skilled in disrupting others' mind induce hallucinations using vanishing virus. Hallucinations are usually connected to the memories of the corrupt person and the Ascendant themselves. Sometimes they also use certain special methods. For example, in hospitals and laboratories, there are existing corrupted with similar capabilities. They'd use those methods to set up a fixed illusion, and all nearby contracts would be dragged into that illusion after being corrupted. Designing a massive illusion and then putting it into the mind of a corrupted requires a lot of effort, though. It's usually much easier to use one's own daydreams as a template. It's just that the scope of this place seems to be beyond what can be achieved by corruption alone. It's more like the building itself is a corrupted. You know a lot about Ascendants. I don't know, I simply heard about it, that's all. It could also be an illusion created by a large number of virtual reality equipment and corrupted. I'm more inclined to believe this explanation. Even during the Golden Age, many themed resorts would use virtual reality equipment as decor. So, if this really is all a projection, it sure feels real. It's like I'm going insane. Plus, this place is ridiculously vast. Probably bigger than even an aircraft carrier. Could that purple-haired midget really have done all this alone? Maybe there are other Ascendants involved. One of Luna's buddies. Huh? No, according to the intel, these two agents are barely connected. I think it's highly unlikely. But Lithos is not the only one working under Vonnegut. Cthulhu might be here as well. Makes sense. Let's keep going. We can start by investigating that door. Huh? What door? Is there something wrong with your eyes? What? Upon closer inspection, you realize that you mistook the side of a fence for a door. You're right. He approaches with concern and grasps your arm with his rough palm. You try your best to hide your fear and disbelief from his scrutinizing gaze. Your eyes are bloodshot. How long has it been since you last rested? Only just woken up not long ago. This doesn't make sense. Puzzled, he cradles your face in his hands, yet his soft touch immediately sends a sharp pain shooting through your left cheek. The skin he just touched has split open. Blood streams down from the wound and drips onto your chest. Short halt lets go right away, staring at his hands in disbelief. You touch your cheek wound tentatively, and a whole piece of skin peels off, landing in your palm. Yeah. Your corruption must be quite severe. The serum shot you got won't last long. But it doesn't add up. The severity of the corruption would due to the high punishing concentration here. Lillian and I should feel it too. But see, as high as the concentration may be, it shouldn't be causing this much damage so soon. Maybe it's a drug. No, there are too many who need to be looked after. Telling them what we do, slow down the whole team. I'm fine, let's focus on the investigation for now. Proper treatment only comes after we get out. She extends her hand, but hesitates and looks down. What's wrong? Nothing. Forget it. Let's split up and investigate, then. The Thirst has been through 3 doors in this square, so let's each take one. That should save us some time. Okay, I'll take the door on the far left. Actually, let me take the left one. Previously timid Lillian suddenly blocks the door. I don't really mind, but why? Of course Lamia can't reveal. She claimed because she sensed the path behind it that's filled with red tide. Neither constructs nor humans can normally enter such a path. This makes it an excellent spot for the Thirst to hide his secrets. I guess I just have this feeling in my gut, like the door might lead to somewhere only someone my size can squeeze through or something. Alright, you go left then. For some reason, this seemingly illogical statement immediately convinces Shortheart. We gotta trust our gut sometimes. After all, it's not like the two of us are especially partial toward the left door. Alright then. I'll take the middle. Commander, you go right. That door doesn't seem very secure, so it's probably less guarded inside. It'll be a better choice for you since you're injured. He points to the door on the far right, making sure that you won't mistake something else for a door once more. In that case, Wait, I think someone's coming. What? So you had a scouting device on you all along? We'll talk about this later. Hurry and hide! The trio crouch behind the carousel. Soon you hear combat noises not far away. Finding this kind of place, could there be other survivors? Hard to tell. Let's wait and see. Moment after the battle noises cease, a light footsteps can be sound from behind the door on the right. Who could it be? Pick up from behind the wooden horse toward the cage door. Cleaning complete. No anomalies found. A monster you've never seen before is uttering human language in an elegant voice, struggling with syllables as it goes. Okay, is this a sea fairy? Darn it. These hetero creatures are becoming increasingly similar to humans. Ethos still refuses to let us kill Loki. Says Loki is protecting. Haha, he just cannot let her go, even though he knows that it does more harm than good. Not worthy to be mother's child. Finished. 4 hours later, you continue cleaning. Understood. No. Before you can make a sound, the girl next to you gestures desperately as if taking every ounce of her self-restraint to refrain from reaching out and covering her mouth. No, don't try to get his attention. That's not the real Noan, just a copy created by Kurono. His memories have probably been tampered with as well. He definitely won't remember you. What? A copy made by Kurono? How did you know? Realizing that she has revealed something she shouldn't have, the girl quickly retreats into the shadows. I'm not blaming you, I just want an explanation, that's all. You said they used Simon as a hostage to threaten you to lure out Nolan. Yet now you're telling us that Corona has copied his mind. I'm not sure either. I hasn't quite grasped the distinction between Chrono, Project Winter members, and defectors yet. All she can do is vaguely relay what she's heard from Lillian. It's just what I heard. They told me that those people wanted to trade with Lithos, but were afraid he'd betray them, and simply disappear after getting what he wanted. That was why they had to hand Lithos a clone instead of the real thing. After all, only the original person themselves can be cloned. When exactly did this happen? No one is in Babylonia most of the time. The only opportunity someone could have copied his mind would be during an examination. Could there be members of the Purifying Force lurking within the Silence Council? No, that can't be right. I think Simon once mentioned that after the Red Tide influx, Dark Ares was taken away for questioning. Could have it happened then? Vesalius. He's gone. Let's stop worrying for now. We can investigate when we get back. Our top priority now is to find where Lithos stores the mines. Only by killing him can we escape. The terminals you're holding work? Yeah. Let's contact each other every half an hour and report our progress and any difficulties we come across. Alright. If we don't hear from one of us after half an hour, the rest of us will head in their direction to find them. Got it. Be especially careful, Commandant. Your wounds haven't healed yet, so please, be extra cautious. If you get seriously hurt here, we can't carry you out and transform you into a construct right away. You won't survive. Understood. Caught in the pit of despair, the 4.5 people finally meet here. With different feelings in their hearts, they embark on a solitary journey, following their own track. Eek! Red tide projection? Not bad signal, Lillian's voice.
ワクサなの。
I don't know.
銃弾に撃たれた後も。
Observe. What about this one?
こいつ一体何度ここで死んだんだろう。転んだり吊るされたり。
Okay. This next one.
この傷跡、折り鶴の仕業かな。あれは本当に処刑椅子なんだ。
And the last one.
全身の関節がねじ曲げられている。でも思ったより案外平気なのかな。やだ、待って、見つかっちゃった。
And knock.
赤潮の影から出てこないでよ。まるでワクサ本人が蘇ったみたい。私の目の前から消えろ。静かにしろ。泡のよ沈め、海の底に。
We.
もう勘弁してよ。
Poor Lamia.
幻。ワクサの趣味。
何度死んだっていいんだ。だから僕に任す。僕こそが最高の素材なのだから。
More enemies.
何それ。その上こんなものに殺されるっていうのは。
And what do we got over here?
影がだいぶはっきりとしてきた。まるで落差の記憶みたい。
Oh,
落差たちは
Wakusa.
こんな形で記憶を共有しているの。
パパ、ごめんなさい。パパ、お願い。僕を愛して。パパ、ごめんなさい。パパ、お願い。僕を愛して。パパ、その名前を呼ばないで。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。パパ、ごめんなさい。
Papa, don't call that name.
痛い。
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
痛いよ。
Oh, interesting. And,
何があったの？本音がどういうとこ？
scared her silly.
あなたは彼の代理人じゃないの？ねえ、言って。私の目の前から。ねえ。泡のように消えろ。邪魔者め。出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め。海の底に。
Is that it? Seems like it. See, and I mean, I don't pictures. Plant. Got bored. Long-timed rose. The rose, withered by the brew of sin born out of love, now only leaves a young seedling behind. Growing in the soil of hatred, it patiently waits until the day it can seek revenge on everyone involved in Project Winter. Second check-in. Looks like everyone's safe. Any new findings? All I found were research materials on the mine, and I can't understand half of it, but picked them up anyway. Can bring them to the Science Council once we escape. In those reports, I spotted the names of Kugara Corono, Cinderelic, Loki, Voodoo, and Githilla. So Kugara Corono was also involved in Project Githilla. I'm not at all surprised about that. What exactly is Githilla? The beast that birthed the twins. You know, the things that's like a giant heart. That's Githilla's incomplete form. In plain terms, it's a womb, just on legs. Huh? Here, it's all in the files. They also mentioned Loki and Voodoo. We have very little information on her anyway, so this is quite a useful find. Short Hearts waves the newfound documents in front of the screen. Let me see. Loki, 465, 45, 12. The subject found in the basement after Project landed. She had been in prison for years due to aggressiveness and consciousness damage. In the concealed basement, she was left behind when all related personnel were cleared out. When they found Loki, she was ramming the cell door non-stop. Her head was severely wounded and it was too late to do anything about it. All I could do was preserve her mind with Mister's help. Loki, again. Loki's mind data was also damaged when her head was injured. Forcibly implanting it into a body would only create a completely insane being. But I don't want to give up on her. Her state of consciousness is quite similar to Cathilla's. I hope to find a way to stabilize her condition. This will save not only Loki, but also Cathilla. Loki, again. If one's consciousness is not strong enough to keep their body stable, then it's better to grant that body another consciousness instead. Mr. asked me to obtain consciousness fusion technology from the humans and use it on her. The person who received the opportunity was someone from the Athalak Commercial Alliance, said to be an abandoned, illegitimate child of Ashlar's. She had no name, nor Oh, so that's where voodoo comes in. So she's apparently an illegitimate child of Ashlar. Interesting. There were any emotions I could sense. In order to survive, she had turned into a mere obedient object with no mind of her own. Voodoo 001. Her experiment was a success. She became Loki's new vessel and hosted all of her uncontrollable emotions. This method can definitely be used to awaken Cathilla, for her consciousness also suffers from similar flaws. Looks all we need to do is wait for the gospel to arrive, and Cinderella's wish to be fulfilled. Mister praised me for this. If only these studies could be of more use to him. Looks like some records up by Lithos. After all, this place is an old haunt of his. Naturally, everything up by must belong to him. Right, by the way, I also saw a name in some of the files that caught my attention. Who's? Kilgore Trout. He was famous back in the Golden Age. Psychiatrist, a psychologist, author, and murderer. Have you heard of this name before? No? Who's that? Don't know him. He was practically a celebrity. It's not that abnormal to not know much about the Golden Age, but why do you know so much about it? I was a police officer before becoming a contract. I've worked on both Project Cathilla and the case of Kilgore Trout. Shorthalt's expression dims. Project Cathilla was especially memorable. It was truly tragic. That accident. Accident? How was that what they call it outside? Wasn't it an accident? Of course not. Also, the purpose of the project might not be as far-fetched as publicly claimed. According to our informants, the purpose of the project might be to create war weapons and divide the world government once more. So the purpose was war, as is the case for everything when it comes to science exploration. Indeed, it's nothing new. Emberian the ARU was a victim of a similar situation as well. We were so close to catching them in the act, but the day before our operation, their incinerator exploded, setting the whole research building ablaze. That's why they call it an accident. Yeah. Something must have gone wrong in the last experiment, causing all the subjects to go mad. In turn, they beheaded the researchers and stuffed their heads into their own stomach. Shorthalt speaks with a scowl. By the time the fire was extinguished, the area around the incinerator was littered with executed subjects, all of them burned beyond recognition. The rest, they were headless scientists with swollen bellies. Eek! Some speculate that this incident might be connected to Professor Kilgore Trout in some way. Even if he was already dead by then, it could have been a copycat of his who was involved. There wasn't much we could do about it, as we didn't have any concrete evidence. But now to see his name again in such a place. Why do they think that this professor had something to do with Project Cathilla? Because, well, see, the goal of Project Cathilla was to have the dead be born again in the wombs of the subjects. The way those scientists died, with their heads stuffed inside into their stomachs, it was like the killer's way of declaring, if you people want to rebirth this much, then do it yourselves. A similar phrase appeared in Kilgore Trout's final autobiography. I still don't see the connection. It's a bit complicated to explain. Let's talk about it later. Okay, you found anything, Lillian? I saw a lot of Lithos' remnants, some mechanical parts of his frame, limbs, torso, and there was a red tide projection too. Perhaps he's died way more times than can be counted on two hands. Red tide projection keeps showing how he looked just before his death. Can an descendant inherit memories through the red tide and the remains of their own physical form? It's indeed possible. Some descendants can even load and read the memories of the corrupted. Besides, the red tide stores a lot of information, which is why the red tide projections can appear. However, the memories stored this way are mostly fragmented. Red tide projections here are more intact than those outside, though. Perhaps those did something to make it this way. Also, the red tide projections shown later are very calm, as if he had died by suicide. Suicide? Why would he resort to that? A large number of stable mines are urgently needed for Project Cathilla. Being an ascendant, Lithos is the perfect material. But Lithos is no victim. Would he really be willing to sacrifice himself? Too early to draw conclusions right now. How are things on your end? There are only a few rooms along this path. They all resemble orphanage bedrooms. Orphanages have also become hotbeds of illegal activity. The higher-ups, in order to keep the birth rate from getting too low, lighten the punishment for child abandonment crimes after setting up a bunch of new policies. And they also invested in the construction of multiple orphanages. The initial intentions might have been good, but the execution left much to be desired. You know about this, right, Lillian? Just now, Lithos said he and you both came from the same orphanage. Yeah. She clutches the hem of her shirt nervously and recounts what Lillian had told her. There are indeed some orphanages that treat the children as goods and sell them to various buyers. I was part of an early construct research program. The other children all died in the experiments. Lithos and I were the only ones to survive. What exactly is the connection between these clues? Any other discoveries? Group photo and some toys. Rubik's cubes, building blocks, origami. Did they used to belong to Lithos' friends? No idea. And the items I found were some hair accessories of Lithos. Hair accessories? Yeah, like that wooden flower on his head. The last room was filled with many such items. There are also wood slices, likely for crafting, along with carving knives and shavings. Looks like this is where he makes hair accessories for himself. This guy is an enigma indeed. I heard that the hair accessories belongs to someone else. Oh? Seems like he's wearing it on his head in memory of someone. Oh. Shorthalt stretches out the syllable as if in understanding, though he's still quite confused. Let's continue the investigation. We haven't found where Lithos stored his mine backups yet. Alright then, see you in half an hour. The two hurriedly end the call, and all is quiet once again. What kind of feelings did that ascendant harbor when he sat alone in a room filled with the belongings of his friends, working on these hair accessories? Pick up an accessory and examine it. No matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary wood ornament. There's nothing special about it. Could he really have made so many of the same item just to celebrate someone's memory? Memory, huh? The thought strikes you all of a sudden, effectively clearing the fog in your thoughts. I think I've seen this hair accessory before. The exact date is no longer possible to recall. It must have been before Lucia started using Plume. On Dominic Memorial Square, you saw a little girl whose face was full of sorrow. She was standing there alone, yet the patrolling drones and the seemingly inadvertent glances from passers-by all hinted at her conspicuousness. After confirming the identities of those passers-bys, you decided to speak to her. Hello. I am the Grey Raven Commandant, Kane. What's your name? My name is Rosa. She answered, voice timid, shivering uncontrollably, eyes darting around, trying to meet the piercing gazes directed at her from behind. Rosa, that's a beautiful name. Sure exactly what was going on between the parties present, so you resorted to unrelated small talk as a buffer. Yeah, Mommy said she loved the story of the Little Prince. She told me that I was the only rose on the planet to her and Daddy. Your parents must really love you. Yeah, but they've already passed away. Hug. She sobbed quietly, speaking in a barely audible voice. Was it you who sent me the message? Message? No, I'm just... Rosa, what are you doing here? Oh, it's, Vanessa's mom. I'm Petra. I'm so sorry, I... Stand protectively before Rosa. May I ask who you are? The woman in front of you scrutinized you with a stern gaze. You must be Vanessa's classmate, the chief from the FOS. Good day. I was indeed a classmate of hers. I'm Vanessa's mother. So she mentioned me to you before? No, I saw your graduation photo posted on FOS's public subscription account. That's all. Are you Rosa's current guardian? No. Despite her heavy sorrow, the little girl spoke firmly, clutching the hem of her shirt tight. But Mommy did tell me that when she was a little girl, Aunt Petra's grandfather took good care of her. Alright, let's get out of here, Rosa. What are you standing around here for? No. Rosa refused to come out from behind you, still sounding rather timid. Now they're gone, I'm afraid I can't let her go with you. No matter what, my connection with this child runs deeper than yours. Impatience laced the lady's tone. Her mother was taken in by my grandfather during the Great Evacuation. He believed she must have been a distant relative who got separated from her parents. Though there was no evidence pointing that way, and the timing of the separation didn't match, he still brought the girl named Rose home. He had her take our family name and renamed her Anne. I would never harm young Rosa here. In fact, if you weren't the chief, I'd find your interest in her rather suspicious. Stop standing around here, Rosa. It's for your own good. Sorry. I'm waiting for someone. Someone told me they knew how my parents died as heroes. They told me to come here wearing my mother's hair accessory and said I'd be able to find our names here. Died as heroes. Anne and Rosa died. Well, Anne and Rand died in a household appliance accident right on your birthday, right in front of you, no less. Have you forgotten? The names carved on Dominic Memorial Square are all of the heroes who perished on the battlefield. No way you'd be able to find our names here. Who would deliberately fool a naive child by sending such a message? She raised her voice, gripping Rosa's shoulders tightly, as if in warning. Following her words, Rosa's tears began pouring down her face like blood from a wound, yet she seemed to have lost even the strength to sob out loud. I'll take her home. Can you trust me with this? Fine. Petra, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, just adjusted that reminded you of Vanessa, turned around to leave. We still have a place to go back to. Yes, my godfather's place. Your godfather? Rosa lifted her hand, pointing toward the direction of the Science Council. After inquiring with Asimov, he learned that Rosa was the orphan of his friends and seniors at Fork. Asimov, still young at the time, had reluctantly agreed to become Rosa's godfather under their insistent convincing. Even back when they were alive, Anne and Rand often worked outside of Babylonia. Rosa grew up lonely with the domestic robots at home as her only company. Under their guidance, she picked up a lot of concepts quite advanced for her age. She was a true prodigy, possessing an astonishing amount of talent beneath her youthful exterior. Despite her age, she became a capable assistant of Asimov's. Asimov declined to answer any further questions. Yeah, messed up memory, because that image of Rosa is not actually Rosa. It's someone else. The Rosarino has pigtails and stuff, and is very cute and adorable. Long after that, Lucia mentioned the dossier she saw and the intelligence she had gathered. She spoke about the Ascendants connected to revenge, about Project Winter, and about Anne and Rand, the Science Council members who died because of it. Why did Asimov look so sorrowful when those two were mentioned? Why would they, members of the Science Council, not work in a safe location such as Babylonia? Or was there perhaps no longer any need to hide the true allegiance of the deceased? Encrypted dossiers don't lie. They present a reality utterly contradictory to what you thought was truth. Died due to Project Winter. You now have a vague answer to the question he refused to answer that day. Waking up from your reverie, you look down at the plain hair accessory once again. You didn't notice the hair accessory back then, but now it seems that there might be a connection between Rosa and Lithos. How about that? Think this over later. Tossing the hair accessory aside, you turn and set off toward another unexplored area. It's fine with Lithos stores his memories to defeat him once and for all. Can't keep everyone waiting for too long. As the human silhouette disappears at the end of the corner, the discarded hair accessory rolls off the table and begins to spin along the floor. Wherever it touches, red tide seeps out from underneath the walls. The remaining red tide projections, as if phantoms in a haunted painting, keep repeating words from their owner's memories. Useless, no matter what I do, mister, they left too soon. Even if one day I manage to create a vessel for the deceased's consciousness, they'll have no consciousness left for me. I can't save them. I once naively believed Rose might still be alive, but that was just wishful thinking on my part. Mister, I want to go help them. I know you don't like that project, but I believe it can help more people. You've said that your current goal is to still help us survive the disaster brought by the punishing virus. One can't fight against disaster without a good amount of strength, so I'd like to share some strength with humanity. I don't want to see more people forced to face the same pain I did. If you're worried that they will control me, that they'll abuse my powers and expose our secrets, please implant a seed in my body that can kill me at any moment. It's alright, you saved my life, so of course you can use and kill me at will. The accessory hits the corner of the wall and stops rolling. The red tide projection it stirred up also disappears into the cracks of the floor. Like its ill-fated owner, all that remains of it are blood-red flowers blooming in the corner. Okay. Next. Cut right on. Lamia hours. Once the call is cut off, Lamia temporarily reverts to her original appearance. She stares down at her legs, indistinguishable from a human's lost in thought. The orphanage. Back in Atlantis, she had wished countless times to leave the place sooner and see what the real world was like. But what happens after that? Wanna bet on your luck? Wanna bet that you'd be sent to a legal orphanage instead of getting dragged into some inhumane experiments? No child who falls into that kind of hell will answer it easy. Premature death might actually be a mercy. Those unfortunate enough to survive spend decades trying to escape the trauma. Personally, I think compared to those people, the sentence aren't so bad. With a bitter smile, she handed over her identity to Lamia. Lamia wanders absent-mindedly along the corridor, preoccupied by past memories. Gabriel's disappearance didn't faze her. Roland and Alpha were constantly busy doing what they could for Luna. She had grown accustomed to that too. Even a certain human who used to contact her often said his wish had been fulfilled, and there was no need for them to remain in regular contact. And even Lillian found a better, more reliable place to be. And that was how those who had formed fragile bonds with her in the past all left in the end, one after another. Lamia sighs and squats down in the corner. She's not utterly clueless regarding where to investigate. She'd rather just avoid it if possible. For she has detected a large concentration of red tide under the ground at the end of the corridor, alongside a punishing header hive with an extremely high concentration. How will she clear the red tide, expose the target, and then lure those two unsuspecting individuals over here? This is exhausting. If it weren't for how dire this situation is, she'd have snuck off to an unnoticed corner and spent her time gazing at the sky or the sea, indulging in trivial thoughts for at least a blissful moment. Can't rest now. Must come up with something quickly. Though she is determined, her body refuses to cooperate. Lamia sighs again, looking down at the basic terminal they gave Lillian and the mermaid's hand holding it. There are many dangers here, just like the Graven Commandant said. Cooperation is essential to defeating Lithos and possibly escaping. Lamia was included as part of the team under Lillian's identity, but all that was just a lie after all. How much longer can she keep this lie going? Once exposed, she'll be attacked from all sides. She's no stranger to this feeling of belonging nowhere. like the mermaid princess in The Daughter of the Sea, who gave up her fishtail in order to walk among humans. The palace, no matter how magnificent, was never meant for her. Mermaid princess? That sounds a bit too lavish a title for her. Lamia feels way more like a lone monkey, undercover in a crowd of humans. With this thought, she finds it even harder to continue her investigation. Might as well pretend to have lost the terminal, she tells herself. That way she can rest here for a while longer, accompanied by her melancholic thoughts and mental exhaustion. As long as no one finds out she isn't slacking off and all investigations are smoothly carried on. As long as no one sees. A faint breeze drifts through the silent corridor. Can there be wind in this kind of place? She stares toward the direction the wind is coming from, and at the end of the corridor, a nightmarish figure appears. Mitsketa, found you. It's Loki. Ugh, some perception with this place. Even the resonance constructed by Lithos is disrupted. Oh, no voicing. Okay. Okay. Bro is cheating. Nice and straightforward. A storm impending. Soon we will encounter an even greater crisis. Only through soldiers' sacrifice can the knights protect the princess and make their safe escape. The illusion collapses and the surrounding scenery reverts to its original state. I did it! Lamia stares down at her hands in disbelief. This is the first time she's defeated a transcendent all by herself, and it's Loki no less, who's an adept attacker. But the joy is short-lived, for her defeated opponent soon shakily rises from the floor. And the scream. As if spurred on by her own cries of agony, Loki expands her battered wings, struggling to ascend into the air in the narrow tunnel. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. No one can ever hurt me again. You were the one who attacked me first. Loki can't hear Lamia's protests amid the chaos. Driven by rage and despair, she charges at Lamia with all her might. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Is she hoping to escape from this cramped cage? Or has she grown tired of this body she's imprisoned in? A crazed goose's actions seem to be dictated by her overflowing pain. Even though she clearly sees Lamia dodge, she still chooses to charge in the same direction nevertheless. The force ramming tears apart her already shattered frame completely. The caged goose, finally having nothing left to give, sinks into her mother's embrace along with the crumbling floor. What is that? foamy red tide splatters everywhere, revealing her face as serene as a statue. In her embrace, Loki's cries gradually weaken, her unquenchable fury dissolving under this bizarre giant tree like a pill in water. The woman, whose form has completely merged with the giant trees, tenderly embraces the dying figure in her final moments. Lamia remains frozen in place for a full minute before mustering the courage to cautiously approach the strange tree. Its roots are submerged in red tide. Lamia can keenly sense that the red tide beneath the ground she saw before had in fact originated from these very roots. They're buried underground in the room. The red tide flows through them as if they were blood vessels. Looking up, she sees objects resembling blood bags hanging from the treetop, also absorbing the red tide transported over by the roots. She can even see some wriggling creatures inside them. They're just like the artificial wombs I've read about in the materials. Guess that's Lamia's dialogue, but could it be that those weird hetero creatures were born from here? She steps into the red tide, hoping to pluck a bag for closer observation, but a strange twitching from underneath her feet nearly drags her under the ground. Eek! She shoots up in horror and flees the area, narrowly escaping being entangled in the roots. Lamia senses buried secrets below and realizes the need for a deeper investigation into the red tide disturbance. However, the sticky feeling clinging to her legs makes her utterly unwilling to approach the spots again. She looks around, hoping to find something else she can investigate. Soon she notices that the walls are covered in honeycomb-shaped metal shelves, resembling cremation furnaces. She smashes open the sealed shelf door and pulls out a huge jar from inside. It contains a soaked body, facial features completely indistinguishable. All the limbs have been removed and the frame so small. Is this lithos? Lamia taps the jar curiously, wondering if it can be destroyed just like that. But right at that moment, the red tide beneath the tree begins to pulsate strangely again. She knows she can't just keep dragging it out. Lamia sheathes her weapon and reverts to Lillian's form. She pulls out Lillian's makeshift terminal, ready to call for Lillian's reinforcements. Ugh. Perhaps the impact from the previous battle was too great, or the quality of the makeshift terminal was poor to begin with. No matter how Lamia fiddles with it, she gets no response. Is it broken? As if to add insult to injury, the strange surge of echoes overtakes her senses once more. Stay calm, there's nothing to be afraid of. She tiptoes closer to the giant tree adorned with the embryos, peering into the red tide underneath the woman. Are those eggs? As if drawn by an irresistible force, Lamia reaches out her trembling hands and lifts out from the blood-red abyss an egg that's pulsating like a heart. In that instant, countless vivid illusions flood her vision. It's over, Grave-Raven Commandment. What are these? Memories, or a vision of the future? Did I kill that human? His head throbs in pain, consciousness nearly torn into pieces by the maelstrom of information. This is mine, and I'm not giving it to anyone. Every sensation in her hands, it's like holding a baby. She's losing control over her body, her consciousness flowing out of her skull like water. Rest in peace, join Cathilla in your eternal grave at the bottom of the sea. Now that I have the key, I won't have to worry about anything anymore. No, this isn't right. The mermaid has turned into a marionette who surrendered everything to the monstrosity in her hands. This is the punishment you deserve, Ascendant. The youth's empty eyes are filled with murderous intent. You should already know that even if you obtain the key, you still won't be able to reach the tower's summit. Yet, you still... The final gunshot brings inevitable death. She is dragged into the boundless darkness by the ice-cold waves, only to open her eyes again under the ghastly fluorescent lights of a medical room. Is that Mother? The woman's body is covered by green surgical drapes, her exposed wounds haunting ghastly. Director, this is Olivia's child. It's a girl. No, this isn't the time to look at me. There's another person over there. Please, save her. Please, save her. Yet memories are incapable of giving a response. Mother. She steps behind the curtain and extends her hand towards the lifeless body. Oh, Cinderella. I've finally returned to your side. Please take me back. Let me return to your body. Don't leave me. Please, love me. Please, love me. If you could give birth to me once again this time, I will surely do better. Her pleas stir the emotion of the being closely entwined with her, creating a sense of sorrow and yearning that binds the two even tighter together. Cinderella? Interesting. That's right! Just one more step forward. Closer. Closer. Just one more step forward, and she'll be able to touch the mother she never met and become one with her. Hey. A pair of hands grip her tightly from behind. Ah. She awakens from the illusion and finds herself back in the cold, silent reality. Due to the shock, the egg in her hands has fallen back into the pool of red tide. What were those visions just now? Lamia has no idea, but she has an inexplicable feeling that it's exactly what Luna is searching for. Are you insane? Jumping into the red tide with your arms around a hetero creature? I'm so sorry. She backs away hastily, almost tripping over a jaw that was pulled out. Sorry, I got carried away. I shouldn't have used the harsh tone. Half an hour has passed and no word from you, so we came looking for you, only to find you here, zoning out with a hetero creature in your embrace. Commandant was practically scared stiff. I was attacked. Loki was here. Loki? Are you okay? Did she hurt you? Huh? In fact, it's the first time anyone's apologized to Lamia after scolding her. Also the first time someone has ever asked her if she was hurt. Usually when she reported that she had just been attacked by an enemy, Luna and Roland would simply ask if she won the battle. As for Alpha, she would barely react. I'm fine. She crashed to the floor while driving at me, and I fell down here with her. She was already wounded then, and ended up being consumed entirely by that red tide over there after the fall. I wanted to check if she was truly gone, and I began hallucinating immediately when I took a few steps in that direction. You were very close to the red tide. The fact that you didn't turn into a corrupted is already a miracle in itself. Yeah, luckily you guys arrived so soon. I think I was only stuck in there for a few seconds. You should establish a mind connection with me, it'd be too dangerous otherwise. No, there's no need. Sensing the doubtful look from the human beside her, Lillian quickly lowers her head. How did you two get here so quickly? Encountered some bizarre little creatures on the way. Oh yeah, those ones right there. He points at the phantoms resembling sea creatures floating lightly in the air near the entrance. When you mentioned that someone could be guiding us along, I thought of them immediately. I was also guided by them. These little creatures usually tend to lead the way. I have no idea. It's not like the others needed guidance before, so they wouldn't have been able to get out no matter what anyway. I'd love to catch one for research, but they always moved out of the way as soon as I reached out. They even led me straight to our enemies. I thought they were Lithos' guards or something. Oh, they moved out of the way. Huh? Did they do the same for you? You raise your hand, and those jellyfish-like phantoms come swarming over, circling you gently before tenderly touching the wounds on your hand. Wait, don't move. She tiptoes over, but as she's about to pounce upon one, they immediately vanish without a trace. Aww. Let's not worry about those harmless things for now. They seem to like the command and only. It'd be pointless to capture them. Look at this. These ascendants sure are getting more twisted by the minute. What's this anyways? From a safe distance, he fires a few shots at the woman who's become one with a giant tree. The holes created by shots only remain for a moment before automatically healing up. Shorthalt fires a few more shots only to receive the same result. Just like what happened with the twins before, heals way too fast. Could this be the Cthulhu that Lithos mentioned? Most likely. Can't just leave this thing be. With the situation outside, we absolutely won't be able to withstand a second disaster brought by the twins. I agree. You still have those EM pulse bombs on you. Of course, those are the most precious treasures I've got during my month of wandering here. I've blown up this place countless of times in my dreams. But we still haven't found Lithos' mine backups. Should be on those honeycomb cabinets around here. Hearing her words, you and Shorthalt immediately gathered around the cabinets. This construct's nothing but a torso left. This should be it. Nothing but a torso, huh? He pauses for a moment and suddenly barks out a dry laugh. What? Nothing, just suddenly remembered that was how I looked too when I first woke up. Huh? It's fine, I already reassembled myself. Let's continue dealing with the following issues. I owe you a thank you too, by the way. Not only did we find the main target, but we also discovered Cthulhu. This is a huge win for us. You really helped a lot. Really? Of course. Lamia was hit with a brief moment of joy, just like back when she was given a coffee cup toy back in the day. Aww. Oh, my heart. Now that we've found the target, let's get started. First, we dig out the stuff in the cabinets. Those little ones have limited power. Shorthalt pries open several cabinets in a row to check their contents while the two behind them stand waiting. Are you guys just standing there and reminiscing over your glory days or something? Come and lend a hand. What? I wasn't. Lamia, who had just begun to relax due to the praise she just received and the fact that she hasn't been busted yet, tenses up once more. Sorry, I'm coming. You've already helped a lot on the way here. You aren't fully recovered yet, so take it easy. Lillian, come help. I feel like a bodyguard and nanny at the same time. It was just like this when I was back in Scarab, and things haven't changed one bit. Lillian approaches timidly amid Shorthalt's complaint. I heard that in thriller movies, the most reliable character is always the one who's gonna die first. Huh, you're cursing me now. No. She expects Shorthalt to laugh it off, yet he simply pauses working and heaves a long sigh. Who knows, that might be exactly what happens. For some reason I've been feeling a strange sense of deja vu during this journey with you two. It's as if this isn't the first time I've done these same things. Lissos did mention reuniting again. Forget it, I just find the past eerily familiar, that's all. Everything feels alien again now that we've reached this point. He subconsciously touches the pocket holding his candles, now entirely empty. I remember I gave you a whole rack. There were 100 candies in there, but I only recall eating 2 and giving you 1. It's like there's a piece of my memory that's missing. I also don't understand why Lithos left me alive. He could have easily killed me here. After thinking about it, I decided that there's only one possibility. I can still come in useful as part of his plan. Useful, huh? We come this far. Things have gone far beyond Lithos' expectations. What happens next is anyone's guess. If I can't make it back, bring a message to Valeria for me. Tell her to delete all my embarrassing videos. Nope, actually just say hello to her and Wanshi for me. I've had enough of you and your stupid faces. Don't rush to join me anytime soon. Yeah, that sounds about right. Tell them that. Okay, we're all going to make it back safe and sound. And I'd love to go back with you if I can, of course. It's just that, you see, don't you think this kind of situation often appears in movies? Soon we will counter an even greater crisis. Only through a soldier's sacrifice can the knight protect the princess and make their safe escape. People cheer for the victory, and the sacrifice ends up merely celebrated for a short while, or completely forgotten. Unless we have an insane scriptwriter here, it's the most likely outcome. What happens then if the scriptwriter is indeed insane? In that case, everyone besides the real villain meets a grisly end, or ends up living a life worse than death. But who's the real villain here? Lamia wonders, though she can't voice her question. Compared to such an unexpected outcome, I'd much rather that the plot follows the usual cliches. At least you guys get to live. Short halt. What? Given my corruption levels and my wounds, I'll probably be the first to fall. Isn't this the time to say don't give up, Hope? There's always a way. Can't believe that you, the great hero and walking beacon of humanity, are saying such a thing. I'm human too. I also get to feel sorrow. Huh, true. This situation is completely different from what we've been through in the past. No allies, no way out, our bodies slowly decaying. Even the hero can feel lost if suddenly blinded. As confused as I may be, I'll fight till the very end. He bursts into laughter, almost reaching out. To slap your shoulder, but catches himself just in time. Okay, I'll also fight next to you till the very end. Watching the two encourage each other, Lillian takes a reluctant step back. Lillian? Huh. But I'm in no position to say this as an injured one. In such a perilous situation, the only way we can escape is by sticking together. Don't be afraid to rely on all others. We're also relying on you. If anything happens, make sure to establish a mind connection with me. Lamia would have been super touched and grateful if the human hadn't addressed her as Lillian in the beginning. Yeah, I understand. Even if we weren't here, the world outside is filled with the corrupted and horror creatures. Sure is rare for someone as introverted as you to survive this long without seeking help or offering your own. I remember Dark Ares is done recuperating and will be proceeding to the cleaning zone for missions. Simon told me back then that everyone was getting along much better than when the squad was first reformed. Now, this is a topic Lamia knows nothing about. Lillian rarely shares any stories about Dark Ares and certainly doesn't seem close to anyone, but judging from her attitude toward the team, this is likely the truth. Unable to find an explanation, she remains silent, helping Shorthalt smash the cabinets. Under the eerie gaze of the giant tree, the three spend half an hour there. Though, I wanted to say 3 anyways because that rhymed with tree. The three spend half an hour there, just smashing the cabinets. After pulling out all the jars, they finally notice the bodies in the jars in the back. Some of them are significantly larger than previous ones, resembling an adult's torso more than anything. Why do these torsos vary in size? Probably vessels for different body types. Let me see. The jars holding the large torsos all have an N at the beginning of their serial numbers. There are only a few of them in total, and they all boast more recent sealing dates. Might be replicas of someone's mind. Let's not worry about the specifics. Right now, we only have one task: to destroy these things. These mind replicas, that bizarre tree, and the woman inside, all of them must be destroyed. As he speaks, he smashes the final cabinet open and freezes in place. Short halt. Following his gaze toward the last cabinet, you see a construct lying in a jar. This overall outline resembling... Is this you? Expletive, that's not ass or shit or whatever. I should have expected Lithos to do this to me. Short halt. Which one of you is the real one? You? Or the one in the jar? Shit! How would I know? Damn Ascendants! Could we rescue you from the jar first? Rescue? Looks down at his own self living in the jar, and then 2 people standing near him. One a wounded human, the other a petite girl with dodgy eyes. This isn't a summoned ally from one of those video games. Its creator must have protected it with layers of encryption. We won't be able to unlock that. And if we can't awaken this thing, it'll just end up an extra burden for us all. They might figure something out if we take it back to Babylonia, but... He clenches his fist in rage. What good does having another me do anyway? Who can guarantee that the other me will walk the same path I do? Even if I get lucky and now have another me to share the workload with, I'll have to share everything I like with him too. It's alright if it's just resources. But Valeria. What about Valeria? The seasoned soldier, who's been calm and reliable all this while, kicks a jaw once and punches it as well, before he begins pacing around it anxiously. The self-inflicted struggle lasts a full minute before he recovers his cheerful tone and stops pacing. Alright, let's blow it up alongside everything else. But the hell with those philosophical questions. Who cares if it's a real me or not? I'm the one out of the two who's conscious now. The one who can make decisions. What does that tell you? It tells me that I'm the real one at this current moment and nothing else matters. Let's go ahead and do it. The bombs I've been saving up for so long are finally going to come in handy. Short Halt drops his backpack on the ground. Yeah, let's get to work. All that aside, can we really kill her this way? This place is filled with swarms of red tide, and her creatures can regenerate easily if there's red tide in the vicinity. She glances sideways at the giant tree. The woman inside the tree twists and turns slowly, as if trying to break free. Isn't destroying Lithos' mind replicas enough? Escaping as soon as we can is what matters the most now. Escape? Escape where? Once this thing gets out, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. He's right. Now that we've discovered Cathilla, we can't let her leave. There's no turning back now. We can't just think of ourselves. We must stop the disaster from happening here and now. Okay. Start assembling, quickly. Yeah. Though uneasy, she reluctantly compromises. Okay. Next. Unleash the torrents. Next scene. About an hour and a half later. Everything is in place. The trio retreat to the safe zone and activate the detonator. Boom. With a loud bang, the great tree and all the replicated memories stored beside Cathilla turned to ashes in the blaze. The entire space turns dark and this the shaking, reminding Lamia of the darkness she saw when she fainted from the severe pain. Ever since she touched that giant egg, she's had a vague feeling that this entire space itself is alive. The power go out. Hard to believe there's even electricity in this forsaken place. He activates the portable light on his terminal, casting light into the dark tunnel where countless maws and fangs are glowing in a ghastly fight. Shit, we hit the jackpot. Turn off the light, stand back to back, get ready for battle. The call comes too late as swarms of giant-toothed anemones charge directly at Lillian, following the light. She frantically pulls out two rusty daggers from behind, but before she can retaliate, another abyss angel descends from above, taking a bite out of her flesh. Ah! Sharp teeth pierce through the artificial skin, leaving a patch of crimson blood on her back. Open fire. The bullet, following the predicted trajectory, hits the creature clinging to her and slightly slides down to the ground. Fall back. Short Halt pushes Lillian aside, his sword slicing through the gaping maw just in time. Short Halt, you still have a few grenades left. You alright? Just one left? Toss it and keep quiet. With it, Short Halt immediately tosses the grenade he's been holding to cover the two retreating behind him. The grenade explodes in a blinding light. Standing back to back, the three of you pass eyes over your surroundings without turning on your flashlights. A crisp sound echoes down from up the stairs. Sounds like someone walking in a slow, abnormal fashion. Crimson particles of the punishing, like a stream rushing amidst a downpour, start gushing from the depths as the sound slowly moves this way. The lights that have gone out start flickering in the comforting twinkle of the red light spots. With the darkness swallowing the light, she walks over a carpet of shadows. She nods gently at the trembling souls, allowing the light to outline her form before darkness finds its way back onto her body again. Hurry up and run. We're stuck. There's nothing but those monsters from earlier back there. Commandant, we need to get rid of her here. She's going to join with us and have us cornered if we let her get away now. But we haven't figured out her attacks. Another creature back there is going to start jumping on us if we wait any longer. Can't learn how she fights unless we fight her. I'll keep you covered. Just make sure these things don't get in my way, yeah? Shorthalt grips his weapon, standing in front of the two. Lights out again. Shorthalt raises the gun he's been holding and takes aim at the shadow lurking in the darkness. Right when she has come close enough, a bullet hits Cathilla squarely in her claw. With an agonized scream, she takes a few steps back. Watch out, the egg in her hand is missing. Behind you. A rush of crimson light bursts into your arm, shattering on your ribs before you have a chance to dodge. Ugh. Your skin starts blistering right after coming into contact with the egg, and your jacket becomes soaked with liquid that's a mixture of your blood and red fluid of the hetero creature. Showing up fashionably late, two daggers thrust deep into its most crimson part. Lillian jumps up and flips over and holds it in place with her own weight to keep it away from you. The blistering would have been more than skin deep had it stayed a few more seconds longer where it was. Whoa, direct contact with the hetero creature. Are you both okay? I'm fine. For some reason she sounds calm and firm. Commandant, Before you can say more, Cathilla lets out another scream that sounds like a moan. My head hurts. My mind. That Lamia starts sealing a whirlwind of memories of people who are long gone. Enveloped in emptiness, Lamia's plunged into a deep sea of solitude, accompanied by a familiar agony. Connect with me, Lillian, but I can't let them see me because no one is going to accept the wolf in sheepskin. It doesn't even matter, I never asked to be like this. While her chaotic memories trap her on the spot, the egg breaks free of her dagger and returns to the embrace of its mother. Shorthalt! In a panic, you try to alert Shorthalt to that which keeps itself hidden in the dark. How can I possibly? As a source of intelligence, you will find your worth in survival. She seeks answers from reason, only to be met with a chaotic whirlwind. Source of intelligence, right, Dig. We have to be careful. You've been paying extra attention to that thing for quite a while now. Because my head still hurts so much. Like a predator that has his eyes on the target, it charges straight at the now defenseless human. Block with an arm. Egg charges at the human again, and with 7 of its punishing stingers, pierces the human's arm. She fires several shots at the twisted creature, which successfully drives it away and screams and splatters blood. Run, or you're gonna die. Can't do that. We can't just let her go like this, and there's no going back now. We have to stop her here, once and for all. Ugh. The pain is so excruciating that it all but knocks you out cold, though it doesn't seem like the world wants to go any easier on you. Commandant, get behind me. How would anyone not want to live? Have you all gone crazy? Light once again returns to the world around you, and that's when you see Shorthalt. Huh? Before the two's very eyes, his sturdy figure shatters into countless pieces, plummeting to the ground without even affording the opportunity to shout or utter a final word. Shorthalt's vital fluid and mind splash onto Cathilla. Takes less than a second for the fluids to seep into her body. How could this be? The ground wiggles and swallows the pieces that were once Shorthalt. The man who once fought for the past and future and for Valeria, who once looked out for the other you, has made his way back to the womb of Mother and Earth in pieces. without leaving so much as a trace. Open fire on Cthulhu. Wait up there. What? Lillian pushes you out of the way before there's even time for you to react. Two of you tumble toward the corner in confusion. The egg is coming this way again. It's flying, and it's super fast. Girl struggles to get back on her feet and falls onto the ground. In trembling fear, she has to lean against the wall behind her to keep herself from falling again. Ugh, the interference, it's very bad. The egg is making an irresistible hum, attracting the one who embraced it. Lillian, make a mind connection with me. What? The wiggling noise is inching this way by the second. Come on, we've got to do this. At her wit's end, she grasps your scarred hands. The strange sensations coming through your mind beacon seem to explain why the girl has refused to connect with you this entire time. Lillian? The giant egg, however, charges this way again, leaving you no time to ponder further. This time, it's coming straight for Lillian. Watch out. You still barely know her, but she did play her part in helping all of you find Mythos' mind replicas and trying to protect you just now. Yet, in this moment, she remains frozen on the spot as she trembles in fear. Then he's shooting. Hearing the gunshot, the egg turns around immediately, sending your last bullets flying straight into the empty tunnel. Excuse me. The tunnel starts shaking so violently that it looks like it might collapse any second. Having regained her composure through the mind connection, Lamia quickly counts her blessings. Let's run. There's still hope as long as she can get out of this place. She can live on as Lillian. Where to? In a panic, she frantically tries to look for a way out. Lillian! Like spectators in an arena, the monsters make no move whatsoever as they watch the two of you struggle to find a way out. In the dim light, the hunter walking right in front of you throws out her pet, while she circles leisurely around her prey behind. I can still... No, wait. I am not alone. There's nothing we can do, and nothing here is in our favor. There's no point trying to run from this, and people are going to die if we let her out now. Snap out of it, Lillian. I pick up Shortheart's longsword. She trembles as she watches you charge alone into the pitch-black nightmare. You refuse to give up, even with your wounds screaming in excruciating pain from the festering, and your splotchy, blurring vision warning you of your mind beacon's corruption. Your arms no longer possess their usual power, so you decide to fling the sword and take advantage of the inertia that comes with it. Even with all the odds against me, I'm fighting down to the last ounce of my being. Ready, set, fling. As the sword is flung off, Shortheart's vital fluid lands on the egg. At the same time, the egg takes a slash on its outer layer and from the sword because of the sword's inertia. Wounded, the giant egg crashes onto the ground and starts wriggling hideously. You cough out a spit of blood, feeling your head grow heavier by the second. You feel a warm trickle of fluid flowing down the corner of your eye. And without even touching it, you know that it's blood and not sweat. And you know that it has to be blood, because there's no way you're going to shed tears here, not even when you might pass out cold the next second. Steady breathing and prepare yourself for the next round of attack. The dark space around you shakes again. The monster, apparently having sensed something coming in its way, steps back warily, leaving Cthulhu pausing her movements temporarily. It's now or never. Raising the sword again, when with every last ounce of your power, you deal another blow at the egg that's still struggling. The sword pierces through the giant egg and nails it firmly to the ground. With it, the egg lets out a sharp cry to the point of being ear-splitting. The cry alerts its mother. Hesitating no more, Cathilla walks over this way in hurried footsteps. 3 bullets left. You raise your hand, now feeling as heavy as rocks, and train your weapon squarely at Cathilla, who's coming straight for the egg. Open fire. At this point, you're so worn out that you lose balance and collapse against the wall behind you from firing the shot. Monsters run in every which direction as the roaring and shaking intensify, and you're sure that Lillian would have no trouble making it out of here now on her own if she takes advantage of this window. Should I ask her to run for it? Can I really tell if she's an ascendant through a mind connection? Your head overflows with a gazillion thoughts as your body cries in excruciating pain. On top of it, Cathilla is fast approaching you, leaving you no time to think. Lillian! Terribly trembling incessantly, Lillian looks back and forth between you and Cathilla, who's trying to save the egg. There's still a chance for redemption. All she needs to do is increase both her and the human's chances of making it out here alive. Is to lose her disguise and fight Cathilla as the ascendant that she is. Except she knows that she'd be putting her own life at risk if she loses her disguise now, only to find out Cathilla has never trusted Lamia, and she doesn't see what she stands to gain from that. But every second that passes puts the Commandant, someone who's trusted her, that much closer to death. Why does she even care when their relationship is as good as transient? That's right. An ascendant who keeps a safe distance from punishing, these people are essentially coffee cups, network cables, or writing pads. In short, they're substitutes for toys. But I like this one, and this is the only one I like. I hate myself for not even being able to keep a coffee cup. She has to face Cathilla alone, either way. Whether she lets the human die, or lets Cathilla see that she's here. But living in constant fear is truly torturous. Screw it, here goes nothing. She screams hysterically as she charges toward that which she knows she has no chance against. A split second later, her halberd clashes with Cathilla's long whip. In the blinding sparks that ensue, her mermaid form overshadows her body. I'm sick and tired of having to give up every time, and I'm sick and tired of being scared. Lamia? Surrounding her, a high concentration of the punishing turns into countless blades that shoot straight at Cathilla. Might as well take a step forward if I'm going down upgrade, regretting it anyway. Controlled by the Ascendant, the red tide around Cathilla ceases flowing. Cathilla and her egg too have slowed down. Ugh. As a splitting headache hits you, the world around you seems to turn into a kaleidoscope with glass balls flying in every which direction. While Lamia is aflame with determination, the corruption of your mind beacon is quickly dragging you all the way down to the darkest part that lies at the bottom of the flames. The more she uses her abilities, the faster it's wearing you down. This is what happens when one connects themselves to an Ascendant, and being a genius only alleviates this consequence to a certain degree. And when it doesn't help that there is only a thin layer of protection standing between you and the highly dense punishing that permeates the air around you. With that little light, what little light there is left starts flowing toward the mermaid. You struggle with breathing as your airway becomes clogged with blood. No longer able to keep yourself upright, you collapse against the wall. The world around you shakes more violently by the second. It probably won't be long before this place falls apart. You see her, she who is still fighting the monster in the dark, and reach out your hand at her with the last bit of your being. Lamia. With it, your consciousness shatters into pieces, and the world around you grows, twisted, crumbles, and sinks. And the last thing you see is a mermaid holding on to the egg that's nailed to the ground. Okay. Swim after it from that waterfall. Okay, probably this way. Up we go. Okay, follow the sea fairy. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Forward we go. The power of the egg. Okay, hello there, sea fairy. I am the predator now. It's invincible. What do we got next? Okay. What is it? Deep sea suffocation. As its horns of despair pull the hero into the suffocating depths of the sea, both the Grey Ravens and the Guardians of the Cradle receive troubling news. You're neither Cathilla, who tends to slowly lose her mind if she loses the egg, nor Lamia, who thrives with the egg. The collapse sends you straight into the pool at the bottom, tumbling into a deep well along with the current. The rumble of the earthquake continues in the distance, and it sounds as though some gigantic monsters are fighting where you can't see them. With your eyes locked on the well's opening, you try to make your way up, only to slide back down, completely exhausted. The fight just now was the last straw for you. Short halt. You've been relying on him since you came to. You find yourself not knowing what to do, having never thought that you'd have to say goodbye this soon. Valeria. You don't know much about Scarab, save for the few times you've seen Commandant Valeria walking alongside the rest of his squad. Death is commonplace on the battlefield, but many have still yet to grow used to it. You reach into one of the pockets. Then there sits a candy he left behind. Eat the candy. A cool peppermint with a hint of alcohol restores some of your cool. You clutch onto the candy wrapper and put it back into your pocket. I've got to find your name tag at least. Your body, however, seems to be failing you. You feel as if you're being skinned alive as your clothes rub against your wounds, and the cold and trembling slowly stop you from moving. Fever. When you put your hand onto your forehead, however, you feel a slimy lump of red. It doesn't help that your mind beacon hasn't gotten any better, and many negative and violent thoughts are now adding to the chaos. Try getting off the connection. Except Lillian doesn't seem to want to let the connection go. Never knew a sentence could do this. No, I can't give up. I can't give up just yet. There are people waiting for me. This is what you keep telling yourself, but try as you may, you keep falling back into the well. You're trapped here, at your wit's end, and yet you don't know what you have to gain from the world out there either. Out there are countless hetero creatures, an invincible Cthulhu, and an ascendant who's shown her true colors. Despair fills your heart, and yet you never stop looking for tools to use in your surroundings. Suddenly, a smear flashes past, and you seem to know what it's trying to do. In the corner, it moves back and forth as though trying to show you something. Go for a look. But it's a dirty backpack. Inside is half a pack of compressed biscuits, a serum, a dagger, dozens of bullets, and 2 fever pills. The backpack looks like something that a scavenger has left here for some reason. And given the timing, you can't help but wonder if this is a trap? Feed. But be that as it may, you know that you don't have the luxury to just walk away from the backpack now. Eat the biscuits. They taste normal, like any compressed cookies you've had, except your throat is much too dry now for them to go down smoothly. Inject the serum. Just like the biscuits, there is nothing out of the ordinary about the serum. Take the pills. The biscuits, the pills begin to tear at your throat. I see, so I've got to swallow them. Hoping to make it easier for the pills to go down your throat, you turn your eyes to the stream that's brought you down here in the first place, knowing that it's probably not the safest choice of liquid. Right then, the well starts shaking more violently, and the ground sips away what little water was left. Swallows the pill anyways. As if you haven't suffered enough, the bitter taste of the pills fill your mouth. It takes you a good 10 minutes to swallow both the biscuits and the pills, until the upper wall of the well starts shaking again. With it, the well itself slants to the right. Look up. Some seawater streams down this way through an opening on the well's wall, bringing with it a half-filled bottle of water and a pack of bandages that nearly hits you. The bottle is all crumpled. You pick it up, take an incredulous sniff, and take a gulp of it. Like everything you found in the backpack just now, there is nothing out of the ordinary about this liquid. What strikes you as weird is the well itself. Somebody knows what's coming down next. Gotta get out of here. You quickly bandage yourself with the bandage from the backpack and with the dagger you just found. Try to make your way up again. The dagger proves itself very useful. Almost there. Halfway up, however, the shaking begins again, and you have a bad feeling about it. Huh? Countless metal bars pierce through the wall, blocking the well's opening. In a panic, your hands let go, sending you falling straight back down to the bottom of the well. Was that Lithos? Said there was one last injection to go, which is why you need to stay alive. This place is the last place you want to be stuck in if that was Lithos. You pick up the dagger again, ready to give the climb another try, but the unevenness of the ground stops you cold. Like the ground. In the light coming down through the well's opening, you feel the ground and notice that the protruding parts seem to form a line of words. Please stay in, it's dangerous outside. I'm not going to sit around and wait for you to come give me that last shot, Lithos. What happens if I click this? Corruption of your mind beacon awakens a compulsive rage that's been lying dormant within you. Your rage drowns out reason and comes pouring out of your mouth. With no one around to contain it, your rage seems poised to escalate into an erupting volcano. Banzai. Your rage has reduced you down to pathetic venom-spewing loser. And you know that if this goes on, you might very well end up like a revenge with the corruption of your mind beacon. All but about to break down, you stab at the words on the wall, hurting yourself again and again in the process. As the well's shaking grows more violent still, squirmy writings begin to surface all around you, as though the walls were alive and were part of a hetero creature. Sorry, please. Sorry, dangerous, please. Stay. I think so it is. Mouth of the well is closing in. Please stay, it's too dangerous outside. The words sound like the plea of a dying man. But not Lamia. The words on the uneven walls scream out, pleading for the humans here to stay. Fine, I'll do as you say. Tremors all around gradually subside as the mouth of the well returns to its original state, as if understanding what you said. As the painkillers start to take effect, you are washed in a wave of fatigue. At your wit's end, you lean against the well's wall before sitting down and slowly closing your eyes. I wonder how they're all holding up. Okay, 45398, 4 AM. Grey Raven commences a blanket search in the designated area, locking on to a long-abandoned hospital as their target. Sneaking into the underground morgue, Liv discovers a hidden door behind the freezer of the 13th body. What lies before the three of them now is a scene of utter despair. Commandant. An unbearable stench assaults the senses. Behind the hidden door is a room with 6 bodies, all bearing the same face. Some of them are stiff, while some have started to decompose. Others are still bleeding from their wounds. Regardless of their states, these bodies all bear tragic expressions. They're trying to show what they have been through before meeting their fates. Fighting the boiling pain in her mind, Lucia grasps Liv's trembling hand. Liv. Lee. The blood on some of these bodies is still fresh. There might still be hope. Let's check on them first. These might just be clones, or it might be the descendants trying to fool us, but whatever. Whatever it might be. No. Seeing Lucia struggle to find her words, Liv gently shakes her head. Regaining her composure, she quickly walks up to the blood-stained bodies to check for any signs of life. Lee, however, remains in place, looking somewhat out of it. Lee? Lee says nothing, as though he hasn't heard a thing. Lee. Only when Lucia jolts him by the shoulder that Lee finally seems to snap back to the present from a distant past. Let's check the other rooms. We're not giving up any hope. With a nod, Lee quietly leaves the pool of blood behind. He didn't give up, nor was he crushed by what he'd seen. He was just feeling overwhelmed by a familiar heartache. What he doesn't understand, though, is why he's finding it familiar. Breaking through the partition wall covered in dust, the trio finds a clean space beyond the stench and bloodstains. In the space are rows of empty cryogenic chambers, with only one at the far end containing a person who looks exactly like their commandant. This commandant's still alive. Lucia, call for backup. I called them the moment we entered. They're on their way now. But is this really okay? The three look at the body before them, still with a heartbeat, and exchange silent glances. Can they really turn a blind eye to a certain question they haven't been able to answer if their commandant never turns up again? And just exactly what would they have to do with this lookalike on the off chance that they found their commandant so soon? After a long silence, the three decide to leave these questions unanswered. Commandant has only been missing for 16 days. Is that really enough time for someone with even even with growth drugs, to go from birth to the state of this clone is in now. These clones were here before the man went missing, that much I can say for sure. But when exactly did... Wait, we can hack into this terminal here. Lee brings up a projection keyboard and inserts a storage device into the terminal. After quite some time, surveillance footage from a while back is recovered. The footage shows Lithos overseeing a couple of constructs as they move a large machine in here. What's this? I know what that is. It's a memory synchronizer, and Professor Hippocrates has data on it. Memory synchronizer? Yes, it synchronizes memories between two brains. It was used during the Golden Age to treat amnesia, and in some illegal research. It damaged the brain easily, though, so they stopped using it. In the footage, Lithos gently caresses the machine, muttering to himself. Now, I'll have to bring you all here from Fort Winter. This is where I'll be giving your memories back to you. Let's hope this machine still works. I'm sorry it took me that long to finally notice who you are. The footage ends here. Fort Winter, huh? When he said it's true, he means that these people were created before the commandant went missing. Wait. Human skeleton? They had lost all patience. Saw a human skeleton near the access device when Alpha and I were at Fort Winter. Is that when? A human skeleton, as in all bones and no flesh? No, I couldn't date it, because I didn't seem like it had decayed naturally. But here's my guess. There was a window of opportunity for anyone to do anything before Commandant went missing. It would have been after the mission with Wanshi to set up the domain nodes and Longinus arsenal vaporize the Red Tide. Remember how we were told to stand by in the prep room when they clearly could have used help? I do. Command was trying to find out what was happening, but was immediately taken away. They said they need to monitor memory replays caused by the corrupted mind beacon. Oh! Sorry for that. Sorry for being... Oh! We've been played this entire time. It's been a clone. From the start. Well, not from the start, but at least from the 21's chapter. 21's original chapter. Nobody knew what those medical checks were for or what they took. Says Lucia, the hilt on her knife in her hand, on the verge of being crushed by her grip. Is this all for Project Winter? But Fort Winter has been turned upside down. Why can't they just let it go already? They must have run out of choice. People will probably shun them at all costs, even if they manage to survive the punishment from the purifying wars. Which is why they've chosen the thorny path. Just live as she tries to suppress her own anger. This host needed memory sync because mind and self-consciousness go hand in hand, and that couldn't have happened without memory. And that's why they took the Commandant, so they could memory sync Commandant. We've been in Kurono's hands this entire time! I'm sorry, mister. I lost track of Kane, and Cathilla has gone berserk from being awakened prematurely. All you severely injured are fast asleep at the bottom of the well. Lithos is reporting the situation here to his agent amidst the chaos. Nugget says nothing, waiting for Lithos to finish delivering all the bad news at once. He knows what Lithos wouldn't have come to bother him if there were a work around. The three of them are more concerned in an explosion destroying all the mine backup stored nearby. Cathilla can't keep her stabilized anymore with my replicated mind. Your replicated mind was never stable to begin with. It was only meant to serve as a sedative whilst Cathilla was asleep. It's supposed to crash and burn as soon as she awakes. Which is why I told you to seek reliable backup plans, even if it means taking more time. But I'm just hoping to speed up things up with your plan. He clenches his arm in self-reproach, nearly crushing them. It's my fault. I left Loki in my room, and she broke through the partition, and that's how they found out about that room. Truck's replicated mind has been destroyed too. If we don't do something about Cathilla, the consciousness he's implanted into the cradle will be contaminated and collapse too. And we'll lose control of this place and of the cradle too, if that happens. That's exactly why you failed to notice it when they approached your room. I've told you to exercise your caution if you want to control the cradle with them. I've also advised against keeping Loki around. Your experiment is finished, and what you need to do now is to free her from her suffering. She's one of us. She deserves to live, and if she dies, you allow those humans to seek death, yet you deny Loki the same. Is it Loki who needs to live, or is it you who needs her to live? I'm sorry. What do you make of this, Commandant? I don't know. We had no idea who the connector was behind that wall when we were running mind connection experiments back up for winter. I am not who I was then, and Kane is no longer the same Kane I connected with. So what do you think now? Mister, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will see this plan through. He answers Nugget's doubts with a promise. And I ask that you believe me. Your mission isn't finished, so don't dissolve yourself into Cathella just yet. Yeah, I know. Because Lithos can only die after this, and that he asks his agent for help. After this, that he asks his agent for help. It still pains Lithos to know that his death is being treated as an insignificant matter. Lamia infiltrated this place and took Cinderella. Luna's pawn didn't get here too late at all. Oh, so that's Cinderella in the egg. The figure cloaked in darkness ponders for a moment. And it didn't bother then, since there is an alpha, as long as Cassilla lives on, the cradle can be rebuilt. This commandant is just one injection and a little time away from the full effect of the modification. We need to find them at once. The egg has accumulated quite a few stable shards and is only one step away from hatching. I just need to see it hatch and make sure Cassilla survives now. That's all you need. What are we going to do with Cinderella if she doesn't hatch? She's well prepared for that. She went back to Cassilla knowing this might happen. I'm not going to stop you if you can salvage her too. Lithos knows that isn't something he is capable of, not to mention that Nugget starts entertaining the thoughts of forsaking the cradle the second he learns of Lamia's invasion. Using Lamia would maximize what he can get out of Cassilla and the Commandant because he needs the cradle and the egg to connect with each other to bewitch the holder. Now, with the joystick gone, he's lost control of both Cassilla and the cradle. He used the key I left to unlock the device in the control room. You'll find your last mind replica there. You mean? Right, that's a replicated frame you left behind before becoming an ascendant. Stabilize Cassilla with it. Both Cassilla and the cradle are out of control. That frame alone won't last long. That's why you need to inject Commandant with the final dose as soon as possible. Leave the retrieval of the egg and Cassilla to Lilith. Lithos wants to say no more, but then realizes his own mistakes don't give him the right to object. He once hoped to use his past self to escape back to a time when things were untarnished. Looking back now, however, he knows he can't be further from achieving it. Thinking he had this coming to him, Lithos almost wants to laugh at himself. And while we're still at this, Lithos, this person is now a completely different man from when they first met. Quietly stops him and utters the very same words he did the day they first met. Don't rely too much on pain. Gently touching the spikes in his chest that won't spare him the pain, Lithos passes through the corridor filled with hetero creatures to retrieve the key Vonnegut mentioned and heads toward the control room. As he walks, he removes the hair accessory from his head, shedding the long hair and dress that belongs to Rose, and with a sigh, changes into the clothes he used to wear at the orphanage. So that's how he truly looks. I'm sorry, Rose. I might look like you, but I still have a hard time bringing myself to like myself. And the pain is still the only way I know to seek forgiveness. Let me be the person I was, and face the person I was then. Until now, Lithos has been relying on pain and self-punishment to stay lucid. This is the mind beacon Lithos has always been attentive to, and he has come thus far walking down this path. And while Lithos has been replicated more times than he can ever recount, this individual known as Lithos will always remember. That very moment when Paper Crane, the medical chair a kind-hearted donor had given him, was turned into a punishment chair. All those painful times he has had to live through after becoming an Ascendant, one of which that time he fell for Revenge's trick and accepted his help. All the fathers from the orphanage and everything Revenge had done, and how all the unbloomed flowers were nailed to Paper Crane before they had their buds forced open and pistols plucked again and again until they became specimens or toys. They said they were doing it for his good, claiming that they loved those little buds too much to ever want to hurt them. Now, a grown-up himself, Lithos equates intense, painful tug at heart. Lithos equates the intense, painful tug at the heart with love, having never truly experienced love in that disordered, sequestered paradise. The more intense pain carved into his soul, the more genuine his twisted confession. All of these have turned Lithos into the person he is today, one who would feed a rabbit a piece of flesh he cut off himself. I did it for the rabbit. I can't just stand around and watch it starve, can I? But what becomes of the rabbit that's tasted flesh and blood? Lithos' love has led him nowhere, much like this path that's taken him this far as an Ascendant. He sets out hoping to see a brand new future, only to find himself wandering further into the thorns and fog. He knows only too well that a villain won't stop being a villain simply because he's been victimized, which tears his soul in half. He is Lithos, and he is also Father's. He has become an offender since he was made a victim. He wishes they could all live peacefully, looking forward to tomorrow, instead of having to trek the long, twisted river that's in Ascension Network and hurting so many people along the way. Having been raised by his fathers, Lithos doesn't know how to go about life in the way his fathers have never shown him. Which is why he sees what he's doing now as the best way out. If the disaster train leaves no time for anyone, then he needs to act now. And to that end, he doesn't care how many people he is going to hurt, so long as he can keep a handful of them safe, and this is the kind of filtering that Lithos stands by. He's been tormented by what he's done, and resorts to lying to help himself feel better. He's been telling people that he's doing these things for their good, and that they have to do as he says to survive, to the point he falls prey to his own lies. Dying on a periodic basis helps get these heavy emotions off Lithos' chest, as much as he knows that this is but a temporary getaway. His idea of an ideal death would be to get torn and crushed completely alongside Paper Crane, all the while consciously enduring torment 1,000-fold worse than what he had to in the past. It's only through pain so excruciating that he thinks he can find temporary forgiveness in himself, for himself. It's only then that he can bid a graceful farewell. A fish back in water. In endless despair, only one feels reborn. The torrents of fate drag into the deep sea, and all those who have drowned, suffocated, they're all on the verge of death. In the endless despair, only one feels reborn. I can do all these things now. This has her that she's in control of everything as long as she holds onto the strange-looking red giant egg in her arms. Neither the entangled sea anemones nor the arrogant sea fairies can hope to stop the weapon in her hands. Say, what exactly is it? Still, it can make it attack out of its own accord, and it can make me, as an Ascendant, more powerful with it. Strange how those hetero creatures can't use it, though. She holds up the giant oddity for a good look. She finds herself drawn to it the longer she keeps her eyes on it, her mind seemingly swaying like a flickering flame in the wind. Had it not been for the mind connection of that commandant, Lamia is sure she would have been swallowed by the same illusions that had engulfed her before. This time, however, she is able to see past those illusions with the lucid mind. This reminds me of a little match girl. In the story, the warmth and light coming from the mat gives the girl the power to fight back. Lamia reaches out despite herself, her fingertip gliding over its translucent surface. At that moment, the egg, like a struck match, draws her into a dazzling shopping street. She's tempted to reach for the goods. A sudden chill makes her shiver. Lamia walks down the nearly frozen street, her consciousness fragmented like a scavenger's clothes. Guided by the mind beacon of that certain human whose whereabouts have become a mystery, Lamia makes her way into the street in the illusion. She looks at the phantoms on either side. It feels like a kaleidoscope, reflecting a colorful world with omnipotent doctors, endless dry food, bright classrooms, and intimate friends. They almost seem like they came straight out of a child's imagination. Lamia looks enviously at these things she once longed for as she lingers by a few phantoms. She wants these wishes that these phantoms are displaying to come to her side. If only all of this were real. Lamia once again raises the egg. When her fingertips skim over its surface, a faint red glow comes to life that shows the phantoms. Instantly, the illusion becomes real and tangible, like a personal shopping guide. The egg starts showing Lamia what the life she yearns for. At 11:30 a.m., Mother prepares a hearty breakfast, and with a gentle call, the forever 16-year-old Lamia wakes up from a bedroom filled with toys, books, and stuffed animals. At noon, after breakfast, she opens her terminal to find 99 messages from friends, each one kind and eager for Lamia's reply. At 1:30 p.m., when she's finished replying to all her friends' messages, Lamia takes her father's spaceship to school in Babylonia. No, don't replay my memories. Be peaceful. At 1:30 p.m., when she's finished replying to all her friends' messages, Lamia takes her father's spaceship to school in Babylonia. At 2 p.m., she walks to the classroom surrounded by her classmates and teachers. Her teacher proudly announces her as the top scorer on the test. At 4:30 p.m., when school ends, she hangs out with her friends. They take pictures for memory, and everyone wants a picture with Lamia. At 7 p.m., Father picks her up in his spaceship, and of course Mother has already prepared dinner and a late-night snack. Anyone who has experienced a truly ordinary daily life can tell that these scenes are anything but ordinary. If anything, they seem more like scenes coming straight out of the life of a princess in a fairy tale. What price does one need to pay for these wishes to come true? What are the potential risks? Lamia, the little match girl, has no time to think about these. Mother. Despite herself, she's drawn toward that figure. Following her choice, the egg locks on to the future where Libya survives. Searching for key nodes. Lustrous approves Libya's pregnancy stay. Change. Lustrous does not approve Libya's pregnancy stay. Libya follows the original plan to return to London with a supply ship for vacation, working at an ordinary laboratory nearby. Lamia is born. Loading future preview based on users' known information. Age estimated at 16 years old. Observers request for a world event. Loading delayed. Lamia stands in the corridor watching as the egg match shows a peaceful golden age. She finds herself back in that familiar home, in that familiar living room. seeing her mother, whom she knows well yet barely recognizes, busy working at the workbench on something that little Lamia can't understand. Mother? The piercing cold seems to diminish slightly with her presence. Mother, is there anything to eat for dinner? There's plenty in the fridge. Help yourself, I still got work to do. Mother is expressionless. There's nothing like the dream life Lamia has envisioned. Well, this is nothing like the dream life Lamia has envisioned. Yet, this future is based on reality, with only the minimal nodes changed. Where's the fridge? Mother? Finally looking up this way from work, Mother looks indifferent and makes no effort to cover her annoyance. So stupid that you can't even find a fridge. I can't imagine you'd last a day without me around. It's probably being based off Lustrous, since this is all she has as a reference. I gave up my entire future because of you. How much longer are you going to keep me stalled with all these trivialities of life? These words shatter the observer's heart, sending ripples across Lamia's mind. I'm out of time. A tone suddenly grows poignant, catching Lamia by surprise. Go away. She now speaks in the same cold tone. Leave us alone if you got nothing else to ask. We need to work. Mother? May I ask you a question? You have 1 minute. Fire away. 30 seconds. Is it true you wouldn't have died if I hadn't been around to begin with? Lamia, girl, you're a treasure. Don't think about these things. Constructed from wishes, the simulation of Lamia's future collapses completely and merges with her past. It was on that fateful day that Lamia asked a question, one that had been weighing on her heart for far too long. Let me finish the problems I gave you last time. Sorry, but they're too difficult for me. And the textbook? He cast Lamia a cold look silently before standing up to leave. She despised her own ignorance whenever she was given problems like these. Only I could get out of here earlier. The world out there had the answers. I needed to answer all these questions. Searching for key nodes. Change a few more nodes. The egg match burns up once again, illuminating the world behind Lamia and revealing countless flickering figures before her. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Lamia, the youngest scientist the world has ever seen. Brimming with excitement from the stage, the host welcomes a petite figure. Now let's find out exactly how amazing this kid is. Dr. Lamia. Yes? Help me summarize the tasks from all of today's meetings and track records, and organize the schedule for tomorrow. Sure. Lamia is safely aboard, leads us ahead of time. Dr. Lamia, can you help me solve a math problem? Sure. Sent to an orphanage. A passersby, enjoying an ice cream, walks by the television as Lamia's exciting life unfolds in it. A new version? Let's get one. I heard they made this with the mind data of real people. It's got to do with Project Capilla, apparently. Really? I didn't know that. Do you hear that? If you don't want to go to school and just wait for some magic to fill your head with knowledge, you'll end up in a jar, turned into service AI with a bunch of other people. And now comes a blind draw for Dr. Lamia. We've got a classic human grey, playful monkey pink, and even a mermaid edition the world has yet to see. The audience's applause can be heard from the television as a terrified child starts crying out loud amidst the cheers. The camera isn't showing Lamia's face, but the child's cry already speaks volumes for her. Order now at all major specialty stores. Yeah, look at this. On the bustling street side, a girl passing by the window laughs as she pats the head of the product, me. Becoming a candidate for mind data human experimentation. This looks like a monkey. Commercialization success. As her mind grows unstable, Lamia's wishes are once again poured into a cup filled with memories. Lamia finds herself by Atlantis' corridors, watching as countless researchers pass by coldly like mindless drones. She tries calling their names, hoping to get some emotional support, but doesn't get any response. She leaves Lamia stranded as she watches the humans and machines pass her by in an orderly fashion. When they pass her by, they move around her, reminiscent of cells avoiding a blood clot still in the process of forming on a blood vessel, or Taurus passing by an animal's cage. She lowers her head, holding the empty coffee cup in her hand and caressing the engravings on it. To my future self, I want to be like everyone. I need to make it happen. It's her yet to be realized wish, in the form of a bunch of crooked letters paired with a meaningless layout. Wanna bet on your luck? Wanna bet that you'd be sent to an Eagle orphanage instead of getting dragged into some inhumane experiments? Luck, huh? As long as she has luck on our side, nothing bad is going to happen to her after she gets out of this place, and she'll finally be able to go to school, to which she's read about in books. That's where she can enjoy bathing in the sunlight and listening to the calls of cicadas and laughter of people. Where the teachers would start with the basics and guide them with patience. It's okay if Mother isn't perfect, as long as I get to live the happy life of a normal person going to school. The egg, Match, glows red in her arms. She pats it devoutly and closes her eyes. All of a sudden, through the afternoon sunlight and the calls of cicadas, a piece of chalk comes flying at Lamia, who sits in the second last row, and lands squarely on her. Lamia, daydreaming again. The entire class bursts into laughter. No, I wasn't. Then I answered a question I just went over. She frantically picks up her textbook and flips to the right page, but even with gentle reminders from the desk next to her, she still can't answer the question. You're just not cut out for this. Your mother signed you up for this intensive program thinking your daughter was oh so knowledgeable. Starting to think she's intentionally putting either me or you through the suffering. In her silence, the entire class bursts out laughing again. The cozy sunlight, calls of cicadas, and laughter of friends. Everything is that she had hoped for, yet falls short of her expectations. This is a rare opportunity. I need to make it count. She picks up her textbook, studies, practices, then dozes off again. It's not until the school bell rings and everyone is getting ready to leave the classroom that Lamia finally stands up from her seat and quietly sighs in relief. It'd be perfect if I could skip all the classes and just go straight to when school ends. She lowers her head, the egg Match in her hand, revealing its intended purpose. And try to dumb down school a little if that's possible. A normal school would do. Polishing the egg Match, Lamia changes 31,206 keynotes in one go. Lamia figures that she'd be okay going back to a time when her mother wasn't around, if there's nothing she can do to change her mother's mind about sending her to an advanced school. Humans of the Golden Age didn't yet master the technology to control time, but Lamia is sure that she can't count on the pupil in the future, and that the egg will take care of that just fine. And she decides that she is not going to bother with the number of shades she's seeing on the phantoms, since she doesn't see what impact they might have. She knows her wish has been fulfilled when the dreadfully tedious classroom disappears, leaving her in the after-hour tranquility. Lamia finally found her long-awaited peace and happiness, as well as the life of an ordinary person that fits her definition of ordinary. As the 4 seasons fast forward, Lamia goes through college and enters the workforce. She is now a tour guide working at the Copperfield Aquarium. She finds work more tedious than school, and she'd curse her life even when she only needs to show 3 visitors around a day. Before she knows it, However, that fateful day comes. The alarms that once flooded Atlantis are now blasting through the aquarium, letting everyone know that the punishing is here. The visitors and staff run for dear life in every which way. Standing in the escaping crowd, Lamia tries to fast forward time, only to realize the world becomes ravaged at a faster pace as she does so. She doesn't want to be a construct again, and dies in the hands of a cleaning robot while fleeing. If only the punishing never happened. Lamia's desires inflate, but when she once again raises the omnipotent egg, the punishing virus, the phantoms offer no answers. It, the tower, couldn't erase its own existence, nor the punishing. What do I do now? Going through her memory, trying to find someone she hopes she can talk to, she suddenly recalls Roland. I wonder what Roland would do with this opportunity. With a snap of her fingers, Roland materializes before her. You're lending me this egg? That can fulfill any wish. It doesn't exactly fulfill any wish though, which is why I wanted to see what you do. Well, he takes the egg and without a moment's hesitation chooses to fulfill a childhood wish. And just as Roland has hoped, his life progresses without any hiccups. A life devoid of lies, falsehoods, and drama, mundane and ordinary to the core. He stays by his mother and brother, repeating daily chores, schoolwork, and childish games, living a life with an end visible at a glance. Don't you find it boring? Deeply engrossed, Roland says nothing. But what would you do when the punishing hits? She was hoping Roland would show her what to do, but on the day the alarms echo through the square, Roland simply makes the same decision she does, more candidly than ever. He bids farewell to his loved ones, and waits for death to come knocking on his door. I think that's pretty much it. Roland shrugs. They abandoned me in the real world. We might be looking at a different script here, but lies are lies all the same. It was a great dream, and I really enjoyed it. Can I lend you the egg and ask you to give it another try? You want me to relive the lies? He bursts into laughter and immediately sets up an accident. A few simple moves, Roland turns his half-year-old self over in the cradle, so he faces down. And it all ends even before it even starts. It's over. In the empty corridor, Lamia finds herself on her own once again. Interesting. Next scene. Daughter of the Sea. She wants to catch up to those people and see for herself the starry sky they've given up their lives trying to pursue. In Plato's allegory of the cave, he compares the uneducated to a group of prisoners chained in the cave from birth. In the allegory, the prisoners face this wall in the cave, chained so that they can't turn their heads. People outside the cave pass these prisoners by, carrying torches whose light shines upon the weapons, passers-by, and mannequins. Prisoners, on the other hand, see nothing but the shadow of these things projected onto the wall, because they've always been facing the wall. Seeing no real objects, they naturally come to believe that the shadows are the only reality. If there was any feeling for their chuckles, stepped out of the cave and forced to look directly at the fire, and accept all they used to see were mere illusions, they would surely feel pain in the process. And confusion too. just like a mermaid princess venturing above the sea surface for the first time, gazing at a kingdom like she's never seen from behind the reefs. Just like a little girl lighting a match for the first time and catching glimpses of all her desires in its light. Just like Cinderella asking the fairy godmother for the first time to let her go to the ball. Now Lamia too finds herself questioning herself between opportunity and reality. What do I want exactly? Until this day, if someone asked her what she desired, she would have answered without hesitation. But she wishes hold no value if they can all come true like a breeze. She finds herself feeling lost, with all these vibrant futures laid out before her. Then take another step forward and be more greedy. Make all your wishes. The egg lies quietly in Lamia's arms, softly tempting her. He hopes Lamia will be dominated by her desires and be insatiable with the status quo. Then he wants her to want the omnipotent egg so badly that she refuses to help that commandant who wants the egg dead. So the commandant can slowly weaken with the injection and return to Mother's loving arms. Light another match. The one-winged girl, too, whispers softly in the midst of the bizarre illusions. If this makes you happy, I want Mother. I want her to fulfill all her wishes and be happy. Searching for key nodes. Ask her if it was really all because of me. No, please don't blame it all on me. 32 times nodes need to be changed. A baffling image flashes past her sight. Is that a crack of some sort? Lamia decides to ignore it. Knowledge. I want the answer to all questions as my true self. Nodes need to be changed. The crack seems to have grown a bit. Friends. And that monkey in the zoo to be stared at. Nodes need to be changed. But these are still ordinary lives that people in peaceful times have had. They're not grand enough to be wished. I want to be a pop star. Lamia, the superstar's latest single abyssal melody. The cover, wow, it's breathtaking. Lamia, Lamia, Lamia. The observer in the corner sees the danger seeded by these wishes. I want to be a knowledgeable teacher so that the best of students will humbly seek my advice. The observer knows these are the consequences of tampering with time, and that she will tear the world apart if she doesn't stop. I want to be an almighty philanthropist. You need a conservation area. Thanks you for your selfless kindness. Please do allow us to make a game based on your beautiful body. It's going to last for centuries to come alongside your name. I want to be more powerful than Alpha. This is the power bestowed upon me by the Monastery of Purity, Gabriel. The decayed skull reflects the mermaid's bleak figure. Master, you have arrived. Awakened by the rift, the punishing pervades the land faster than ever. No, there's more to it than that. Merely tolerating Castella in a cradle slaughterhouse to appear in this world will drown it in a crimson flood. The tragedy of the Puglia Forest Park is about to be repeated manifold. Is this the future she hopes for, or is it destruction led by ignorance? The mermaid, lost in wishes, remains oblivious to the danger. I will rise above the Ascension Network and make all the agents bow before me. This planet, too, is ready to hatch. Her wishes are innocent and her daydreams commonplace. The observer knows the world couldn't bear the consequences of having these nodes altered. And the mermaid makes these wishes. Who makes these wishes is walking down the safe corridor of the fourth dimension as she admires the countless futures illuminated by the egg. In these future simulations, Lamia has lived through countless lifetimes, having all her wishes fulfilled to the point of desirelessness. What wishes do I have left? She keeps her eyes on the dimming light of the egg and the fading mind beacon as she ponders how to make her remaining chances count. In the mirror at the end of the corridor, she saw the shadow of Atlantis. This brings Lamia back to those times when she sat on the other side of the screen, looking at the dead and seeing an ideal world from reality. She wants to reach out to those who are no longer there, like fishing for the reflection of stars in the ocean. Stars. The daughter of the sea looks at the reflection of stars and makes her final wish. I wish to venture in the starry sea, to see the starscape you longed for. I want to understand why it is that you chose to move forward, even at the cost of your lives. Lamia steps into the starry sky and leaves the solar system behind in the breeze. She raises her head, looking puzzled. To her delight, she realizes that she has no trouble traversing black holes, yet to be explored by mankind. She skims distant stars, feeling for the full outline of the universe beyond human cognition. She's become nothingness, an eternal cosmic voyager. She sought all philosophical answers, and yet she doesn't know what significance these questions hold, nor what the answers mean. Jumping at her, these words are no different from a foreign language she's never studied. She's seen the answers to science and everything unknown, and yet seeing them is all she's able to do with the answers, existing beyond the darkness that shrouds the cave perennially. These unknowns remain a puzzle to her, so much that she isn't even aware of them. She embarks on an endless journey throughout which she imbibes the stars and seas. After a long period of bewilderment, she finally comes to grips with the meaning of all that could be seen and their significance. Upon touching the edge of the universe, the darkness that has clouded her mind begins to fade. The mermaid, dancing among the stars, looks back and laughs at the wishes she has just made. Singing, earning people's respect in the vast universe, these desires... Oh no, it's still narration. Let me try that again. Singing, earning people's respect in the vast universe, these desires seem so petty to the point of laughable. Oh, I see it now. She has a little universe in her hands. She sways her tail and swims back to Earth. She plucks the moon in a breeze and toys with it in her hands. Earth is hit with tides that swallow the land, sinking Atlantis, a place she once held dear, to the bottom of the sea. The few remaining souls vanish beneath the sudden tide, their suffocating cries failing to reach her ears before Mother devours them all. She gazes at the truth, indifferent to the destruction. She lets herself drift around in the starry sea. The rise and fall of 1,570,000 cosmic civilizations cycle like sunrise and sunset under her watch, flowing incessantly. Under the unyielding laws of cosmic wars, the key in her hand, just like the moon, is nothing but a substitute for a toy. Time, flowing ever faster, erases the countless years and ages, turning Lamia as silent as the stars themselves. When the starry sea before her eyes collapses to zero, the light of the mind beacon in reality will too extinguish. Time is up. She gazes lovingly at the universe as it reboots in the simulation, refusing to return from this immensity to a reality she knows to be dull and draining. Reality. The Lamia in the real world is still the same villain who needs to fight with all her might just to survive, making most of her wishes nothing but a far-fetched fantasy. By now, Lamia is very clear about the egg's intended purpose. State your goal, and it will fill the path to your goal with the actions it thinks you need to take, after which you'll be shown what it is like if everything goes as you wish. But all these actions are in the past. Could it be that Vonnegut has figured out a way to travel back in time? Lamia suddenly recalls that Luna has mentioned in passing that Vonnegut was looking for a key. A key? If the egg is the key, what door can it open? As Lamia murmurs to herself, the phantoms around her immediately show her the answer with the light that remains from the mind beacon. On that weird tower. Turns red again? But how is she supposed to go into the tower in the clean zone? And how is she supposed to make the tower red again? But could it be a second tower, right? How is she supposed to travel back in time using the tower? How is she supposed to change the time nodes she's seen in her simulations one by one? And where exactly is Vonnegut trying to go by doing this? While Lamia still doesn't know the answers to these questions, she now sees how important the egg is. This is what Luna and Vonnegut want, and I'm sure... Oh no, this is Lamia attacking. Whoops, excuse me. This is what Luna and Vonnegut want, and I'm sure this is the solution to all the issues that came with the refiltering. Refiltering? It finally hits Lamia. Just like the corrupted, the minds of agents have been corrupted long ago, yet their minds are stable enough for their self to persist. Perhaps, to humans, agents and ascendants are already as dead as the corrupted. Losing connection with the Ascension Network means losing oneself, which is why it's so hard to break free. Transcendents, though slightly different, are still subject to the control of agents or ascendants. The punishing inherently stores a vast amount of ownerless mind data. The data congregates, which in turn allows the Ascension Network to upgrade. I guess I can see the resemblance. On the one hand, she has the consciousness and information of ascendants left in the Ascension Network, their original selves. On the other hand, there are cobbled selves, forming from all the ownerless consciousness and information. The essence of refiltering is the evolved weight of these cobbled selves. That overrides the agent's authority. This is the parade of the punishing virus, where the messages contained proclaim their autonomy. They aim to break free from the control of agents, to coalesce into independent entities. If left unchecked, one day it will become a vast army, merging into an unbeatable, incomprehensible, indescribable monster. One that will bring destruction to both humans and ascendants. Agents must undergo refiltering to reclaim their authority. It is not just about survival, but also for the sake of a more distant future. So, that's why Vonnegut created the egg. Sashiki. The egg, being a highly concentrated, punishing heteroma, likely stores a consciousness that absolutely obeys the Ascendants. Not only can it help Ascendants pass refiltering, but it can also come up with simulations using the messages stored in the punishing. The messages in the punishing have a fourth dimension to it to begin with. Lamia's gaze travels through the starry sea and into the past. That giant hetero creature from back then was meant for creating a big enough signal tower, too. They did get their messages from the future, but humans beat them to it. They probably wouldn't even have brought up Project Cthulhu had Vonnegut gotten what he wanted then. I get it now. The messages are not unlike the fire on a torch that shines through the dark, and this, Lamia figures, is exactly what Vonnegut is after. At the same time, it also hits her that Cthulhu, who's laid the egg, is connected to doors of all sizes to begin with. Just as a hetero hive mother connects hetero sapiens in the red tide, she has become their central processor, like a queen bee. I can use that to control the hetero creatures she gives birth to, if I can get my hands on her. The egg, the key to the tower, and Cthulhu, the queen bee, controlling all the hetero creatures. This is what Vonnegut wants out of Project Cthulhu. And this is pretty useful to me too. While Lamia has come to grips with how to use the egg, she still hasn't quite wrapped her head around what made Cthulhu the queen bee that she is. I want to know about Cthulhu. Contrary to her swelling ambition, the mind beacon is growing weaker still. Is the human severing connection, or are they about to lose consciousness? Now, of all times. She sighs in resignation, having realized that her mind connection is about to end. I just need to get out of here with the egg and head for that tower. That's where my wishes have a chance to come true. Question is, how does she get out of here? Lamia knows that her mind would go berserk, in which in turn would lead to her destruction, if she can't establish another mind connection that allows her to use the egg. Does that mean she has to beg the human? Is she supposed to deceive and use the person, like what all villains do? The Grey Raven Commandant. She feels reluctant, but why? Lamia withdraws her thoughts from wandering in the cosmos and starts sketching the contours of humanity anew. That particular human once mistook Lamia for Lillian, yet overlooked Lillian's suspected desertion and instead showed her trust. Did the commanders do that because there was no other choice? Or are there actually people willing to be kind to her? I can't believe this still bothers me so much. Lamia looks back at her newly made wishes and laughs in self-derision when she notices something shared between them. Just as the people of Atlantis pursue the distant cosmos and stars, Lamia too chases after them, after all those who step into the light out of the cave to see the real world. She longs to be as formidable as they are, to stand where they do, to see the landscapes they've seen, and to step into the very starry sky that they would sacrifice their very own lives to touch. I am done staying in the ignorant cave. As all her daydreams come true in the shadows, Lamia finally understands her true desire. Carefully holding up the egg in her hands, she asks a question of her heart's desire, one rooted in reality, yet she's been too afraid to face directly to all the silent stars. Please tell me, the one who just discovered who I really am. Will they forgive me? Of course. Driftwood. Oh, Lucia. At the bottom of the well, the commandant has a dream related to Mother. Her appearance is still that of a young girl, making her anything but a mother. It is therefore logical to conclude that she was merely assigned the title Mother. And that's that. It's got to be that. My dear baby, my precious one. She has a delicate string of flowers tied to her hand as she sits in the room imprisoned by the shadows of the window bars. And yet, the gentle afternoon sun, streaming through the window, carries with it peace and serenity. She's caught between dreams and reality, her figure torn into pieces alongside her thoughts. They then merge with all these concepts named Mother, and take on an appearance that's both familiar and barely recognizable. Welcome back, my child. She settles down. Look at you getting yourself hurt so much again. Mother picks up the hot soup from the table and kneels before the person covered in scars. But I know that it's not your fault. There are just so many troubles and unbeatable monsters out there. It's truly remarkable that you've come this far. Now forget work and training and stay at home for a while. Mommy really missed you. Don't worry, I'm going to help you figure things out. She carefully blows on the spoonful of soup until it's cool enough to drink, then passes it over. Okay, open mouth. A familiar taste awakens a sense of security. Long drowned by the pain and the instinct to survive, you grasp her hand. Still hurts, doesn't it? I'll buy some painkillers and call the doctor. She sets down the bowl, dialing the hospital's number over and over, only to be met with a busy signal. That's not good. A helpless reality seeps into the dream. Don't worry, Mommy will always be with you. Just now, leave the rest to me. No way, you're never in trouble. I can't tell you how happy I am seeing you back home. Don't say that. Mother chokes up for a moment. You've saved so many lives. You're the best. All I'll ever ask of you is you come back home safe and sound. If I could have a wish, I just wish I could be part of your happiness. Don't blame yourself for the scars. Mother, take me with you. Yes, come back to me. Mother embraces the child's wounded body with all her love, her gentle skin numbing you in a way you can't quite word, when it comes in contact with your wounds, reminding you of the accounts provided by those who have encountered the red tide. Mother. Sanity peels away further with the corruption of the mind beacon. Please tell me, whose hand am I supposed to hold to be saved? A humble plea for help mocks your past efforts, rendering everything insignificant and everyone dispensable. And now behold the fate of this hero, groveling on the ground, and witness what years of pain and perseverance have yielded. Why not cast aside all necessary responsibilities, mandatory efforts, and the mission to save the world, and instead beg for Mother's mercy? Dignity is almost too little a price to pay if her pity can alleviate even a fraction of this tormenting agony. Why are these my only choices? Why can't I overcome everything? Because you're a human who has fallen into the kingdom of the deep sea. Bringing up the tale of the Little Mermaid, she flips the story around so the human prince falls into the strange kingdom of the sea. Mermaid? Did the mermaid princess ever ask these same questions and feel as helpless walking amongst humans? It's okay, close your eyes, my child. Don't think about all those things that make you sad. She bends down to kiss the child's blood-stained cheek. Come back into Mother, where I will keep you safe. I really missed you. Oh, how I missed you so. I have always prayed for heroes and gods to protect you, to save you from peril and to bring you back safely. The corruption of your mind beacon and nightmares linger, dragging you into a still deeper whirlpool. Putting out the mind beacon you've been holding on to with all your might. There is no time to figure out who she truly is and how this dream, brought up on no more occasions than one, has to do with Project Cathilla. Fortunately, the painkillers and gradually blurring consciousness are working together to offer you a bit of relief, saving you from the excruciating pain that has been keeping you awake. Within the lullaby weaved by them, you, severely injured and feverish, curl up at the bottom of the well, falling into a deep sleep. Until 24 hours later. The collapse from the distance finally awakens you from the slumber. Looking up toward the well's mouth, you find the upper layers no longer unobstructed. Having retreated sufficiently, you feel physically replenished. I can leave this place now. Cautious and prepared for yet another shake and any sort of abnormality, you pick up the dagger and start climbing upward. This time, however, the well seems as if it were dead, remaining still without any movement. As if the sun reclaims the sky, this absurd paradise becomes shrouded in a new layer of chaos. In the distance is a building that has collapsed into a gaping maw with countless floating debris, bringing to mind a scab that's formed over a giant's wound. Where to go next? When you look around, you see the jellyfish like phantoms once again. Wave at them. The phantoms show no response. I'll go check them out. Like a school of startled fish, the phantoms swim away. Is this how this is supposed to be? This moment, a woman's prolonged wail can be heard from the depths of the paradise. A sound immediately triggers an earthquake, causing the entire space to shake violently. Feel nothing like what I experienced in the well. The walls nearly crumble with the vibration, out of which the formed hetero creatures emerge. Oh my. You immediately run for it in the opposite direction, but the creatures show no intention of attacking you. Are they just trying to surround me? And just as you thought, you see them everywhere as you run. These twisted beings lack the intelligence for a full-fledged plan. They must be monsters or ascendants lurking around that are far more dangerous than these creatures. Lithos. Hearing the word, a shadow on the ceiling sheds its disguise and lands lightly behind the human. Like that. The bullet hits it squarely in the head, but passes right through as though it were a puddle of water, causing it no harm at all. Stay calm and focus. Split second later, hetero creatures lurking in the ruins all swarm up this way. Hetero creature holds you by the arm that's previously been pierced, while your skin festers the moment it comes into contact with them. Struggle with all might. Already beyond exhaustion, you're unable to fight back, barely feeling anything but pain coming from your limbs as they quickly dissolve. Endure it. The world around you turns pitch black all of a sudden, with an overcoat thrown over your head out of nowhere. You find yourself pressed tightly against the floor. Struggling only to brings you tearing pain, and it's impossible to see what's happening in the dark. Has my hand been torn off? Before you can tell for sure, you hear the sound of something landing on the ground as a hetero creatures let go of you. Now, even with all your legs, all but completely numb, you manage to move a few steps with your knees and stand up against the wall. Only now you see what's been discarded right beside you. A syringe. After the final shot, you will only have 48 hours left. Even if you make it back to Babylonia, they might not have the tech to save you. Is this the last injection? Mission complete. Shadow creatures with human bodies declare their victory. Following the prolonged wail coming from afar, the earthquakes and collapses. That didn't go smoothly. Only Mother has gone down. Cradle is still collapsing. The controlling joystick is dead. Its neck rotates stiffly like a robot observing its surroundings. Then it turns its face toward you, battered and bloody beyond recognition. Stay calm. They're not going to kill me right away as long as they still obey Lithos. There is nothing I can do about that last injection. Need to get some information at least. My beautiful lady, would you marry me? The hetero creature with an odd appearance takes a step back in shock. Got proposed to by a monkey. So what? Love transcends race and gender. But we do not love you. We don't need marriage. Those children that Mother doesn't love, they won't despise you. Says the hetero creature, calling itself the Sea Fairy as it points at its smaller kin around itself. No, that's not right. Mother loves all children. But some children, Lithos, cannot love themselves. They refuse to accept Mother's love and ended up like that. So these little hetero creatures are all Lithos. Yes, the humans, hetero creatures, hetero sapiens are all dead, merged with the punishing. They, too, are the replicated consciousnesses of Lithos after he died. And so are you. No, our consciousness can fully merge. We don't become fragmented like the host. We have Mother to thank for our harmonizing resonance. As long as Mother is there, we will be born repeatedly. The consciousness of the humans, dead, is preserved in the information of the red tide, and will continue in us. We replace people of the old times. Soon, everyone will be reborn through death. You too will soon join us. Sends its hand at you. Come, Follow me to a safe room. You just had the last dose injected. You need food and rest. You will be reborn in 47.7 hours. I'm not just going to sit around and die. You know that you aren't the toughest of people, but that doesn't mean you aren't going to fight back. And here we go. Commandant gut time. Got some clips. And off we go. Ouch. Okay, and onward. The little things are Lithos is FPS gameplay. Even though I'm not doing anything at the moment. Go, Shiki-Kan, go! Yeah! Hey, no one! Well, no one copy, rather. No one! Okay, next scene. Wandering grass. The drowned prays to come across a piece of driftwood amidst the torrents, only to find grass in its own struggle. Excuse me. Before facing this Noan, you've asked the other Noan a question. Would I have left with Lithos had I never been stopped? Well, quite likely, because he'd always tried to stop me from recalling all the good memories. People have no choice but to choose the different path if they can't remember all the good things that happened, and are made to believe that nothing they do ever matters. That's how they become ascendants. But there's no way that those would have let me become one, even if I believed that becoming an ascendant was my only choice. Can't stand not being in control of things, so he probably would have turned me into a transcendent at most. No one. The familiar figure turns around to face this way in a narrow tunnel. And this voice. You can't see me. You remember the name Noan, but not this incident. What do you mean? Bearing a shocking resemblance to Noan, this young man tilts his head in confusion. Wait, Noan, just hear me out. I know you might not remember me, but... No, my memories are quite complete now. I understand what's bothering you. There's another real me in Babylonia, right? Grave and Commandant. You remember all that? Then why are you still helping Mythos? I only started remembering all these after becoming a transcendent and after that incident. That's also when I remember you, Watanabe, Lee, Commandant Simon, Captain Palmer, and Lillian. I remember the right path I chose for myself. Let's talk about you instead. How did you still remember the name Noan? Mythos took me here and... Wait, that's a weird question. What's wrong with that? Am I not supposed to remember it? You've been in a state of memory loss, or rather, there are a bunch of your clones here with no memories. So, you're the real deal? Of course I am the real deal. I remember everything. But you don't remember having met me. What? It's possible that your memories have been tampered with, which is something Mythos does a lot. It's either that, or... my personal belongings can prove my identity too. There's no need to prove anything to me. That's only an issue once you're out of here. Those clones don't have this jacket and what's inside it, do they? I couldn't see the other yous clearly. I've touched one of them once, and your clothes are all in that outfits. Why are there clones of me here? I don't know. There are things Lithos would never tell me. He left me out of projects till after I lost his eye. Lithos can be gullible at times, but it's going to take a whole lot of convincing to make him trust me on every single thing. I don't have any useful information with me. All I know is that he wants you to stay here and join Cathilla's big family, so you'll eventually become one of her eggs. That's what he said to me, too. Have you seen my clones anywhere else? No, but I heard these clones were transported from a secret lab near Fort Winter. Are you the very commandant that Grey Raven is leaving no stone unturned trying to find, or are you one of the 5 they don't care about at all? Or maybe you are the true one, but Grey Raven has located one of the 5 and halted their pursuit of you. Fort Winter. There's no point in thinking about any of that. They need to get out of here first. Okay, what's wrong with your eyes? Why bother asking when you don't even remember me? And the person you remember isn't even me anyway. Try me again with a different question. What exactly were those hetero creatures you defeated? It was an autonomous community of interest of humanoids. What did you just say? Red Tide holds the information of the deceased. That much I know. Zilla has gathered compatible large shards from the information and fused them into humanoid hetero creatures using her Tree of Life. She then assigns a role to each of these shards to maintain complementarity and coordinated unity, like a community of interest comprising humanoids, or a harmonious community, if you will. Esso said he'd obtained the technology of fusing the consciousness from mankind. Well, consciousnesses from mankind. So these consciousnesses came from those who fled here. Okay. They should have given up hope for all these lies. Hope? But where's hope? Do you really think pep talks are enough to make things go well? That they don't need to think about anything else, and that they're supposed to work themselves into pulps and be happy with the water and food they get. Well, and be happy with the water and food they get. There are animals out there capable of feeling sad over things other than food, let alone humans. The nobles live worry-free and never hesitate to mock the lower class for being stupid enough to fall for fairy tales like these. Never crosses their minds to think about what these people must have been through to find themselves where they are today. The comforts of a mother and the rumors of her birth hold an irresistible charm for those who are desperate. Moreover, it's no mere fairy tale. All you need to do is stay in this paradise for a few days and get a few injections. And when you wake up, you'll have bidden farewell to your constantly deteriorating body and been reborn as a mortal magical sea girl in Cathilla's womb. Your body won't be yours alone, but your consciousness will transcend humanity and understand everything. And you'll be able to get rid of anyone who rubs you the wrong way, so what's so bad about that? All this is to say that you don't need to show them pity, nor should you try to make peace with them, even if they were driven to suicide out of desperation. The young man calmly states the necessity of killing. There's no way out of this. There is supposed to still be some humanity left in them. That's exactly why I'm asking you to be careful. Back in the Golden Age, there was no book that people would I would have known it. And there are a bunch of people who wrote the names of game producers in there. We're living through a time where all our conflicts and differences are more intensified than ever, not to mention that they have been driven to desperation. People who have never experienced a terror power but find themselves going from powerless to having everything overnight are sure to become demon lords the world over. You've known all along, haven't you, that there's no negotiating with that kind of creature, but you've had your hopes up anyway, seeing as you're able to communicate with them in language. Of course. Have you taken the last injection? For an approved, no one. I can see you clearly, but I can smell the blood on you. I can't see you clearly, but I can smell the blood on you. Yes. Do you want to stay here and be reborn as a magical sea girl? Like all I do. Do you know how to get out of here? It's tricky. You can head to the control room and call for help, but that's the only place with signals. I can point you in a general direction. But that doesn't mean you'll have the clearance to establish a connection, even if you do, you might end up with a descendant on the other end of the line. Nami has the ability to disguise herself, but she might not cooperate. It's highly likely that Sus is going to find out about this. So I'll have to kill him to start with. Correct. What if we just can't get a hold of anyone? Young man fell silent upon hearing this question. Is there nothing else we can do? Actually, you can just go back in Cathilla. Did you just say what I think you said? We are right inside Cathilla's womb. Points at the area with no emotion on his face. The space itself is a huge hetero creature. It's closely connected to Cathilla like the hetero sapiens in Pulio Forest Park and interferes with Cathilla. People who die here will become part of the flora and get absorbed by Cathilla's womb. She will then give birth to them again. Are you saying this is Cathilla's cradle? Mythos likes to refer to it as that. They've come up with names like Giant Whale and Deep Star, but it is what it is, no matter what they call it. The giant womb is fixed at the bottom of the deep sea while carrying us, and I've been waiting for a chance to unlock it so it can float to the surface. That's the only way for people to discover and eliminate it before it turns into a disaster. And do you know how to do that? We might stand a chance if the storage room holding all the copies of the mind is still there. Except we'll have to deal with Lithos then. We have to find a joystick that controls the room, and then we'll have to find someone who can withstand the water pressure to dive into the deep sea to unlock the womb. What's this joystick you're talking about? That's another consciousness that controls Cathilla. Do you know Voodoo and Loki? Cathilla is like a mad woman, which is why we need another consciousness to keep her sanity in check. Okay, I met someone who had their consciousness integrated. There's a total of 3 consciousness keeping Cathilla and the room under control. Cathilla herself and 2 other stable minds. Take one of them out of the equation and you end up with continuous collapse like the one that's happening now, and we all die in the deep sea. Okay, is it possible for the cradle to die? Maybe, but as long as Cathilla is alive, they can rebuild the cradle. So one need to become Cathilla's second consciousness. You need to meet 2 conditions. Your own mind has to be stable, and you have to be accepted by Cathilla herself. You'll get expelled prematurely and become one of her children if she doesn't like you and rejects you. All you need to do is die in her womb, and if you meet these conditions, the roots of the Tree of Life are buried everywhere here, but I accept consciousnesses within the Red Tide. And I'd coexist with her if she doesn't like me. No one can coexist with her for an extended period of time. She will shape a consciousness into one of her children before it's crushed. You might become one of those anemones that crawl all over the place, or a magical sea girl, or merge into an egg. Which means that the way to do it is to sacrifice someone with a stable enough consciousness to turn that person into Cathilla's second consciousness. In that case, there is no avoiding the sacrifice. Only 3 people meet this condition: Noya, Noan, Lamia, and yourself. So, in the case of communication fails and you're forced to use this method, who's most likely to be sacrificed? Check. Running into here feels like a bad joke. You don't even know how he went blind and which part of his memory is missing. You don't know if you can justify sacrificing him a second time under these circumstances. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to hate myself down the road for sacrificing him to have my own life spared. Oh, that's exactly why we have to avoid this. What's that? Nothing, let me think. He's right, your best bet would be to head down to the control room to call for help. And if that fails, the 2 of you are as good as dead. You're pressed for time and the scale of the destruction that this space carrying countless hetero creatures is going to wreck on Earth is beyond anyone's imagination. Okay, our breeding grounds for demon lords. Seeing as Task Force cannot operate in the deep sea, you figure that you have to take Cathilla and free from the seabed. Task Force can only eliminate both Cathilla and this space when they're both out on the surface of the sea. Sacrifice is in order, however, in order for that to happen, you should try focusing on establishing comms first. Right, there's still hope. You can get Noan to join you to look for ways to establish communication and see if there's a way to work around the situation. Noan? He tilts his head this way. Tell him about Lamia. I'm going to head to the control room first. Getting out of here is our best bet. I'm going to get help from the task force, and I'll figure out a way to bring Cathilla to the sea surface. What are you going to do if you don't get a hold of anyone in the control room? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll drag Lithos and Lamia here to help if need be. The young man shins a faint smile at your overly idealistic plan. Let's give your plan a shot. It's better than doing nothing. With it, he points in a general direction and turns to leave. Wait, where are you going? I got a few things to deal with. Huh? Probably a thing he'd lend you a hand. The person is no longer known, so it only makes sense for him to refuse help. Okay, can you tell me what your plan is? Let's throw a wrench into Lithos' grand plans. It seems like we're up to the same thing then. How about we join forces? In place with his hand crutch and the only weapon he has left, the young man weighs his options. Fine, let's do this. This place is about to collapse. I was going to take one last look at the, but I guess there's no time for that. No one closes his eyes as he explains half the reason for this hesitation. Take one last look. Like you said, Cathella has to go, and I've been hearing her cry. She never wanted to give birth to all these dead people. This is what happens when people's wishes go awry. He lets out a soft sigh. Everyone longs to be saved by a mother, but who's there to save the mother herself? Okay, there are some things that just can't be solved the further down the road you go. Exactly, which is why I said fine. We've no choice but to have her rest in peace, right? Clella cannot choose her own death, and her creature's body can heal as many times as it needs to, and the punishing. We've got to count on organizations like Babylonia if we want a solution. Well, no one makes a plea. It shows no intention of coming closer. You, I am to send it now. Got it. Okay. We are gonna take a break here. I am tired, so I am going to get some rest. Meanwhile, I will turn on my BR back moments and play some music, and I'll be back later. Okay, sorry about the wait. My apologies. It was just super tiring. So I had to wait a while. Anyways, let's finish up where we left off. And try to make this quick. Because I need to spend the rest of my time today doing more other things. The two of you navigate through countless collapsed passages toward the control room. Along the way, hetero creatures come pouring out of the collapsed walls like animals trying to flee a forest fire, every last one highly aggressive. To them, one of you is a traitor who deserves nothing but death, while the other a sacrifice to be captured. One single mishap is all it takes for the two of you to become their prey. And it doesn't help that you're severely wounded and slowing down the two of you. T-minus 39.5 hours. After an 8-hour trek, you and Noan finally find the entrance to the control room, a door floating in midair. Around the door lurks a bunch of hetero creatures, to no one's surprise. You get rid of them on your own. There's someone else in the distance. I thought you couldn't see things clearly. I can hear Cthulhu crying. Someone is holding her egg down that way. Could be Lamia. Let's take a detour to catch them. Avoiding the crowd of monsters by the door, you head down the way no one has pointed out for you, and sure enough, see Lamia. She's holding an egg in one hand and wields a weapon in the other, cutting down the hetero creatures like wheat. But every time she swings her weapon, she pauses or goes mad for a moment, acting as though she is possessed or having her consciousness devoured. According to what you've seen and know and seek further information, what exactly is that egg? It's Cinderelic. Wait, Cinderelic? Yes, her mind isn't stable enough for her to become a complete egg. She only managed to become something that seems like one because Cthulhu is her mother. Is she dead? Can't tell for sure. She'd probably end up becoming an even more powerful magical girl if she managed to hatch from the egg. You just say hatch. Yes, but she's not going to hatch in her current state. Wait, I remember you saying Lithos wanted to become one of Cthulhu's eggs. But Cinderelic is already inside the egg. No one said the egg was only big enough to hold one single consciousness, so we'd better get out of here as soon as we can if we don't want to become one with her. Why did she go to the lengths of becoming a hetero creature, though? Because she heard about Kugawa's Corono's death one afternoon, and she crossed off Visit Kugawa Corono from her wish list in tears. He failed again, mister. He isn't coming back to see Mother again, even at the cost of picking the wrong path. Let me be reborn by Mother, she pleaded to the agent. I want to know if Mother remembers me, and if I can become your key if it works. This is my final wish. And how do you even know about this? They let their guard down around me sometimes. What do you know about Kugawa Corono? It's a long story. The young man waves his hand, dismissing further questions. Anyhow, both Lithos and his agent see the egg as important. They think it's an amplifier of some sort, and you've seen its effects already. When an unstable mind becomes an egg, it amplifies its power and transfers the amplified power to its user, which messes up the user's mind. In other words, it's difficult for her to use the egg by herself. Establishing a mind connection with an ascendant is a serious burden, and there's no guarantee one can cut it off unilaterally. This is a bargaining chip. Keeping this in mind, you shout out Lamia's name, which stops her hand midair along with her weapon. Okay. Stop using that egg anymore, Lamia. Hearing this, the mermaid clutches the egg in her arms even more tightly, fearing it might be snatched away the next second. But even in those moments of her hesitation, the hetero creatures still keep their distance from her, fearing the egg she's holding. You too? Turning around and knowing what you plan to do in the control room. I know there's a control room here. We should work together for now, Lamia. What you're trying to do is exactly what we're trying to do too. Are you sure you want to work an Ascendant? No, not with an Ascendant, but with you, Lamia. But I am an Ascendant. Depends on the person. I wouldn't work with Gabriel, for example. We all need to get out of this place, and you need a mind connection too. So, let's join forces, I say. The mermaid stands in hesitation, the hetero creatures around her eyeing the egg in her hands, still too afraid to take their chances. Before Lamia met these two again, she thought about how to break the ice. She thought about how best to explain herself so they'd understand that she never intended to work with Lythos, nor did she wish to fight them. But she was sure that nothing she had to say would lessen one bit of their hostility toward Ascendants. And while she did think about putting on the disguise of an innocent bystander construct, doing so would mean that she wouldn't be able to conceal the crimson giant egg she held. Never did it hit her that they would ask her to join forces without first asking her to justify herself. A legendary grave at Corinne has no choice to ask for help, huh? She nods, albeit in doubt. Great, now pass me that egg before it messes up your mind even further. Lamia takes another step back, clutching the egg tightly. I can't give you this. Lamia doesn't dislike this particular human whom she's been working with this whole time, and she's happy to keep their relationship the way it is. And she'd even be glad to stay in touch with the human, the same way Lillian and they do with them, as long as they're willing to stop being the hero they are for just a few moments. This is mine, and I'm not giving it to anyone. She knows very well how important the egg is. Her frame won't hold on much longer if she doesn't bring the egg back to Luna, and she might even lose her status as an Ascendant, which would turn her into a mere corrupted. Moreover, the egg is all she has to make all her wishes come true. I can work with you, but I'm not giving you this. Okay. Seeing you trying to make peace as you take a few steps back, Lamia loosens up a little among the hetero creatures. So let's start by establishing mind connection, Lamia. But it's going to corrupt your mind beacon. Not much I'm aware of. Her silence voices her doubts. Lythos is still alive. We need to get ourselves sufficiently ready before heading into this territory that he holds dear. We need to figure out a way to call for help in the control room. This is our only chance to get out of this place safely. And we have to defeat Lythos. That's the least we can do. Lamia gazes at the human before her, whose decaying appearance reminds her of an overripe apple. Would a person fall like an apple if they have their plate too full? Well, sure. Step by step, she approaches the human with the egg, weapon, and a swarm of hetero creatures. Water everywhere. Is this also one of Lythos' defense measures? It seems he has regained control over this place. Okay, looks like we gotta go over this way. And over. Only I can get through. Keep moving onward. Okay, so then over here. Okay, activate the force drainage system. Start training. Alright, you can come over now. Ah, failed. Okay, whatever. His cat. Nakobako. Oh, welcome back, Kaede. Yeah. I also had a bit of a sleep myself. Very EP. Anyway, I should see if there's anything useful. Access control should be normal now, right? And trap. Ah, what a hassle. Ow, ow.
静かにしろ私の目の前から静かにしろ
Okay. Next scene. Research. Okay, should be able to find some information there. As for cold and stuff, I don't really have a cold or anything at the moment. Probably just my voice sounds a little bit different because has been strained from the earlier parts of the stream a little bit. So that's probably why it might be sounding a little bit deeper. No, my nose is also kinda reacting, but my nose usually does that. The thing. Check. Oh, it's one of those little lithoses, I guess, or former lithoses. One of the parts of his memory conscious. Document 1. Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. Found a news article. Check later. 7 to 11. Initiate joint petition for March in support of Professor Kilgore